Welcome to Cousin Paul and Snooker Bar in Canterbury for the Vanguard Invitational, sponsored by Rubbish Snooker. We are live here with Maximum Impact versus Line Aid for the first game of the group stages. I'm Matt, I'm here with Simran, and we are live for the first game.
Yes, it's very exciting. The first game of the Vanguard Invitational. As you can see, this is the current structure that we will be playing against. Currently, we're on the left with the group stages, starting off with Maximum Impact and Line Aid.
So each team will play each other. The point system will work as followed. A team which wins a game will receive 3 points, the loser receives 0. If it does come down to points difference, it will obviously be evident in the table itself. The first game being Maximum Impact versus Line Aid. So we will be seeing Max and Sam going together. So the first team going together, enemies before, now teammates versus Line Aid. As pictured on the screen, we have Alex versus Ardit here.
Ardit comments himself as the illustrious one. Let's see if that comes through in the games. I'm hoping to see that part of his personality showing.
I was just saying exactly that, and he also strikes himself as an amateur striker. I'm just sniper, I should say, sorry. So we will see those long shots, hopefully to good effect. While all the other teams have time for some practice, both Line Aid and Maximum Impact have arrived at Cousins and hopped straight into the first group stage game of the tournament. We'll see if the lack of pre-game practice will influence the match affairs. Now going on to Max's team here, we've got Max, who is undefeated going into the tournament itself. So we do have a lot of high expectations for the creator of the game himself. He does describe himself as an award-winning filmmaker, so let's see the masterpiece he puts on today.
And Sam is a lover of almond croissants. Not sure why that is relevant specifically to line ball, but perhaps that's what he's eaten before the game begins to fuel his anger towards Alex and Ardit.
Maybe even towards Max.
Do you have any predictions for this first game?
I think Max and Sam have played a lot. Even Alex and Ardit, they have had a lot of practice. We were informed that they have had the most practice. However, we haven't seen that. That's all been behind closed doors. So it's an exciting game to come here. We'll see what happens.
Perhaps the two most experienced teams are playing first to show all the other rookies how it's done.
Yes, so excellent shot there from Maximum Impact there, knocking the balls out of the arena, out of the area. If you are uncertain how to play line ball or want to know more about the rules, please feel free to go watch How to Play Line Ball Pool on the channel as well.
And Maximum Impact making their second shot. Currently, no balls are actually in the scoring zone. That's quite interesting.
So, yeah, I think the shot there was quite impactful. And there you go. Line Aid has struck into the pocket. And that is point 1 done. Table quickly being reset.
Hey, I'm Kieran, the creator of Rubbish Snooker, which makes art out of litter on an outdoor pool table. And I'm really proud to sponsor the Vanguard Invitational Line Ball Tournament, and check out rubbishsnooker.com.
For the second game, Maximum Impact taking the first point of the tournament. Surprise, surprise. Max's team with a point.
Yes. So just a reminder, it's the first team to 3 points, and then that team will get 3 points, and the loser will get 0 points. We will also calculate a points difference.
Yeah, so best of 5 in these games in the group stages. Hopefully we'll see slightly better shots here, and that is a 2-point lead for Maximum Impact. They are steamrolling away from Line Aid. Maximum Impact has no care for Line Aid whatsoever. Get out of the way, Line Aid.
Would you say that that's really down to Maximum Impact and their aggressive game style, or more to do with Line Aid just cocking it up, really?
I think Lionade's definitely showing its nerves early on. As we're seeing, there will be a lot of nerves, especially in the early doors, playing sloppy shots as we've just seen there from both teams. Being the first game of the tournament, they don't want to make too many mistakes. But Lionade is already seeing itself out at this point, so we have to be very careful.
Lionade lining up for their next shot. I
What
would say
sort of
it's
shot do
an
you reckon
open.
here?
I see they're aiming for the right side, but I would say it's an open opportunity to knock out one of Maximum Impact's balls. What do you think?
As we're seeing there, they were definitely trying to aim, and that is game. Well, that might be the quickest game of line ball I've ever seen.
Hey, my name's Kieran Paul and I am the creator of Rubbish Snooker, which is the proud sponsor of the Vanguard Invitational Line Ball Tournament, of which the winners win a piece of Rubbish Snooker art.
Lineade clearly showing its effect isn't there in correlation to Live Aid. They are not getting any donations or support from us.
It sounds to me like Lineade needs some more aid lining up their shots, to be honest. Although, would you say that that's just down to nerves, Matt?
They need the same miracle Live Aid needed when Queen performed. They need a big performance in the next 2 rounds if they are to go through to the knockout stages. A poor performance from Lineade. Maxima not really having to do much or even flourish their skills at this point, because a lot of the trip ups were self-made from Lineade.
I think they were all self-inflicted, actually. So as we can see on the table now, Maximum Impact coming in with 3 points, Lineade with 0, with a point difference for Maximum Impact of 3 points, putting them well ahead. And how do you feel for the next few matches? Do you think that Maximum Impact will continue to maintain their strong lead?
I'd like to think they will. Maximum Impact, they were enemies before, counterparts, but now Max and Sam have clearly shown they've got a bit of chemistry together. We saw that their game was a little bit friendly, maybe too friendly, because they were plotting for this tournament. The Vanguard Invitation is on its way now. Maximum Impact, 3 points, but a plus 3 points difference as well. Massive points difference away from Lineade, hoping for the best for them, but at the moment, Alex once again showing that he is not on Maximilian's level.
Well, let's see in the next games. We will see you all very soon on this channel for the next game as part of the Vanguard Invitational at Cousins Pool and Snooker Bar in Canterbury.
Yep, thank you very much as well to our sponsors such as Rubbish Snooker, sponsoring the tournament as well. Once again, thank you to Cousins and Pool and Snooker Bar in Canterbury for allowing the tournament to host here. This has been the Vanguard Invitational. I've been Matt.
I've been Simran.
And thank you very much for watching. See you again soon.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome to the second game of the Vanguard Invitational. Cousins Pool and Snooker Bar in Canterbury. I am Simran and I am here with Matt, and we are your commentators for today. This game is sponsored by Rubbish Snooker, and as you can see on the screen, we have the current layout of the games. Today we will be seeing the Red Hot Chili Potters and Daddy's Clappers playing, currently the only teams to have played at Maximum Impact and Lineade in the previous episode. If you missed that, do go ahead and watch that. If you're new to Line Ball, please go and watch our How to Play Line Ball pool video made by Max the Creator. So as you can see in this group stage, we have the Red Hot Chili Potters versus Daddy's Clackers, both an interesting combination. Matt, do you have any thoughts?
Thank you very much. Welcome to Line Ball, the second game of the group stage. Very excited to see the Red Hot Chili Potters, see if they can get on top in this tournament from early on, or we might see the other side of them and see them crumble like Lineade we did in the previous game. We got Tim, who is a social pool player. He doesn't like to hype himself up too much here. He's an independent thinker, brave to say that these days. And on this team, on Daddy's Clackers, we have John Barrett, also referred to as Daddy-O by Max, as you can probably see the link there. Plenty of experience here from John, 4 decades of pool experience and queue experience, however, 0 line ball experience. How do we think that's going to play out, Simran?
Yeah, I think it's actually 40 years of previous pool experience. His team was actually used to be called the Clackers. So as you can see, that's a play on that. Let's see how him and Anki fare together as a team. I believe they previously proclaimed themselves as the Dream Team. So let's see how that goes.
So the Dream Team here, starting off the game, not doing very well. As we can see, again, I think the nerves are going to be very critical in the first games, getting the balls into the zone. Maybe they just need to play safer, play away from the black ball. Ball's been hit very hard at this point early on. Any thoughts, Simran?
Yeah, they're matching each other's energy. I would say this is still quite an open game. Both teams, I think, have a good level of practice playing line ball, except, of course, John as part of the Daddy's Clackers. But the others seem to have quite a bit of experience. So let's see if they can bring that into the game. So far, not so much. A lot of nerves clearly pushing the balls out of the area to win points.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing the Red Hot Chili Peppers looking for a saviour here. Playing a very dangerous shot towards the the black ball there by Daddy's Clackers. No balls in the zone so far. However, the Red Hot Chili Peppers have given a point away, and that is a point to Daddy's Clackers.
No steady balls to be seen in this run.
Yeah, plenty of nerves here. As you can see, the black ball is leaning towards the right-hand side of the table. If it was me in this position, I would avoid that at all costs. Go to the far corner, not take any risks here.
I'm not sure. I think line ball is all about risk, high reward.
Well, at
That
the
was a
moment,
good-
Simran, we are not seeing any reward for any risks taken so far. Not only in the previous game, but in this game too. Again, Red Hot Chili Peppers really struggling to get any points on the board at all. Not just in the game itself, but even getting balls into the zone, they are struggling very much to do so.
It seems so far in this whole game, only John has been able to keep a ball in the point-winning area. Although, just as I said that, Brandon did push one in for Red Hot Chili Peppers.
So we are seeing this now. Score being 1-1. A lot of balls out in the open, very easy to pick off if you're an experienced player here. We are really struggling to see the composure here from the Red Hot Chili Peppers in general.
And that is a very fast ball by Anki. And that is out of play. What would you think you would do at this point, Matt, in the seat of the Red Hot Chili Peppers?
I think you just have to focus, ignore what the other team are doing, and just get your balls in any position at this point. I think a lot of teams are struggling trying to hit other people's balls out, make sure they try and get them out of play, but no one's really focusing on getting the balls in. They definitely need to confer this with each other as soon as possible.
John making it tactical, clearly lining everything up. Probably pulling out his protractor to work out the angles as a professional pool player. To no
John giving them
avail.
help in hand.
Yeah, he's just a man of the people. He's here to help the Red Hot Chili Peppers win.
Yeah, we are all in favour of Daddy-O doing his wonders for the teams in the Vanguard Invitational. Early doors, everything's friendly at this point, but once the games start dropping, I think that sportsmanship might go out the window soon. Who knows what we might see.
Luckily for Daddy's Clackers, the Red Hot Chili Peppers are not doing very well at keep putting their own balls in the playing area. Sorry, in the points area.
I think this is a point for Red Hot Chili Potters to take. Sorry, easily confused. We'll let that go under the bridge in that
I'm
sense.
quite surprised, to be honest. The Red Hot Chili Potters are not really playing as well as we have seen in previous line ball games. Of course, they are all beginners, but still they're pulling ahead. John supposed seemingly giving some tactical pointers for the next shot to be taken.
Yeah, it's very clear that they know they need a ball in that zone in this next shot just to have a chance here, or winning this
No.
round.
Not only that, they need to get one ball in and kick another ball out.
No, it might be the impossible here. So there's not really much to aim for here. You got to aim for one of those red balls on the left-hand side. Maybe try and clip it with a little bit of pace, hoping that you don't knock any of your own balls out. But let's hope.
Well, it seems that they've been able to do it. A professional like John, of course, he used all his angles to his knowledge. He could see the degrees in his eyes, and he pushed the ball out. And of course, Red Hot Chili Potters not doing anything to help themselves.
Red Hot Chili Potters there just needed to tap it down the line to get it into the zone, but they've bottled that moment there to get a point on the table. Just needed a more of a delicate touch. I don't know what they were trying there with the pace they put on that shot. They've really let themselves down there, and now it has gone to the tiebreak. If you are uncertain on the tiebreak rules, I'll quickly explain that they do have to try and use the white ball to knock out one of the yellow balls or red balls from the zone, depending on which team you're in, without obviously touching the black ball itself too. If the game does go on to 10 shots each, then it will be a draw. Hopefully we won't go that far. So let's see what this team is capable of. I think this is a massive turning point in the game here. If John and Anki can get the point here, I think it might be over for the Red Hot Chili Potters.
Yeah, Anki lining up for the first shot of the tie-breaking portion. I think it could go either way, to be honest. Which, if it were me, I feel like I would. There's quite that red ball on the far left is probably the easiest option, furthest away from their own. But it really depends.
I think that ball is just about in play. Very, very tense there shot from Anki. It was clever, trying to hit it with just a lot of pace to try and get it out, but it just wasn't quite enough. He avoided all the other balls very well. But they have been the Red Hot Chili Potters have been put in a very, very, very difficult position here to get any of the balls out.
Finally, their aggressive shots coming into use for this half. In order to get out a yellow ball here, we can see Brandon hitting a yellow ball and it's out.
Excellent shot there from the Red Hot Chili Potters. You could say they can't stop, and that is 1-1.
Hey, I'm Kieran, the creator of Rubbish Snooker, which makes art out of litter on an outdoor pool table. And I'm really proud to sponsor the Vanguard Invitational line ball tournament, and check out rubbishsnooker.com.
Balls being lined up again. Both teams lining up the balls ready for the next round. The black ball is being put in position, and the teams will be underway very shortly. Simran, any thoughts on that previous round?
I thought that was quite exciting, actually. It was quite interesting to see the Red Hot Chili Potters pulling ahead. You can see them kind of getting more into the game, getting more comfortable with it, the nerves of the tournament melting away slightly. I'm quite surprised, to be honest. I think that the Daddy's Clackers were going to be a fan favourite, but maybe not. Maybe they won't even last the day. Who knows?
So we're definitely seeing some first half nerves from Daddy's Clackers here. They got quite an easy point at the start. They realistically shouldn't have won the point anyway in the previous one, but they did manage to take it to the tiebreak. So it is now interesting to see how they work from here.
Matt, are you questioning the rules of line ball pool?
I'm not questioning any rules of line ball because line ball is life, and I do not question life.
Oh, yes. The mighty quote of Max's tattoo reigns supreme.
It is a bit of a disadvantage when you've got someone who's that dedicated to line ball that they have 7 tattoos dedicated to the sport they made themselves.
7! That's 3 more than last time.
He has been dedicated. The women he sees are tattoo artists as well. So, you get him talking about line ball all of a sudden. He's got 6 yellow balls tattooed on him.
Get yourself that spicy discount when you're dating a tattoo artist.
Exactly. He's been preparing for this for a long time with the women he's been dating.
And Red Hot Chili Peppers determined to not get any of their balls into the scoring area.
So this is a massive opportunity here for John to knock out one of the balls, the red ball here. He might play for safety, but he could make a serious advantage here. He has opted for safety, which is understandable. They are 5-1 up now with points. The Red Hot Chili Peppers do need serious action here in order to gain a point here. 5-2 currently, 2 balls left each. A lot of work to do.
I agree with the tactics of Daddy's Clackers, to be honest. They have the right to play it safe. I think that the Red Hot Chili Peppers need to be taking some more risky moves. They just don't have enough balls to not be playing a riskier game. They cannot win this round without knocking out another ball. As you can see, they've attempted it there, but it just wasn't hard enough.
Yeah, I think this point is well and truly in the hands of Daddy's Clackers at this point. Unless they make a serious mistake here, they have all balls in the zone, which is a massive advantage here. Red Hot Chili Peppers need to knock out and get in one of their balls and knock out 3 in order to win this round on its own.
Can Tim make that shot?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And that is 2-1 to Daddy's Clackers.
Hey, my name's Kieran and I am the creator of Rubbish Snooker, which is proudly sponsoring the Vanguard Invitational Line Ball Pool Tournament. What is Rubbish Snooker? Well, Rubbish Snooker creates art on an outdoor pool table using upcycled and littered lids. This is just one example. They get printed on canvases and they're available at rubbishsnooker.com and Etsy.
Balls will be relined. Any thoughts on that final round?
I would say that was a good example of too little, too late. I would say that earlier on, the Red Hot Chili Peppers should have been playing a much more risky, aggressive game. They only seemed to notice that they were in trouble when they had 2 balls left.
Exactly. We got Daddy's Clackers. Not a lot of experience in line ball between the two of them in total, but the Q experience does override and overcome nearly 4 decades of pool and Q play itself. So we are seeing a very rushed start. I think Red Hot Chili Peppers are nervous now. It is match point at this point, and they definitely need the 3 points early on, especially in this tournament.
I think both teams are really feeling the tension. As you can see, they have scored 0 points so far in this round.
I think Daddy's Clackers just needs to be composed a little bit. They've got the 2-1 lead currently. They've got time. They've got points to gain. They're 2-1 up now. They just need to take their time, and I think they'll come away with a win at the end of this round.
Yeah, I think they're definitely much more composed than the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Let's see how John does in this shot now. I think it's a perfect opportunity to knock that red ball out. However, their yellow ball is slightly in the way of that. So let's see if he can make that shot, if that's what he wants to do. I think personally that's what I would go for, but maybe I'm a bit more of a spicier player.
I think John here is going to opt to try and... He has knocked his ball out. It's a sensational shot to make it 3-0. His ball's still in. I thought he might have gone for the yellow ball, opted for safety, get another ball in the zone. But still, that is an option for later on here as well. Score now being 3-1, 3 balls left. Not many opportunities here to knock balls back in. Ooh, a sensational shot there.
That was a close shot by Anki, almost hitting the black ball, making it much more dangerous to approach the area for the Red Hot Chili Potters.
Monkey being very brave here. Dangerous shot there on match point, right on time. The Red Hot Chili Potters are in danger of throwing this game away.
Yeah, they really need to start playing a much more aggressive game. However, I will say that Daddy's Clackers are much well positioned currently on the board, making it harder for them to knock some of their balls out.
Exactly. We're seeing the score here, 5-2. A lot of work needs to be done. Risks need to be taken at this point now.
Yeah, honestly, I think it would just be time to smash that red ball, that final red ball.
Yeah, they just need to hit and hope at this point. Anki just needs to make sure this ball goes into the zone, make it 6-3 into the final ball. Make sure everything is on its way in the right way here. 6-3, one ball left. I think this might be match point right here and here. Right here and then, I should say.
I think that, of course.
And that is game.
Red Hot Chili Potters not letting a round go by without touching the black ball. Very impressive.
You could say they are looking for dark necessities in these later rounds in order to scratch some points up. So as we see here, Daddy's Clackers were a 3-1 win, comfortable throughout most of the game. A bit of nerves at the start from both teams, but overall Daddy's Clackers showing their Q experience. Without much line ball experience going into the tournament, I think they will grow very strongly into this tournament, and they are showing that they are on track to do quite well here.
Red Hot Chili Potters, however, showing brilliant potential throughout the game. They fell over a few times, and I think the nerves really got to them. But maybe in the next few coming up games, we'll see them coming out of their shell slightly. As we can see on the left in the group stage table, Daddy's Clackers are now second in the placement, their point difference being 2, so they have come below maximum impact, and Red Hot Chili Potters coming down to 5. In the next game, we will be seeing the Wet Bandits and Alice playing against each other to see what the next round gives us. Matt, how do you feel about that game?
It was a very exciting game to see, especially one of my co-commentators, Anki, perform. So I am opting for him to do well in this tournament. I wish him the best throughout this tournament. And I am a big fan of Daddy's Clackers so far. They have shown potential to be great. Red Hot Chili Peppers seem like they've got a bit of a way to go now. Not as far as Lineade, but there's a lot that can happen. We've got a few games left. A lot can change in 2 games' time. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it could be worse. They could be Lineade,
They could be Lineade.
Anyway, that's been all for today at the Vanguard Invitational. Thank you all for joining. Please join us again for our next game of the Wet Bandits versus Alice here at the Cousins Pool and Snooker Bar in Canterbury. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to the Vanguard Invitational at Cousins Pool and Snooker Bar in Canterbury, sponsored by Rubbish Snooker. We're here for game day 3, or group stage match 3, between the Wet Bandits and Alice. So as you can see from the group stage so far, at the top of the table we have Maximum Impact, and at the bottom we have Lineade. From our previous match, we've just seen Daddy's Clackers take the 3-1 win against the Red Hot Chili Potters there. So now we're into the final game of the first stage of the group stages. I'm here with Simran. Simran, take it away.
Hi, yes, it's very exciting. It will be the end of the first stage where all teams will have played. We will have seen all of their debuts. I'm excited to see what the Wet Bandits and Alice can bring. The Wet Bandits, maybe perhaps in the wrong tournament, they have a swimming logo on their symbol there. And in that team we have Hoyin and Byron. Hoy claiming to be not Brazilian and magnificently moist. I wonder how that will contribute. Do you think it's an advantage to be moist in line ball? Nah.
Well, I think maybe the grip might be a bit moist. It is quite a disturbing comment, being called magnificently moist. I don't want to think of anyone as magnificent and moist in the same sentence, to be quite honest with you, Simran.
Sounds like an oxymoron to me. And
So
then
now we
in
go on to Shana and Aditya. They are making their debut in this game, and they, especially Aditya says, is a recovering sleep addict. So hopefully the insomnia and lack of is actually quite opposite of insomnia. Plenty of sleep they get. So it'll be interesting to see how well Alice play today in their debut.
I think this is our first couple team of the game. Aditya and Shana being a couple, or maybe Hoy and Byron. Who knows? So let's see if that contributes to their success.
Let's hope so. So interestingly, the Black Boys got more central at the start of this game to break off the third match day of the group stage. Here we go.
I think it's the closest in the middle we've seen so far.
Here's the closest we've seen Alice to break their ball just about inside the scoring zone. Let's see what the Wet Bandits are made of.
Ooh, and Hoy pushing out the ball of Alice from the scoring zone, leaving both teams with 0 points. Now on the ball, Shana.
Both teams watching very closely the shots which are being made, trying to suss each other out, see what they're all about. Interestingly, no balls are in the zone as of yet. It's 2-2. Again, we are seeing nerves at the start of the tournament here. You know, we saw the Wet Bandits knock out one of the yellow balls, and now we saw Alice also knock out one of the red balls of the Wet Bandits. So we're currently at a 0-0 score. Excellent shot there. The ball's planted right behind the black ball there. Pretty safe, unless the Wet Bandits want to take a risk.
Yeah, I would say that was a brilliant shot by Aditya, finally pushing balls into the scoring zone. I agree. We were seeing some nerves at the beginning. I think all teams kind of need at least one game to get themselves in the groove of it. It seems
Yeah,
that
exactly.
Aditya and Shana are kind of taking the tactic to knock in their balls that are not in the scoring zone to kind of reduce the impact of their shots.
Exactly. I think Lineage didn't really get the opportunity to warm into the game. They were very rush in their shots, and they were very quickly dispatched by Maximum Impact. But here we're seeing both teams taking their time. Maybe they saw the first game of the tournament and realised that they do actually have a little bit more time than they think with their shots as well.
Yeah.
Exactly. We are now seeing the score being 2-2. A lot of balls on the edge of the zone, especially for Alice. The Wet Bandits here, you know, they do have a couple of balls which are lingering as well, but it is risky, especially one of them being just outside the zone by the black ball. However, Alice has hit the black ball, and that is point to Wet Bandits.
Hey, I'm Kieran, the creator of Rubbish Snooker, which makes art out of litter on an outdoor pool table. And I'm really proud to sponsor the Vanguard Invitational line ball tournament, and check out rubbishsnooker.com.
Yes, that could have been an exceptional shot actually, but he not only did they hit all of the red balls into the scoring area, but they also knocked the black ball.
It was an exceptional shot until it wasn't. Time for game 2.
Here we have Yin making the first shot, and it has not made a point for them. Now we have Shana.
If Hoy is as good as he is at commentating as he is at line ball, he should win the tournament. Unfortunately, he's not, and that is a ball out the zone.
Are you a big Hoy fan then?
You know, any of my co-commentators I've worked with, you know, I've got to show my love and support for. So even if you were to play Simran, I would unfortunately have to give my support to you as well.
Unfortunately.
unfortunately. So, we're all a team here as commentators, so we do not like to rip each other apart. Unless it's Alex, of course, then I'm more than happy to penalise any mistake he makes.
Both teams seem to have kind of gotten into their groove, seem to know the strength to which to hit the balls. Hoy hitting quite a solid shot near the pocket. That is obviously a great tactic to make sure that your balls are not knocked out of the scoring zone again. If you would like to hear more about the kind of tactics that you can use as part of line ball, please do visit our How to Play Line Ball pool video by Max.
Yeah, or go and watch the Pioneer Championships as well, where Max tended to display a lot of line ball experience, and the games were obviously a lot longer, first to 10, so you get a lot of insight on how to play. And that was Alice potting a red ball, making it 2-2 in the tournament itself. Once again, saying thank you to Rubbish Snooker for sponsoring the tournament at Cousin Paul and Snooker Bar. The Vanguard Invitational is now 2-0 to the Wet Bandits.
Alice falling into that trap of that ball by the pocket. And it seems that it's these kind of risky moves that are really disadvantaging Alice at this time.
Yeah, they definitely took the bait there from Hoy's shot right into the pocket there, thinking they might be able to try and knock it out, but instead they knock it in.
He is a charmer. It's not their fault.
Yeah, he is a flirt. Don't get me wrong. We've all fallen for it.
Wet Bandits trying to knock out the Alice ball, but unfortunately keeping it in there and knocking their own ball out of the scoring zone, keeping the points at 1-0.
Yeah, what do you think the Wet Bandits should do here in this round? They have a 2-point lead. What sort of tactics should they go for? Should they be aggressive, or should they just try and play safe to get the point nice and simply at this point?
I would say they have quite an opportunity to play some risky shots, only because a lot of the balls are placed in the middle as opposed to the edges or near the black ball, so it is less difficult to kind of get your ball in.
Yeah, as we've just seen that Alice has just knocked one of their own balls out the zone. Again, I think the nerves are starting to show, especially in this game at this point now. At this point, it does seem like a matter of time until the end of the game. But maybe we could be surprised. Anything could happen in line ball. A lot of mystery, a lot of tension. The black ball could get here any time. So
both teams seem to be playing less risky shots in this game, in this round. So maybe we will see this to be a longer kind of game. It seems to be building up to that.
Yeah, I think Alice really needs to get composed. Both players, they need to certainly show what they're capable of. So they do need to start showing that they are a force to be reckoned with.
The Wet Bandits playing a brilliant shot there, knocking out one of the Alice balls. Alice back in it again by knocking the ball back in, but unfortunately having another ball outside of the scoring zone, but still in the playing area.
Yeah, a very aggressive shot there. A bit senseless, I would say, with that shot. Slightly too aggressive. They should just be playing it towards that pocket, making it impossible to hit out. It is a straight line for them into that gap, whereas Alice would have to play across the table. So they should really be taking advantage of this at this point, especially on match point.
I'm not quite sure where he was aiming, to be honest. I would have been aiming for that left corner behind all of the yellow balls.
Well, it looked like he was aiming for the other team with that shot, how hard he was hitting it. So again, a really aggressive shot here. Alice not taking their time here. One ball left. They're only 4-3 up. Anything could happen at this point. The Wet Bandits just need to get their balls in, and then they can take it to a tie-break unless they knock out another ball.
It seems Byron might have spotted exactly what I was pointing out earlier. Hoy taking a shot, perhaps back into the same kind of region where he was aiming before. And he's gone through the 2 yellow balls, but unfortunately has not made it through to the scoring zone.
You know, Alice here taking a risk with their shots here. You know, it does beg the question, what is Alice at this point? You know, we've got
Who is
Aditya,
Alice? Where is Alice?
their name at the start, you know, the double A carrying across from Aditya's name. But what is Alice? Where has it come from? So, as we've seen here, Alice has picked up a point. It is 2-1 now. The tensions are beginning to rise. Are we about to see the comeback of the line ball century here from Team Alice?
Yes, as we know, a line ball century is actually 2 days as opposed to the classic 100 years. So perhaps it is possible that today we will see our very first occurrence of that.
Yeah, we haven't quite seen a comeback yet in the line ball games. Once a team takes the lead, we haven't seen a team come back from a deficit of at least 2.
If anyone can do it, Alice can.
Yeah, we're rooting for Alice, but deep down, we all want Hoy to win because he is a charmer.
Oh, look at Hoy giving Alice some nice tips right there to the other team. He's just a man of the people.
He is fan favourite, Hoy. You know, everyone likes to cheer him on. You know, autographs in the street. A lot of things go down with fans, photos, etc., videos, video calls with fans as well.
I think I will struggle the most when John plays against Hoy.
What's that so? It'd be a tough day in the office.
Indeed. Aditya taking his first shot for this round, finally getting a ball into the playing area, unlike the Wet Bandits, who still have no balls in the scoring zone. Hopefully Byron can change that with his next shot.
Yeah, we really haven't seen enough perfect shots in the tournament so far. No one really playing towards the corners. You know, a lot in open space. Obviously, the game's only being first to 3, but you would think that players might want to be a little bit more tactical with their shots. You know, and that is a ball out of play for Alice.
Yeah, I think that really shows the difference between the more experienced line ball players and the more amateur line ball players who tend to just be aiming to get their ball into the point zone as opposed to strategically getting it placed somewhere in the scoring zone.
If you're Alice right now, what do you do?
I think it's a perfect opportunity to knock out one of those red balls and get one of their balls in. Of course, it really depends on whether they think that they're able to.
Yeah, is the risk
There is
worth it
that.
at this point? Because they could just hit that ball down the line every single time. You know, cover that far pocket on the right-hand side, away from the black ball, away from any risk. Or do they try and knock a red ball out, which ultimately might lead to the end of the game at this point?
I think that was a great shot by Aditya. He's got his 2 balls into the scoring zone. And although he has not knocked out another red ball, it is a step in the right direction. The Wet Bandits
Clearly.
do anything to help themselves.
Yeah, they're certainly showing that they are capable here of making this game stretch out over 5 rounds, if need be, a 5-round game, if necessary. They are playing quite conserved at this point as well, so it is interesting to see what they are made of, especially when the pressure starts to come on from the Wet Bandits.
We are in another match point status, so the pressure is intense here in the pool and snooker bar in Canterbury.
Once again, a big shout out to our sponsor, Rubbish Snooker. You know, it's very important that we do have sponsors who are so keen and excited about the line ball scene as well as it starts to grow at the Vanguard Invitational as well. And also a massive thank you to Cousin Paul and Snooker Bar once again for hosting the tournament at this point too. So back to the game. 4-3 in the Wet Bandits, 1 ball left. Alice and 2 balls left. They need to make sure that they get their balls in. It is pivotal at this point to not throw away any silly points.
this is the point where they should start knocking out other balls from the wet bandits, in my opinion. Unfortunately, that was not an aggressive enough shot to knock another ball out of play. And wet bandits easily knocking one of their balls into the scoring zone. This is a final opportunity for Alice to get another ball in and stay in the game.
Yeah, Alice could take a massive risk here, maybe try and aim to get a red one out. I think they will just play this safe. I think it's a smart move to take it to a tiebreak to give themselves a chance. You don't really want to take risks at this point. This is match point if they get it wrong. So
yeah, I personally agree that they should just play it safe for this round, but I have a feeling they're going to try and knock out one of the red balls just from their playing style that we've seen so far.
yep, Alice cementing their ball in the zone, sitting in quite a strong position behind the red ball there. So we are now down to the tiebreak. If you are unfamiliar with the rules, please go and check out how to play line ball. The video is on the channel. It explains the rules in good detail with the commentary of Max Barrett, a player in our tournament.
As a small summary, players need to hit the white ball to knock out the opposing team's ball, but not into one of the pockets. If they hit a ball into the pocket or they hit the black ball, they lose the round. So let's see Hoy taking the first shot.
Exactly. The excitement here is to die for. And if you are enjoying line ball, please feel free to watch more videos on the channel, or the line ball channel. Feel free to like, subscribe. Let us know what you think of the players in the comments. Don't be too harsh on them, although we are very much harsh on them. But you don't be afraid to give them some slack as well, and some criticism too.
Yes, tell us in the comments what you think Alice is, who you think Alice is, where you think Alice is.
Why you think Alice is.
Exactly. Shauna giving Aditya some advice on where to hit the ball, how to hit the ball.
If she wants to hit the ball. If they want to hit the ball, I should say.
In the last round, Hoy did hit both two other balls, but they both stayed in the point scoring zone, so no balls were knocked out. Unfortunately, it was quite a risky move by him.
I'm interested to see what the shot is here, because it's at a very strange angle.
Oh, and he's got the white ball in.
And that is viciously hitting. The Wet Bandits taking the victory in the game of a score of 3-1. As we'll see here, the replay, the white ball lashes through all the balls. It was a strange angle to try and hit the ball out there from Alice, giving the Wet Bandits, as you can see there from their logo, swimming through to another victory here.
Hey, my name's Kieran Paul and I'm the creator of Rubbish Snooker, which is the proud sponsor of the Vanguard Invitational Line Ball Tournament, of which the winners win a piece of Rubbish Snooker art.
As well, Alice crumbling under the pressure of the Wet Bandits and our hero Hoy from getting the win as well.
Yeah, I would say that was quite a good game. That could have been quite an intense game. Unfortunately, Alice making a few too many mistakes. I think we really see we really see people's expertise in line ball come out in those tie-break situations. So as you can see here, after the first round of all of the games played, we have Maximum Impact, obviously, taking first place so far with a 3-point differential. Next we have Daddy's Clackers and the Wet Bandits coming in second and third. And then we have the losing teams below. Our next games that we will have coming up will be, first we'll have the Daddy's Clackers versus Line Aid. Do you have any favourites for the upcoming match, Matt?
We really did see the expertise of Daddy's Clackers slowly start to build in in their game against the Red Hot Chili Potters last time out. Lineade were very quickly dispatched by Maximum Impact, so maybe we might see a little bit more of them. Who knows at this point? They are desperate for a win, but obviously a -3 points difference as well. Getting absolutely destroyed is the only way to describe it by Maximum Impact. So it's exciting to see, will they crawl out their shell? Will they develop as a team? Will they actually make it past the group stages? All to find out in the next game. Once again, thank you very much for watching the Vanguard Invitational, sponsored by Rubbish Snooker at Cousins Portland Snooker Bar in Canterbury. Please do not be afraid to subscribe, like, comment on the videos. New videos will be out every Tuesday and Thursday, 6 PM British time. I won't say if it's British summertime or in the winter, because you never know when you'll be watching this. So please make sure to watch every Tuesday and Thursday at the Line Ball Championship, the Vanguard Invitational. I've been Matt.
I've been Simran.
And thank you very much for watching. See you again in the next game. Goodbye.
Hi. Hello and welcome back to the Vanguard Invitational, sponsored by Rubbish Snooker at Cousins Pool and Snooker Bar in Canterbury. As you can see, we are currently into the next round of our group stages. Every team has played a game. However, in this next round, Maximum Impact will be playing... No, sorry, not Maximum Impact. Daddy's Clackers will be playing Lineade. I clearly just can't get Maximum Impact out of my head. They just have given the Maximum Impact. So yes, we have Daddy's Clackers versus Lineade. Lineade at the bottom of the table currently, and Daddy's Clackers coming in second. This should be an interesting game. I am Simran. I'm joined here with Matt. Matt, how are you feeling about this game?
I'm really hoping for another Daddy Clackers power performance here. Not because we like to bring down Alex and Ardit, but we know our big fans. So let's talk about some of the players we have here today. So we do have Anki Dams. He is the people's person. He is certainly a person of mine, on my radar all the time. He's an audiobook producer and he does a bit of stand-up comedian work. So very interested to see if he can laugh his opponents off the stage in this game.
Yeah, I'm ready to see how he can bring those kind of skills into the line ball tournament. I think he was quite strong in his last game with John. I think he made a lot more dangerous, risky shots that really got them ahead. So let's see how that goes. And now on the Lineade team, we have Alex and Ardit. Alex has had previously a lot of shine on this channel. So let's look up, and he is known as Alex Legends by his comrades. Not sure who these comrades are. I know
comrades in quotation marks.
Interesting. And he is a lead line ball strategist, which is interesting from a team coming from the bottom of the table. Let's see if they can pull themselves ahead in this game.
Like we were saying before, Lineade seriously need a miracle if they want to go through this group stage. They're playing now a tough team. Of course, they were playing probably one of the better teams in the tournament in the first round of the group stages. But the second round, it doesn't get much easier either, because we have two very strong line ball players as well to start off the game.
We have Alex taking the first shot into the far corner. A nice, safe shot, but a very a very strategically strong shot against the borders. And Anki hitting his yellow ball very close to it.
Yeah, we are certainly seeing, so the black ball's right on the edge of the top left of the scoring zone. So looking like both teams are opting to play very much away from that. We do have Lineade learning from their mistakes, not hitting the black ball after their second shot every round and losing in seconds. They seem to have finally screwed their work cap on and they are ready to go.
Yeah, it seems they've really learned from their mistakes, or had a good talking to each other in the locker room outside. Thank you again.
Imagine the locker room. Sorry.
Thank you again to Rubbish Snooker for sponsoring this. And yes, the locker room.
The locker room must have been a very miserable place. They were only out for a couple of minutes before they had to sit back down put themselves in the mirror after that. So we have just seen Anki go
Wild
for
shot.
probably the most powerful shot we've seen so far in the tournament and hit absolutely nothing. I can imagine he'll go for that again if all the balls are lined up over that side. Don't get me wrong, it is entertaining, and we are a massive fan of Anki on the Line Ball channel. But was that the right shot, Simran?
Maybe it was a power move, to assert his dominance. Although it would be a strange move, as currently Lineade are pulling ahead, clustering around a singular clacker. John taking his next shot now, perhaps to join the cluster as well. I would say that was quite a rash shot by Anki, actually.
That's
Perhaps
a
he was trying to do
fantastic
what
shot.
John's just done there, I believe.
Yeah, that was a sensational shot there by John. He is an engineer, so he's used to working with precision in his jobs. So maybe we've just shown the child how the master works.
Oh, and as you can see, Lineage trying to pull a similar move, but unfortunately knocking out one of their own balls as well as one of Daddy's clackers. And keep
Is this
playing
going to
it.
hit? And that is a hit.
I was
Line
about to
Ball
say,
have
and
conceded a
keep
point.
playing and keep playing it dangerously close to the black ball, knocking it and giving Lineage point. Is this their first point of the whole tournament?
Hey, I'm Kieran, the creator of Rubbish Snooker, which makes art out of litter on an outdoor pool table. And I'm really proud to sponsor the Vanguard Invitational Line Ball Tournament, and check out rubbishsnooker.com.
Oh,
Or am I mistaken?
we almost just saw the black ball get potted there in the serve at the start. Very interesting start to the game. I think Anki's really underestimating the opponents they're playing here after they saw what maximum impact did to them. So
Yeah, perhaps Daddy's Clackers may have been a bit too ahead of themselves in this game because Lineade was so disastrously destroyed by maximum impact. But perhaps they have more to give to this game than previously they have been able to show.
exactly, it does seem like Lineade, a little bit more screwed on this game. They're playing a lot more safer, playing to the sides, clustering their balls over to the cushion. So we have to be careful here, especially for Daddy's Clackers, not to take this too lightly, because we didn't quite get to see what Lineade were made of in the first game, so they might be a lot better than we think.
Yeah, that was actually quite a brilliant shot by Lineade, pushing both of their balls into the playing zone, and Keep just now taking a shot dangerously close again to the black ball, but narrowly missing. It also seems that Lineade have a favourite corner in this round that they seem to be brilliantly shooting into. They are currently taking a 3-2 lead.
Yeah, it does seem like there was a lot of nerves in the first game, trying to take their shots quickly. Seems like a lot more composed from Alex and Ardit in this game. So it is exciting to see. Very risky shot there. Very close to the black ball, but they are safe and they have managed to knock the red ball away. Very difficult position for them now to do anything with that.
Ooh.
And we have seen Lineade possible. The scores are now even. Is this the start of what we were thinking would happen as the inevitable?
Are you finding the game so far quite surprising, Matt?
I think we're seeing a lot more of Lineade, than we were expecting. I was thinking that we might see another blowout in result. But, it is exciting. It is Cousin Paul and Snooker Bar in Canterbury. Alex and Ardit have both had their experience here before. They have got their practice behind closed doors here in Canterbury. So we should see a lot more of them, hopefully, start to develop in this game.
As we know, anything is possible at Cousins Pool and Snooker Bar, so the sky is really the limit. I think we have a new Lineade number one fan out of you, Matt, after this game.
Never be me. I could never be a fan of Lineade, unfortunately, especially when they're playing my co-commentators such as Anki and previously Max as well, who we are all friends with on the channel as well. So, who we're also friends with is our sponsor.
Hey, my name's Kieran and I am the creator of Rubbish Snooker, which is proudly sponsoring the Vanguard Invitational Line Ball Pool Tournament. What is Rubbish Snooker? Well, Rubbish Snooker creates art on an outdoor pool table using upcycled and littered lids. This is just one example. They get printed on canvases and they're available at rubbishsnooker.com and Etsy.
Please feel free, if you do like the content on the channel, it is posted every Tuesday and Thursday, 6 PM UK time. Please like, subscribe, come watch some more line ball.
We had just seen in the last game Daddy's Clackers being slightly rattled by the by Lineade winning a point, but in the last two games, we've just seen Lineade pot balls twice. Is that touching?
Ooh.
Apparently not.
I hate to give my Gary Neville impression, but that was a ooh moment. How close that red ball was.
I think
to
that's
almost
a VAR
throwing away.
moment. I want the
That is
zoom in.
very close, very, very close to throwing away the whole game right there and then. You know, I feel like we've really seen a response here in the latter half of the game from Daddy's Clackers. They realised that, wait a second, Lineade's got a point. We can't let that happen. So maybe Lineade got a little bit too excited with their first point ever, probably maybe their last point ever. Who knows? So we might see a little bit more excitement from Daddy's Clackers in order to finish them off as quick as possible. Simran, your thoughts?
Yeah, we can see Daddy's Clackers getting their head back in the game, kind of taking it a bit more seriously again, making sure that all of their balls are safely in the scoring zone. Both teams kind of opting for that area, especially after Lineade hit that red ball so close to the black, dangerously close.
Yeah, we are starting to see. Yeah, we are really starting to see a game which is similar to the Pioneer Championships. If you want to check that out, that is also on the Line Ball channel. Well, a lot of the balls are very much clustered together, very close to the pocket, very close to the back cushion as well. The shots in this round have been much better than what we've seen in the previous rounds. Not as rash, a little bit more delicate in the way they're hitting the balls as well.
The learning curve is significantly steep in the beginning of this invitational. As we can see, it's kind of tending towards expert players such as Max.
Yeah, I do like to see when players are taking it a little bit more seriously now. You know, we have just seen Lineade knock out another ball from Daddy's Clackers here. John here to take the shot, maybe to knock that ball back in. Has to be careful, of course. Great shot there, getting that ball back in. The other yellow in prime position as well to knock that back in as well. This game's starting to look like a tie-breaks on the cards.
Yes, both teams really getting into their stride, it seems. I also agree. I think this will be a tiebreaker in our midst unless someone makes a hasty mistake. I would say the best option would be to bring it to a tie, or potentially to knock out that central yellow ball that is slightly more open. What are your thoughts, Matt?
I think they just need to play this safe, but are they going to do it? It is Lineade. However, Lineade once again proving why they are bottom of the table with a shot like that. Potting the ball when they should not be taking risks. Placing it should have been more careful, but they have knocked in one of Daddy's Clackers' balls, handing them their second win of the tournament, moving them to the top of the table. So congratulations to Daddy's Clackers. They have overtaken Maximum Impact for now, until they play in the next game. Simran, your thoughts on that game?
We really saw Lineade come into their own, but unfortunately it was not enough to take down Daddy's Clackers. I do think though, I did notice that a lot of the ways that they lost the games was through their own errors as opposed to the other team playing attacking shots. So maybe this is something that they will work on up to the next game. As we can see, Lineade's still at the bottom of the table and Daddy's Clackers pulling into first place.
It is very interesting to see that Line Ball are tripping themselves up a lot in this tournament. You know, especially the first game, we didn't see much of them. Lineade, I should say. Lineade does trip themselves up quite a lot with their mistakes. We did see a bit of flourish at the start of the first game. They played there against Daddy's Clackers. But once Daddy's Clackers really went into second gear there, they weren't really a match long term in the game. Even when Anki was just hitting some fun shots as well, hitting them as hard as he could, we still saw Daddy's Clackers come out on top as well.
Kind of have the freedom to play these kind of free, risky shots like Anki and John were doing. Unfortunately, that was much to the demise of Lineade. In our next game, we'll be seeing Alice playing Maximum Impact. Should be a very interesting game. Perhaps in this next game we will learn who is Alice, what is Alice, and we will see if Maximum Impact is really as good as they claim to be.
Yeah, we might actually see a Maximum Impact carry on their winning streak, or we might see Alice surprisingly pull 3 points, I should say, away from Maximum Impact and cause an upset. However, I do see Maximum Impact probably taking the win in the second game of their tournament as well. Any final thoughts, Simran?
We never know. As we said before, anything is possible at Cousins Pool and Snooker Bar. I would like to again thank our sponsor, Rubbish Snooker, for believing in Line Ball. I'd like to thank Cousins Pool and Snooker Bar in Canterbury for hosting. I'd like to remind everyone to join every Tuesday and Thursday. Please subscribe to hear more and join us on the Vanguard Invitational.
Thank you very much for watching. I've been Matt.
I've been Simran.
Thank you very much for watching. Join us again either next Tuesday or Thursday, 6 p.m. UK British time. Thank you for watching.
UK
Goodbye.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Vanguard Invitational group stages. We are in group stage game 5 against Alice versus Maximum Impact. I'm Matt and I'm joined by Simran.
In this game, we'll be seeing Alice play Maximum Impact. So far, Maximum Impact have won a game and Alice have unfortunately lost a game. So we never know. The games are warming up now. People are getting more in their stride. Let's see what they can bring to the game.
Fantastic news. So, Alice are playing against Maximum Impact. They did give a good game to Wet Bandits. However, the Wet Bandits did come on top. So, let's have the rundown of the teams.
On this team, we have Shana, who is a juggler and a problem solver. I bet that would be useful in Line Ball, in choosing her shots, making her decisions. With that maths degree, she can whip out her protractor and start measuring her way around the table. Who knows?
Yeah, she's also a plant parent here, so maybe we'll see a little bit more about her. Maybe nurturing the table, nurturing where her shots are going to go in this game against Maximum Impact. And going on to the second team, we have Sam here, also a lover of almond croissants as well. We spoke about before. Max also being allergic to nuts, so maybe they might clash on the table due to this as well. He is also a mind maestro, so maybe he'll put that to use onto the table too.
Maybe he manipulates the players and that's how he wins. Who knows? Let's see.
Exactly. Let's see if the chemistry will flourish today as well. You know, last time on the table they looked fantastic. Early doors, you know, a quick win against Lineade. Although they were a bit rusty straight into their first game. Both Lineade and Maximum Impact first team on, not any practice at Cousins Pool and Snooker Bar in Canterbury, who are hosting the games today. Also sponsored by Rubbish Snooker. Let the game begin.
Maximum Impact taking the first shot far away from the black ball, which is placed on the left-hand side, making a nice and safe shot for the first go. Maybe trying to be nice to the newbies, Alice.
Yeah, we're seeing a nice, gentle start. However, not from Alice here, knocking a red ball immediately out of play. They are here to play today. How will Maximum
Yeah.
Impact respond?
Brilliant shot by Shana there, followed by another brilliant shot from Maximum Impact, pushing out both balls out of the scoring zone, but unfortunately, perhaps not as successful as Alice were in completely removing a ball from play. I would
Yeah, it
say
definitely looks
Alice
like
are
that red
playing.
ball. Hmm.
I
It
would say
definitely
that
looks like
Alice
that
are
red ball is out
playing.
of play.
Ooh, that's
So
a
that is a
shame. I
point,
was.
Maximum Impact. Apologies for talking over you, Simran.
I was about to say I thought Alice was playing brilliantly in this round, but even then, we all know blind ball can go in any direction, and one small mistake can really change the whole game.
Yeah, definitely here. We see Maximum Impact pick up their first point of the game. Very highly contested at the start of the round, but a sloppy shot there from Alice, and they give away a point here.
Maximum Impact opting to go a little closer to the black ball this time. Would you say that that's another strategic move?
Yeah, I think they're going to try and play this, and try and get this game also done as quick as possible here. Maximum Impact trying to get rid of that yellow ball, make it as difficult as possible to put into the end zone. Their red ball close to the black ball here. Very easy for them to tuck this behind the black ball here with the position of the black ball. So let's see what Alice can do here.
Aditya making a shot onto the right side again, getting into the scoring zone. We have equal points now for both teams.
Max,
It seems that perhaps after that singular shot of the red ball, both teams are looking to keep on the other safe side. It seems
yeah,
that
Maximum Impact here have not done themselves any favours, knocking one of their own balls out of play. However, Alice has potted, unfortunately, one of their yellow balls, and it is now 2-0 Maximum Impact.
Hey, I'm Kieran, the creator of Rubbish Snooker, which makes art out of litter on an outdoor pool table. And I'm really proud to sponsor the Vanguard Invitational line ball tournament, and check out rubbishsnooker.com.
After a mistake from Maximum Impact as well, they should have been punished, but we have not seen that here.
Do you know what? I think that was still a brilliant shot by Shana. If I had made that shot and lost the point, I'd still be happy with it. She knocked the red ball out of the way, got all of her balls in. Unfortunately, hit it a bit too hard, but hey ho, that's the game.
Excellent shot. It would have been a fantastic point to monitor on Pot or Not, also on the Line Ball channel. Please go watch it on the YouTube channel. Please feel free to subscribe, like, comment on the videos. Tell us what we're doing wrong. Tell us what you want to hear from us. We'd also love it as well.
Aditya taking the first shot for this game. This is actually potentially the final game with Maximum Impact in the lead. 2-0, but who knows, anything could change.
Maximum Impact there, planted the ball perfectly behind one of the yellow balls. Almost impossible to knock that one out. Alice, I think just needs to play a little bit more careful here. Get some of the balls into the zone. Try and prolong this game for as long as possible. Unfortunately, not quite in the zone that time. A little bit firm down the middle. Maybe should try and plant it behind the black ball. Your thoughts, Simran?
Yeah, I think Maximum Impact, because they're more experienced, they're less likely to make those kind of sloppy shots and unfortunate mistakes like we are seeing a lot of the other teams making in these games. I think Alice are playing very well for their lack of experience, but perhaps not as matched up to Maximum Impact as they would hope to be.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like they're not really taking advantage of playing it across the black ball there, trying to put a ball behind it. Nor is Maximum Impact. They could use that black ball to shield away from the yellow balls, or the opposition here of Alice. But it's an open game at this point. 3-2 to Maximum Impact. All balls are in play. Let's see what happens.
I think Alice are finally learning to maybe play a bit of a safer game as opposed to a more aggressive one when playing with the creators of line ball. And I think they're definitely doing well steering clear of that black ball and playing less strong shots.
Yeah,
Just to make
Maximum
it.
Impact here, playing a very, very careful game. playing their shots nicely. Both Sam and Max here are playing shots to the best of their ability here. Playing them brown, the yellow balls. All of their red balls are planted at least behind another yellow ball, making it very hard if this does go to a tie break for them to win it.
Yeah, maximum impact is definitely shielding their balls away, keeping themselves in safe positions, making them harder to knock out, which would be necessary. They're really, taking these guys for a ride.
Yeah, a tough shot there from Alice. Not quite knocking any of the red balls into a position where they could be knocked out. But the yellow ball is in a good position to be knocked in by another yellow ball. So hopefully we'll see that now. Yeah, fantastic shot there. Getting their ball in, getting the other yellow ball very close. Maximum impact just need to get their ball in here to put the pressure on. Alice here. Again, a fantastic shot. What will we see from Alice here?
I think these are all brilliant shots. I think everyone's kind of hoping to make it to the tie situation. And I think that maximum impact will definitely have an easier go at knocking out the yellow balls, but who knows?
That's a fantastic shot there from Alice, taking this game to a tie break. Giving maximum impact a run for their money, not being a pushover too easily. And now we are at the tie break. And that yellow ball has just stayed in there from Alice. It is very, very close. We hope that Alice might be able to knock a red ball out here, prolong this game a little bit further. But unfortunately, they did knock out a ball from maximum impact, but they did pot a yellow ball in the process, therefore losing the point and ultimately losing the game 3-0.
It's a shame. Those shots where you're trying to get a ball out using the white ball is always so difficult because it requires such a perfect level of force to be used. If you hit it too hard, like we saw there, you'll knock a ball in. But if you don't hit it hard enough, you won't knock someone else's ball out. How do you feel overall about the game, Matt?
I think Alice really showed that they are a force to be reckoned with. The scoreline might not reflect this, but especially in that tiebreak, they are not afraid to give it a go when they're in a tough position, and they should be credited for that too. Some difficult shots, some fantastic shots as well they played. Maximum impact also flourishing a few of their skills today, showing that they're not just good shot-wise, but also very tactically to see out the game and win that point.
Yeah, I think Maximum Impact really met their match today, even though, again, it wasn't reflected in the points. I do think, though, that we are going to see great things from Alex and Maximum Impact in the next few games. As you can see from the table, Alice are now in 5th place with a 5-point differential, not having, unfortunately, won any games. And Maximum Impact back in that top spot with one game in hand against Daddy's Clackers.
Yeah, we have seen a clean sweep here from Maximum Impact. The first game was over very quickly. They didn't really get to showcase any of their skills. And this game, Maximum Impact are really demonstrating that they might be one of the favourites in this tournament here with their shot taking, their tactics. However, don't rule out Alice here. They are still in, at this point, in 5th place in the playoff spots here. Another game to go in the group stage as well. Plenty to see from them too. Let's see what they can do.
Yeah, I think so far Maximum Impact have kind of been cruising through the tournament. Their skill level is clearly much higher above a lot of the other teams, having had much more experience and much more practice in the past. But I think that the other teams are definitely picking up in their skills and abilities, and they should definitely, hopefully, be more wary in their upcoming games. Speaking of, in our next game, we have the Wet Bandits and the Red Hot Chili Potters playing against each other. So let's see how that goes.
Yeah, there's definitely, especially a huge thank you to Cousins Paul and Snooker Bar for allowing the Vanguard Invitational to be hosted on their tables and allowing the teams to have their practice there and also play the tournament there. And once again, a huge thank you again to Rubbish Snooker for sponsoring the tournament and sponsoring the prize for the tournament as well. So a huge thank you to them too. Once again, thank you very much for watching the Vanguard Invitational. This has been the group stage, the 5th game in the group stage. I've been Matt.
I've been Simran.
thank you very much for watching. Please feel free to subscribe, like, comment your thoughts on the game, comment who you might think the favourite of the tournament will be. Thank you very much for watching. See you again in the next game. Bye-bye.
Bye. Hello and welcome to the Vanguard Invitational, sponsored by Rubbish Snooker at Cousins Pool and Snooker Bar in Canterbury. We are here today for a game between the Wet Bandits and the Red Hot Chili Potters. I am Simran and I'm joined here with Matt.
Thank you for having me, Simran.
Yes, and as you can see on the board right now, the Wet Bandits are placed third, having won a game, and the Red Hot Chili Potters are unfortunately just underneath them, placed fourth, having lost a game previously.
Yeah, the Red Hot Chili Potters here do have a lot of work to do in this next game. Brandon and Tim here, you know, they do have work to do, but I'm optimistic for them. I hope for the best for them. They are playing against the Wet Bandits as well, who were quite strong on their outing there. Hoy and Byron really showcasing their ability in their first game too.
Hoy is apparently not Brazilian. Is that shocking information? Not sure. Byron really giving the minimum level of detail possible. However, perhaps his height of 6'2" will come into help. It kind of looks like a dating profile from where I'm standing.
Yeah, it does. He just needs to put his hobbies at the bottom there, and then I might swipe right on Byron here. We also have Hoy, our moist hero, as he likes to be described himself, which is slightly disturbing for the viewers at home, but do not think too much of it. And the other team here, Brandon and Tim. Brandon being a pub enthusiast, so maybe his skills in the pub, especially at Cousins Pool and Snooker Bar in Canterbury, can be on display here as well. And on the other side, we have Tim, a media editor. Maybe he can edit this game to put it into his favour.
Tim is also a social pool player, suggesting that he has more experience on a table than perhaps the other team members, but besides the other players. So let's see if that also comes into play here to help. Unfortunately, last time it didn't, but you know, every game is a new chapter.
Yeah, so
Red Hot Chili Peppers taking their first shot, unfortunately not making it into the scoring zone, needing a bit more oomph for that shot.
Yeah, definitely. Going into this game, a lot of bag of grins here. You know, hopefully hoping for the best for the Red Hot Chili Potters here and the Wet Bandits. First shot here from the Red Hot Chili Potters, not up to scratch, a little bit short here. Second shot as well, very short. Both teams seem to be avoiding the black ball on the right hand side too.
Completely opposite. The Wet Bandits have taken too aggressive a shot, knocking one of their balls out of play, unfortunately. This is a great position for Red Hot Chili Potters to be in, getting one ball in. Both teams have one ball currently in the scoring zone.
Yeah, the Wet Bandits here really not helping themselves out here with their second shot, knocking it out of play. Another ball not in the end zone, not in the final zone to score points. The Red Hot Chili Potters seem to be in quite a good position here, you know, focusing on getting their balls in here. Maybe they could play a little bit closer to the black if they want to take that risk. But for now, they are winning. So, who am I to judge?
Byron making a great shot there for Wet Bandits, getting two balls into the scoring zone, matching the scores of the opposing team again. I would say that these teams are perhaps very different in terms of their tactics. Red Hot Chili Potters really taking safe shots, slow shots, calculated shots, whereas Wet Bandits taking very aggressive tactics and hitting some very hard shots. A high risk, high reward approach.
Definitely there. You took that off the tip of my tongue. A lot of the balls very central here. Yellow balls knocking one of theirs in, you know, going 4-3 up, one ball left. A lot of work here to do for the Red Hot Chili Potters to stay in this game. They do need to knock one of their red balls in, maybe make theirs a little bit more secure as well. Otherwise, they are in trouble.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Red Hot Chili Potters will now need the Wet Bandits to not get a ball in. However, Hoy hitting a brilliant shot and getting 5 points in the scoring zone. And that
Excellent
is
work
it.
here from the Moist Hero.
Mm. Anki Dams, everyone's favorite hero, helping out and throwing the black ball to help his best friend Hui Yinlai.
Perfect example of sportsmanship here. Our commentators all working together in unison, making sure the game's running smoothly for their counterparts. Maybe a brewing relationship between the two of them behind closed doors. What do you think, Simran?
Yes, definitely. I would say that everyone at this tournament has come back with a great experience, lifelong friends, and perhaps a bit of shame from their losses, but also a great deal of pleasure.
Yeah. Maybe in
Red
the
Hot Chili
afterlife we'll see a little bit more.
Red Hot Chili Peppers, unfortunately, not getting a ball into the scoring zone, being matched by the Wet Bandits. Is that a mocking kind of shot, would you say? Completely mirroring what they've done there.
Yeah, maybe just saying to them that we can do exactly what you do, even though it was in a poor context of the shot. But they can go stride for them, either in the pool or on the pool table.
Again, they are making completely exact shots that are mirroring the other team. It's almost like a dance-off.
It's lovely symmetry here on the table. It's quite pleasing for the eye at this point.
And Byron now taking another shot, an aggressive shot, which unfortunately has knocked one of their own balls out of the scoring zone. The score is now 3-2 to the Red Hot Chili Potters.
Yeah, that yellow ball is in a good position to hit as well. Fantastic shot here to knock another ball out from the Wet Bandits by the Red Hot Chili Potters here. But both balls are in a position to hit back into the zone. Maybe a little bit easier than our Red Hot Chili Potters to put in. But that shot there was a bit sloppy there from Hoy. Unfortunately, well, they have put themselves in a difficult position going forward.
A bit too much of an aggressive shot there from Hoy, him falling to his knees in dismay afterwards. This next shot taken by Tim has increased their points to 4 points, bringing them really ahead. Wet Bandits are really going to have to do something to pull this out of the bag.
That is a sensational shot there from Byron in order to get that ball back into play.
Sensational, but maybe not enough, unfortunately.
Now that must be the lightest shot we've seen in the line ball tournament so far. The Vanguard Invitational has not seen a shot like it, which puts a lot of pressure now on the Red Hot Chili Potters. And given the Wet Bandits a chance to come back.
Yeah, Wet Bandits now having equal points, the Red Hot Chili Potters, but I would say that the Wet Bandits have more exposed balls out in the scoring zone that could be easily targeted to be knocked out.
There's a lot of pressure here. The Red Hot Chili Potters are playing very close to the black ball here. However, that might play into their advantage later on if this game does go to a tiebreak.
That could have been a brilliant win for the Wet Bandits, but unfortunately, one of their yellow balls has been knocked out of the scoring zone, bringing us to the tie position.
Yes, if you are still uncertain on the rules of the tiebreak or any of the rules on line ball, please go watch How to Play Line Ball on the Line Ball channel, where the creator of the game, Max, also part of the team Maximum Impact, that explains how to play the game to the scale it needs to be.
Very bold shot by Brandon, very aggressive, but it worked in his favor because he did not get although he didn't get a ball out, he didn't knock a ball into the pot. Hoy now taking a shot, I'm assuming going for that red ball, but unfortunately he has been unsuccessful and has hit the black ball.
Hey, I'm Kieran, the creator of Rubbish Snooker, which makes art out of litter on an outdoor pool table. And I'm really proud to sponsor the Vanguard Invitational Line Ball Tournament, and check out rubbishsnooker.com.
Yeah, maybe a slightly too risky shot there from Hoy. I think he could have played it a little bit safer, maybe tried to knock one of the Red Hot Chili Potters balls a little bit and make it a little bit more exposed. or maybe try to make one of his balls a little bit safer. But we didn't see that there. Now 1-1. A game which could have gone 2-0 if the shot was slightly different before the tiebreak. It's now 1-1. What will we see in this game?
Yeah, quite a well-balanced game. Both teams really showing what they're made of. Although they both have very different tactics, it clearly is working for both of them.
Yeah, Red Hot Chili Peppers really demonstrating that they can actually play line ball this game rather than Sloppy Green. I'm just joking. That's a fantastic shot there, pushing that right against the cushion from the Red Hot Chili Peppers as well. Although central, it is very much against the pocket. Not easy to get out. The Wet Bandits have a lot to do.
Red Hot Chili Peppers really pushing their balls forward, straight against the backboard. It's a great tactic, a power move, really. They're just lining all their balls up nicely.
Something the Wet Bandits might dream of. That was a fantastic shot there from the Wet Bandits, knocking one of the red balls out perfectly, and also opening up the table, making the yellow balls for the Wet Bandits very secure on the right hand side. That red ball of the Red Hot Chili Peppers very exposed.
Although the Wet Bandits also have a very exposed yellow ball out on the left, close to the black ball, they also have the yellow ball on the far right, very close to the pocket, making it really safe and hard for the other team to get that ball out. They currently basically only have one ball exposed, as opposed to the Red Hot Chili Peppers that have now 4 balls that are out in the open that could be easily knocked out if the other team tried.
Yeah, the Wet Bandits here, that yellow ball is very close to the black ball, and from the position of those red balls, it is very, very difficult to hit that out of play and avoid the black ball. So we are seeing quite a conservative game in this round of the tournament. Both teams just focusing on hitting their balls in. A bit aggressive there from the Red Hot Chili Peppers. This could be taken advantage of to gain a point here. Potting it into the middle pocket could have been an option.
The Wet Bandits making a really bold move there to again keep to the right and go really close to the pocket. A dangerous move. I personally might be a bit too afraid to take it, but no one can stop Hoy from doing what he wants to do. Unfortunately,
this looks like it might be game.
Yeah. Red Hot Chili Peppers really hoping to get both of those balls into the scoring zone to keep themselves into the game. And the Wet Bandits taking the piss there with this. That now is the slowest shot that we've seen.
Yeah, that was more of a mocking shot there, not really a serious shot there. They knew they won the round, so get it over with. Just giving it a little tap to say, yeah, we already won. Yeah, exactly there. Red Hot Chili Peppers starting off a bit slow here in this fourth point, I should say now. Hitting it very aggressively. They just need to calm down a little bit, warm into the game. We're 4 games in now. Maybe they'll try and find their range here with the next couple of shots. No one's really opting to try and play near that black ball whatsoever throughout the entirety of this game between each other. Unlike some of the other teams opt to play close to it, they're playing very much far away to avoid that risk entirely.
We're taking a shot to push that yellow ball behind the 2 balls currently in the scoring zone. A brilliant tactical shot. I would say maybe
again a very aggressive shot.
I would say maybe the tension is getting to Red Hot Chili Peppers, being 1 point down overall in the games won. These shots are definitely a bit too aggressive, and they need to really find the correct pressure.
Yeah, we do need to see a bit more composure here from Red Hot Chili Peppers. They've been fantastic so far throughout this game, really giving the Wet Bandits a run for their money. But they just need to be a little bit more composed for some of these shots. Make sure their balls are getting into the zone, not really focusing on what the other team are doing. The Wet Bandits taking a 4-2 point lead here in this game. Let's see what they can do.
Red Hot Chili Peppers again, perhaps overcompensating for their previously too aggressive shots, really struggling to find that middle ground.
Yeah, it's very difficult for them at this point now. It looks like this might be game, set, and match, unless they can pot these two balls which are congested together. But there is a high risk that the black ball might be hit and ricochet off.
There we go.
And as I just said, that is now 3-1 to the Wet Bandits. Game, set, and match.
Hey, my name's Kieran and I am the creator of Rubbish Snooker, which is proudly sponsoring the Vanguard Invitational Line Ball Pool Tournament. What is Rubbish Snooker? Well, Rubbish Snooker creates art on an outdoor pool table using upcycled and littered lids. This is just one example. They get printed on canvases and they're available at rubbishsnooker.com and Etsy.
Unfortunately, the Red Hot Chili Peppers have not won their second game.
Yes, unfortunately, Red Hot Chili Peppers have taken a second loss. Wet Bandits taking their second win, pushing themselves up the board. We really saw both teams getting into their stride. I think Red Hot Chili Peppers, although they did lose, they really did give the Wet Bandits a run for their money, or perhaps a swim for their money, I would say. Matt, what did you think?
Yeah, the Red Hot Chili Peppers are showing and starting to warm into this tournament with some of the shots they are taking. You know, some of their shots, they're a bit wild, some of them are a bit too soft. Hopefully they'll find their balance in their levels of power as the tournament goes on. Currently now sitting in 4th place by points difference. But, you know, they can still climb up the table. There's plenty of time, so let's hope for the best for the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Anything's possible. Every team has now played 2 games each, so we can now kind of evenly look at them. Daddy's Clackers and the Wet Bandits equally placed, whereas Red Hot Chili Peppers coming in 4th, followed by Alice and the Lineade. Hopefully, one of these teams will be able to come up and take down Maximum Impact.
Yeah, definitely here. So we're at the end of the second fixtures. The table's looking quite nice in Maximum Impact's favour. Lineade next to play. Let's hope that we'll see a stronger performance from them in their third game and hope that they will get some points on the board.
Yeah, Lineade versus Alice is what we will be seeing in our next game. Both teams have had some losses, so they may be more evenly matched than perhaps in previous games from what we've seen.
Definitely here. So let's hope for the best for both Alice and both Lineade here. One of them will take their first point in the tournament. Let's hope that is a strong competitive game with lots of action.
Yes. Again, I would like to thank our sponsor, Rubbish Snooker, and Cousins Pool and Snooker Bar for hosting the tournament. Please tune in every Tuesday and Thursday for an update on the tournament. Please like and subscribe. Leave a comment on how you thought the game went, what you think of the players, how you like their jeans, how you feel about myself and Matt, anything. Thank you for joining us today. I've been Simran.
I've been Matt.
And we will see you again soon. Thank you.
Welcome back to Cousins Pool and Snooker Bar in Canterbury for the Vanguard Invitational, sponsored by Rubbish Snooker. We are in the third fixture of the group stage where we face off Lineade versus Alice. I'm Matt, I'm joined with Simran. Simran,
Hello.
Talk us through the groups.
Yeah, so today we'll be seeing Alice, who are currently placed in 5th place, and Lineade, who are currently placed in 6th place. This game is really going to impact the placement of the games. As you can see, they both have the same points difference and the same number of games played, so this will really set them apart.
Yeah, definitely here. So we can see that the top of the table, all the teams have Maximum Impact, the Wet Bandits and Daddy's Clackers have come away with 6 points in their first 2 games, and the bottom 3 have 0 points so far. So let's talk about the lineups here of Lineade and Alice. So we have Alex here, lead line ball strategist. Sorry, I don't know why it's strategic. Strategist, So hopefully we'll see his abilities on the table in this game. You know, important game here in the fixtures. Important to get points on the board here. He was a former child, now a man, especially on the line ball scene. So let's hope that we will see something fantastic from him today.
Yeah, let's hope we see that strategy really come into play in this game. And then in Alice we have Shana and Aditya. Aditya is a recovering sleep addict. Does that mean he's recovered? Does that mean he's not? Does that mean that he's taking naps in between games? We don't know. And he's also a spicy food fiend. Wonder if he'll bring some of that spice into his game playing abilities. Both these teams, as you can see, are unfortunately at the bottom of the table, so we're really hoping that they can show what they're made of in this game.
Yeah, we should see a turn of fortune here for at least one of these teams as Alex and Ardit Lineade kick off the bout today. The black ball slightly leaning towards the left-hand side of the table, but more central. Lineade playing a fantastic shot over the left-hand side.
A brilliant shot right against the cushion of the table. Hard one to knock out, close to the pot. Brilliant by Lineade. You can really tell that they're warming into the game and warming up as we progress through the tournament.
Yeah, it should definitely be mentioned that no team had any warm-up on the day before going into the tournament, and they were the first team on. So that might explain some of the nerves in the first and second games of the tournament. So hopefully we'll see that little bit of rust wear off, and we might see the Lineade we've been expecting to see. The most practiced team behind closed doors before the tournament. Maybe we'll see that today.
The teams choosing opposite sides of the table today, keeping well away from each other, keeping it friendly for this first round, perhaps trying to just suss each other out, see what they're made of.
Yeah, definitely playing close to the black ball there from Lineade, which is very important, especially if this game does go to a tiebreak, making it very difficult for the other team Alice to knock their ball out of the area.
Alex now for Lineade shooting a shot into the yellow ball's kind of cluster, nicely embedding himself in the middle, also close to the back pocket. He is now also mirroring what Lineade have done by hitting closer to the red balls to kind of mix the colours up. It seems all very polite in this round so far.
Yeah, a lot of the teams here working closer to each other now, as we can see here. A fantastic shot there again from Lineade, making it very, very difficult because of the yellow balls in front to knock it out.
Yeah, a great shot, very close to the pocket. Oh, and unfortunately, Alice have just breezed past the black ball, nudging it slightly. Just a little kiss for the black ball. Anki Dam's now shaking the black ball and it not being approved by someone else in the room.
Perhaps Anki Dam's done a little bit too much there for his other commentators and friends. Maybe being too much of a hero. Maybe slightly too much. But we are seeing Lineade taking the first point. A very risky shot for the first shot of the round. But they are 1-0 up. We are seeing a very strong Lineade coming into this game, knowing that this game is very important to get points from.
That was a gorgeous shot. Completely missed the black ball. Right next to the pocket. This is exactly what we like to see from line ball players. Lineade really picking up the prowess of their games. If I saw someone do that, I would be scared.
Scared?
Yes, fearful.
Yeah, we should see the ability of Lineade is really starting to come out here. You know, high risk, high reward shots, playing very close to the pockets as well, being very successful with these shots too. Alice has a long way to come in this game if they are to compete here with Lineade.
Although that is quite a cheeky shot by Alice, really blocking off that third red ball that they have still to play. Lineade are, of course, one of the more experienced teams, and so you would expect a kind of better, like more swift kind of game from them. I would say, just from the fact that they've played more games with properly, especially Alex, our co-commentator. So,
Yeah.
you know,
Real shame there with that shot from Lineade. Obviously, commentator's curse kicking in here. Giving the praise to Lineade, but it was a bit of a sloppy shot there, putting one of the opposition's balls. That shot will not count there because they have to start from the centre outwards.
Aditya making a rude by knocking out those red balls. Perhaps an aggressive move to tantalize Lineade and get them off their game, as the game is currently neck to neck.
Yeah, we are seeing a bit of aggression here from Alice here.
That was the most unaggressive shot. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's right against the cushion. They're playing smart. They can't be aggressive on the first shot. Are we going to see a bit of symmetry here? Not quite. The red ball not quite making it into the zone. This is an opportunity here for another aggressive shot to get that ball out of play, but also risky.
Oh, Alice giving Lineade a little bit of help by pushing that ball into the scoring zone. Perhaps saying, "Come on, guys, let's make this a bit spicy. Let's make this a bit exciting. Let's make it neck."
Give them a nudge over the line, saying, "Don't worry, we've got you on this one." Yeah, they should really look to leave that yellow ball alone over there. I think it's in a very strong position. Not the easiest shot to get rid of without hitting the black ball. So
I guess they just want to embed it further away from the line, make it less easy to kind of knock out if it did come to a tie position.
what do you do if you're in their position in this game? It's 1-1 at this point. Alice has a 3-ball lead, although those red balls are in a pretty comfortable place to deal with. And it has looked like Alice has knocked one of their own balls out, knocking one of Lineade's balls in, and also removing one of their own balls from the game. Sloppy play there from Alice.
I don't know. They're still 1 point ahead. I think because they were a point ahead. I'll say now. They had the opportunity to take those kind of risks, to make those risky shots. Sometimes they do pay off.
Yeah, fantastic shot there from Lineade, tucking it in front of the 2 yellow balls, not exposed at all. Very risky for Alice to even attempt to knock that ball out, but it also does secure the other 2 yellow balls. So that little trio over the left-hand side is pretty secure.
Alice really hoping to make a shot to knock out a red ball, I think. Unfortunately, it's backfired once again, and they have knocked another one of their balls out of the scoring area. If I was in the position of Lineade, I'd be feeling very confident right now, just because you can kind of see Alice getting a bit shaken by the current situation. What do you think, Matt?
Yeah, very nervy here from Alice here. We can see that their shots are a bit fragile, a bit nervy. So let's see if they can pull it together towards the end of this point.
There are a lot of balls on the table, but unfortunately not in the scoring area. A lot of opportunities, but also a lot of barriers to kind of get into that scoring zone, unfortunately. Alex trying to find a nice place to knock his ball in, and he's done it brilliantly. And it's really protected by those 2 yellow balls that are in front.
Yeah, very fantastic. Great position here from Lineade. Every yellow ball which has potential to go in has to pass through a lot of yellow balls. And they're in a really difficult position here because all the yellow balls are on the other side to where they're serving from and where they're shooting from to get into the zone. But they do need to get enough yellow ball into the zone to make sure they have a chance of a tie break.
I'm really seeing Lineade make these tight shots quite successfully, these high pressure type shots. Perhaps that's where they thrive, in these high pressure kind of situations. maybe when it's low pressure and there's not too much going on, that's when they kind of relax and are making mistakes, as we've seen in previous games. But today they are on great form, maybe because they are so well matched by the other team.
Yeah, fantastic shot there from Line, just making sure their ball goes in. That giving them a 2-1 lead in the game now.
Hey, I'm Kieran, the creator of Rubbish Snooker, which makes art out of litter on an outdoor pool table. And I'm really proud to sponsor the Vanguard Invitational line ball tournament, and check out rubbishsnooker.com.
Great work there from Line. The fact they have a little bit more time to take their shots with how long the games are going on for, lets them cool their nerves down, and we're seeing a much more confident Line than we have in the previous games.
The team's switching sides, or unswitching sides again.
Really messing with the symmetry here. Messing with, is it Anki Dams involved again? Maybe doing a little bit too much with the organising. Not this time.
I think he sat down.
Yeah, he needs a break from all that hard work.
Signing up the board here. This could be the final match point. Who knows? Anything is possible in this game. Alice lining up for the first shot taken by Shana. She has unfortunately hit it way too hard.
Just want to say this has been a fantastic game so far. Very highly competitive game between the two teams, Alice and Lineade at Cousins Pool and Snooker Bar in Canterbury at the Vanguard Invitational.
I'd again like to thank our sponsor, Rubbish Snooker, for sponsoring the tournament, and also providing the prize for the winners. I think it's really impressive what these teams are doing today. They're playing brilliant shots into the scoring zone. They're really being careful. They're making some good risky moves, are really paying off for them. You wouldn't think that these are the two teams that are at the bottom of the table.
Well, a lot of tournaments, leagues and stuff, you tend to find the best games low down the table when the stakes are higher. You know, if they don't get points this game, then they are looking very vulnerable going into the final stages of the group stages here. So very important to pick up points where you can early doors. Unfortunately, these two teams are at the bottom of the table, but their fortunes might change after this game, swing both ways. So let's hope.
Just as a reminder, only one team will be eliminated from the group stages, so they just have to not be in 6th place to make it through to the next stage. To the next stage of the tournament, the knockouts.
Yeah, 4th and 5th place will play a playoff match to get into the semi-finals of the tournament. So they just have to be very careful to make sure they get through that stage, and also are ready enough for the playoff game, which they will have to play first place if they do finish 4th or 5th. Now, that is probably one of the best shots we've seen so far. Did it touch? It did.
It did.
That's very lucky. I thought that didn't touch there. I would have said that could have been the best shot of the tournament so far if that was planted perfectly behind it. Unfortunately not. So
unfortunately, VAR has ruled it as touching unconsensually.
Yeah. Unconsensual touching of the black ball is not tolerated in line ball.
No. Always ask for consent.
I'm gonna put it better myself.
That brings this to the final match point. Both teams having equal 2 points, both hoping to make it through and win this game. I feel like they're pretty evenly matched right now, so it's interesting to see.
This is the longest game.
In my opinion, I think Lineade is slightly showing a bit more skill when it comes to this game, but anything is possible.
Yeah, it is exciting. The first 2-2 draw has to go down to the wire on this game. Hopefully there's no sloppy mistakes to give away the win here. So let's hope for the best for both teams. Let's see if they play any risky shots. I'm surprised we haven't seen Lineade maybe go for a little bit closer to the black ball, because they can shoot across it to try and tuck it behind maybe. What would you do in that situation, Simran?
I don't know, it's quite a dangerous position. I feel like it's quite easy to to get to snag that, or slightly as they did in the last round. They're probably a bit more wary of it this time. It is classic psychology to, once you've made a mistake with something, to completely avoid it in your next go. If you're interested in stats and probability, it's interesting to think about. And it's quite, again, it's because it's so to the side. It's easy to then get it into that, to pot it again by accident. What do you think, Matt?
I think Lion needs to take a risk. I mean, who wouldn't? Everyone, all the fans, everyone watching here would love a tie break on the final point to decide it. But if it doesn't happen, I think Lion look like the favourites to take this. I mean, the Red Bulls are in good positions here to knock further in and deeper in. Fantastic shot here from Lion. That ball is pretty safe now from any danger. We could be seeing a tie break on the final point.
Lion pulling ahead with a 3-point to 2. Now Alice doing a similar move. Now having 4 balls in above 3 with Lion having one more shot to take than them. A brilliant shot here by Alex. Sorry, not by Alex, by Lion. Brilliant shot, really knocking out that yellow ball, pushing their ball into that little cluster on the right, into that huddle, ready for a cuddle with the other balls.
Yeah, the quality in this game has really reflected the actual quality of both these teams. You know, we might have not seen it in the previous games to the quality they're displaying today, but this just shows the quality of every team in the tournament. You know, it shouldn't just be the top teams beating the lower teams and then getting into the final stages of the tournament. It does show that we do have a bit of competition from every team in the tournament, which is nice to see. So, Alice not taking a risk here, just making sure their ball does get into the zone. Very exposed in comparison to Lion balls. Lion could take this point here. If they play a risk here, they could try and knock out a yellow ball and win the game.
There they go. And they've done it. They've knocked out not just 1 ball, but 2 balls, winning the point and winning the game.
Hey, my name's Kieran Paul and I am the creator of Rubbish Snooker, which is the proud sponsor of the Vanguard Invitational Line Ball Tournament, of which the winners win a piece of Rubbish Snooker art.
So, well done, Lion getting their first victory of the tournament.
They completely smashed it out of the park with those final 2 shots. Really just taking the piss by knocking out those final 2 balls. I was ready for it to be over.
Yeah, fantastic game there from both teams. You know, both demonstrating high-level line ball play, and a lot of the plays we saw there were very similar to the Pioneers Championship in quality. Although those games were a lot longer, we definitely saw it in a lot shorter scale here, which is really nice to see from both teams there. So both teams should be proud of their performances. Simran, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that was brilliant by both teams. Alice unfortunately taking another loss, that being 3 games with no win, but they have pulled some points to help with their to help with that point difference. So hopefully that will help them throughout the rest of the tournament. Lion pulling ahead at now 4th, ahead of the Red Hot Chili Potters, who should be playing soon in this 3rd fixture. I'm really excited to see what it's bringing. You can really tell that the kind of equality of the games are really improving as we go through the fixtures and as we go through the group stage. Players are kind of getting more into their stride. Players are learning from their mistakes and how the other teams work. They've all played each other now, so they know their tactics.
Yeah, it's really nice to see that Lion have crawled out of the bottom position on the table. They are now 4th in the leaderboard as well, which is nice to see. Obviously, all the other teams do have a game in hand, especially the Red Hot Chili Potters, so we might see them climb across. But now there is points on the table for Lion. Unfortunately for Alice, still on 0 points, and now sit on the bottom of the table. This has been fantastic. What a fantastic game to watch. Excitement all round.
Yeah, I'm really excited for the upcoming games. Next up, we will have Daddy's Clackers playing Wet Bandits, two star-crossed lovers on different teams. It should be really interesting.
Yeah, fantastic. Once again, thank you very much to Cousins Pool and Snooker Bar in Canterbury for hosting the tournament and allowing the games to be played and filmed here. And also to our sponsor, Rubbish Snooker, for sponsoring the tournament.
Yeah, please join us every Tuesday and Thursday for another stage of the tournament. And please like and subscribe. Let us know how you felt about the game in the comments. Let us know if you were impressed or shocked by the outcome of today's game. And do stay tuned for the next game in the Vanguard tournament.
Thank you very much, Simran, for joining me on the commentary today. I've been Matt.
I've been Simran.
Thank you very much for watching. Subscribe and goodbye.
Hello and welcome to the next stage of the Vanguard Invitational. We are joined here, Cousins Pool and Snooker Bar in Canterbury, for another game as part of the third fixtures. Today we will be seeing Daddy's Clackers play Wet Bandits. As you can see from the I am joined here. Let me introduce. I am joined here by my co-commentator, Matt. Hello.
Thank you for having me.
Why don't you take us through the table?
Yeah, so we currently see Daddy's Clackers in second place, on points difference. They have both won their games quite convincingly here, 3-1 both times. So hopefully this will show the difference between the two teams today as they face off.
Yeah, both teams have won both of their games that they've played so far, so this will really set them apart.
We see Hoy, former CSGO professional, so maybe we will see those tactics today on the table.
What is CSGO?
It's kind of like, like infiltration, shooting, like, I don't know if you heard of like Tom Clancy and games like that. Infiltration, shooting games, online tactics, basically.
Let's see if those shooting skills help today. And on the Daddy's Clackers teams, we have Aki Dams, a people person. Let's see how nice he is to the people on the opposing team today. We've seen him make some jammy shots, but we've also seen him be the man of the tournament, the helping hand always. Maybe working a bit too hard. And his teammate, we have Daddy Barrett, the father of the creator of Lineball.
He must be a proud man, is all I have to say.
Maybe he'll put those engineering skills to work as well. Use it to help with the momentum of his ball. And we have Anki taking the first shot for Daddy's Clackers. Making a very swift, confident shot towards the right pocket with his red ball. Steering clear of the black ball, very far away.
Yeah, that is a sensational shot there from Daddy's Clackers to start off the game. Right in the corner, right in the pocket. Not messing around here whatsoever.
Yeah. Really showing us what they're made of.
Yeah, any predictions today, Simran, on today's game?
I have to say, Daddy's Clackers is definitely one of my favourite teams. But both of these teams have been sensational so far. Just from what we're seeing so far, they seem a bit more composed than the other team, playing their shots really, really nice and slowly, hitting the back cushion, making it really hard to knock the balls out. Anki, again, making a great shot close to the pocket and just slow enough to not knock it in. I think he's getting dangerously close to getting a bit too confident knocking it in, if anything. What are your thoughts, Matt?
Enki, the people's champion so far this tournament, and he isn't slowing down with the shots he is making. Also, the Wet Bandits really helping out those two Red Bulls because they do have to shoot across. So they have kind of really made them a bit cozy in that far corner. So maybe a couple of shots here to open that up might change the balance of this match.
Definitely. I think perhaps steering a bit further away from that corner might be the next safe shot. But who knows if they'll make that or not. They have done just that. by shooting closer into the middle, but also keeping their ball not as exposed. The Wet Bandits have that one very exposed ball, and I'm very shocked that that red ball in the far pocket did not go in on the right.
Yeah, the teams have to be careful now, especially if they're trying to play it into that corner, that they don't hit it too loosely or too heavily at that red ball in the corner or at the yellow ball, which might knock it in too. It's really nice to see that both teams are going head to head here on the same side. You know, they're not keeping their distance like other teams have in the tournament. They're really getting stuck in right up in each other's faces to say, this is a grudge match. Let's play.
Yeah, that was a brilliant shot taken quite aggressively, but still very effective. It really pushed the yellow balls more more to the right and pushed the red balls more to the center, making them perhaps a bit more vulnerable.
Yeah, the table definitely looks like it favours here Daddy's Clackers with the ball positionings here. The yellow balls look slightly more exposed, not as compacted as the red balls. So let's see. As
I'm
this
not
will
sure.
now go to a tie break, let's see what happens.
I'm not sure. I think it's just that one yellow ball that's really exposed, but it would still be hard to knock out. Whereas those red balls in the middle would be much less risky to hit than one of those yellow balls to the right.
Yeah, the Wet Bandits could just hit into that pile and hit and hope. Depending on who takes the first tie-break shot here, I think it's going to be Daddy's Clackers. So we should see, potentially, that yellow ball come flying out and maybe a point to Daddy's Clackers to start off. If not,
You would add,
those 5 red balls are very appetizing.
if they do move that yellow ball out of the way and they don't get it out, they are seriously screwed.
Yeah, it will be a point to Wet Bandits. I think this will be a one-shot shootout here. If Daddy Clackers get it out, they'll win the point. If they don't this shot, I feel the Wet Bandits will take the first point of the match.
What would you do? Would you be going for that exposed yellow ball?
Absolutely, hit and hope. You know, I'm not a line ball professional, but I'll hit that yellow ball as hard as I physically could in order to get that out of the area.
Ooh, and a perfect shot by Daddy John. No, Hoy now taking the shot. As we know from the instructional video, the other team does have a chance to knock out one of the other balls to equalize it again, as we don't want to give someone an advantage just for playing first.
If you are uncertain on the rules, like I was just there, I might need to go check out the video how to play line ball, which they have managed to knock 3 balls out, but unfortunately hit the black ball, giving the point to Daddy's Clackers.
Hey, I'm Kieran, the creator of Rubbish Snooker, which makes art out of litter on an outdoor pool table. And I'm really proud to sponsor the Vanguard Invitational Line Ball Tournament, and check out rubbishsnooker.com.
As I was just saying, if you are uncertain on the rules, please feel free to watch the video how to play line ball on the Line Ball channel, and also can give that a like as well as this video too.
I would say a valiant effort by Hoy and Line, but unfortunately not enough to get the point.
Yeah, table being lined up again before the second set of this match-up. Very close so far. Any thoughts on that first game?
I think it was a great display of talent. I'm really hoping to see perhaps some more aggressive shots now that both teams have got a feel of each other. I think Wet Bandits will probably be playing a bit more of a riskier game to pull ahead. If I were Daddy Clackers, I wouldn't feel confident to be relaxing and laying my head down so soon. What do you think?
Well, we've just seen there that the Wet Bandits have knocked one of their own balls out, so maybe Daddy's Clackers will be a little bit more relaxed, saying, okay, maybe nerves are starting to get to them. But I'm just a bit uncertain why they're not aiming for that right-hand side of the black ball there, making it even harder for the Wet Bandits to try and knock a ball out here. Again, the Wet Bandits have knocked out another one of their balls and have knocked one of the red balls out the area, but not out the match.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they're hitting their balls very hard. as I said before, it is the classic reaction. If you hit the black ball in the prior game, you do tend to steer clear of it in your next game. Um, but let's see if that is a useful tactic. They do seem to be definitely hitting the balls too hard. Perhaps they're slightly rattled by the outcome of the previous game.
Yeah. Surprisingly, they hit the red balls slightly too hard with the white in the tiebreak, but they seem to not be learning from that lesson. I think Hoy needs to compose himself. He is our moist hero. I think he just needs to relax a little bit, dry himself off,
Yeah,
have a word with himself in the mirror,
definitely. I
and
think he
just
needs a
compose himself
towel.
again.
Yeah, he needs to grab a towel, shake it off, wipe himself down, maybe be a bit less moist, and then maybe he'll hit some good shots.
Yeah. Once again, Wet Bandits doing a favour. Poor Daddy's Clackers, knocking another one of their balls in. We're going to see the fifth ball out of 5 be knocked in for Daddy's Clackers here. Huge advantage going into the last few balls of this round. Anki seems to be celebrating on the right-hand side there.
Yeah.
He knows his team is in a strong position at this point.
Yeah. Anki really doing a dance of pride, showing off, perhaps giving some bad manners to the opposing team to rattle them even further. I'm really surprised by that safe shot taken by the Wet Bandits there. They really need to do something drastic here to keep themselves in the game.
Yeah, they need to seriously start to be looking at any red ball to knock out. But looking at the table, there's really not a lot of options here, which is safe for the Wet Bandits to hit out. And they have just proven that there, and they have given away the second point of the game to Daddy's Clackers. 2-0 Daddy's Clackers. The Wet Bandits need to do something desperately.
I think it was a lost game, to be honest. They didn't have a choice. That's probably the best shot they could have taken in that position. I think they should just hope that they'll win the next 3 games.
Yeah, would you say they were a bit passive in that last round?
Way too passive for way too long. They should have been switched on like Daddy's Clackers from the beginning. They should really learn from their opponents in this game.
Yeah, a lot of managers tend to adjust when pressure and times get hard, but in that round we definitely did not see that. First point of this game does seem to be going to the Wet Bandits, the red ball on the left-hand side. Not quite in the zone, but now we do see the first red point of this game.
Oh. Wet Bandits unfortunately trying to get both balls in, knock the black ball, losing the point and this match, losing all 3 points to Daddy's Clackers. Matt, how did you feel about that game?
Real shame on that last game. We had 2 very contested first 2 games, and it was just a very sloppy shot. Maybe the nerves and the stress that they were 2 points down. Maybe it was Anki Dam's wonderful smile from across the table blinding them in their shot. But clearly they weren't up to the standards of Daddy's Clackers there, and it has cost them 3 points.
Yeah. No one can destroy the Clackers. The Clackers are too much to handle. As you can see from the scoreboard, Daddy's Clackers pulling ahead with a 7-point difference, even crossing maximum impact, who will have to win 3 points to get ahead of them again in their next game.
Yeah, it is nice to see that maximum impact isn't at the top of the table for once. But maximum impact do have a game in hand, so let's see what they are capable of. But today has really shown Daddy's Clackers as one of the potential favourites in this tournament.
Yeah, Wet Bandits unfortunately still in 3rd place with a 1-point difference, slightly vulnerable position, I would say. But to be fair, quite well placed centrally in terms of points. And as you can see, Daddy's Clackers are currently undefeated with 3 games. They have only 2 more games left in the group stages. So could they make a perfect score of winning all 5 games? We'll just have to see.
Yeah, it's exciting times, especially as we approach the latter stages of the group stages. So let's see what each team is capable of. The pressure makes diamonds, so maybe we'll see a duel in the final few games.
Yeah. Or maybe we'll just see plain old carbon. Just have to find out. And so in the next fixture, we have Maximum Impact and Red Hot Chili Peppers. Potters. Can Maximum Impact pull ahead again of Daddy's Clackers? Maximum Impact have so far not let any team score a point against them. So let's see if the Red Hot Chili Potters can really make that happen for them. Or will the Red Hot Chili Potters pull ahead and win the next game, win their first game of the tournament?
Yeah, maybe we'll see another side, the other side to the Red Hot Chili Peppers here, who have been struggling for points, but they are doing okay. I mean, they're on 0 points still, but it's okay. They've got plenty of time. Let's see what they can do against Maximum Impact.
Yeah, maybe they'll turn up the heat in the next game. We'll have to see. I would like to thank our sponsor, Rubbish Snooker, and as well as Cousins Pool and Snooker Bar for hosting this game. Please could you like, subscribe, and comment on this video if you liked it. If you have any thoughts, opinions, good, bad, we welcome them. And please join us every Tuesday and Thursday for another video. Thank you for joining us today. I have been Simran.
I've been Matt.
And we will see you soon. Bye.
Welcome back to the Vanguard Invitational for the third fixtures of the group stages. We have today Maximum Impact versus the Red Hot Chili Potters. I am Matt and I am joined with Simran.
Hi, as you can see, we are seeing two very opposing teams playing this game. Maximum Impact close to the top of the table at number 2, whereas Red Hot Chili Potters at number 5. Red Hot Chili Potters are yet to win a game, whereas Maximum Impact have not yet let one single point slide by for another team. Let's see if that can change today.
Yes, so let's look at the lineups today of the two teams here. We should be quite familiar with both the teams now, as this is their third game playing.
As you can recall, Maximum Impact includes both Max and Sam, two of the most experienced players in the tournament. Max himself being the creator of Line Ball. He is also apparently an award-winning filmmaker. So maybe that will impact the game today. Not sure exactly how being a filmmaker is relevant to this, but hey ho, he's put it on there. Sam, on the other hand...
Well, we might see a movie here from Max today. Scenes from a movie. Maybe the drama we might see today from Max.
The drama
might be more.
Yeah, that's very true. He could be here just to stir things up.
And also, we have Brandon on the Red Hot Chili Potters here. He is the self-proclaimed best at line ball, subject to debate.
An interesting comment from a team that we are yet to see score a point and win a game. They're yet to see that happen. I wonder if maybe Tim's calling himself an independent player. Maybe he's too independent. Maybe he needs to be more matched with his teammate in order to win a game.
Yeah, that comment that he's saying is the best at line ball, but it's subject to debate. Doesn't really show a lot of confidence in himself. Maybe he just needs to be a little bit more confident in his ability and just like, yeah, I am the best at line ball. But now we are seeing Maximum Impact versus the Red Hot Chili Potters here. Now we turn red.
Both teams really having their balls quite exposed, not really hiding it well. That red ball was slightly better placed than the other balls, and maybe that yellow ball now on the far left. We're seeing quite a lot of balls exposed that could be easily knocked out. They're both kind of going for keeping to their sides. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, we definitely seen a nice start here from Maximum Impact. They do have a really nice ball in the left-hand pocket here, which is protected very much so by the black ball too. Maximum Impact knocking a red ball, not quite out of play, but out of the zone, which is going to make it slightly more difficult for the Red Hot Chili Potters to do anything with it.
Yeah, that was a great shot by Maximum Impact. They've also got that other pocket secured with one of their balls. Two very secure balls in there. Unfortunately, their next shot was too slow, or maybe well placed if that was their intention. Could this be a long tactical move by them, Matt?
I mean, I don't like to point out the mistakes of Maximum Impact, but they just don't make many, and that was certainly one there. Unless they do something special here with both the balls. Very risky shot there, very close to the black ball, but very safe now for a lot of those yellow balls here, taking a 5-point lead over 4 points of the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Maximum Impact completely breezing past that black ball beautifully just now, really showing the skill and talent they have and bringing in all of their balls into the playing area.
Yeah, a bit of a sloppy shot there from Red Hot Chili Peppers. They're making another very safe ball there for Maximum Impact, making their job a little bit too easy here.
Another, again, a sloppy shot perhaps by Maximum Impact. Although it is quite a congested board now, it's a bit more difficult to get the balls into the scoring area without making any mistakes. Both teams seem to be a bit more hesitant to make some moves.
Yeah, just to say there, that very, very poor shot there from Red Hot Chili Peppers, because they just need to get their ball into the zone in order to win this point, and they have done it. So that is a 6-5 win for the first point of this match.
And we have our beautiful ball boy, Anki Dams, helping reset the table and throwing the black ball. Is that allowed if you're not playing in this match? Who knows? But it has not been flagged as of yet.
Yeah, any thoughts on that last round there, Simran? I think that was a bit disappointing there from the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Very simple point they've let go there from just one sloppy shot at the very end.
Yeah, I think they really started strong and were really showing that they could be a match for Maximum Impact. But they kind of, it kind of fell off a little bit. They really need to get focused and get their head in the game in order to make an impact in this game.
Yeah, we just seen their Maximum Impact not quite getting their ball into the zone there. A bit of a difficult, well, quite easy for them to knock that one in there because it's in line with their other balls. A slightly risky shot here, perhaps unnecessarily risky. A lot of power on that shot for no reason.
Yeah, shockingly close to the black ball as well, allowing Maximum Impact to make up for their mistake from their previous shot and get both of their balls into the zone. Red Hot Chili Peppers seem to be making some safe moves by hitting their balls slowly and straight, maybe taking advantage of the fact that the black ball is so far to the side they don't have to worry about it if they do so.
Again, another aggressive shot there for Maximum Impact. A bit of a sloppy game from them so far in this point, but again, quite sloppy.
It's definitely
Keep
getting
using the term
a bit
sloppy.
more intense.
Yeah, I think nerves are starting to hit here. I think Maximum Impact are definitely looking to keep their perfect record intact.
Red Hot Chili Peppers making another move to keep their balls well cemented against the back of the board. All of the balls that in the scoring zone, besides that one red at the front, are really close to the back of the cushion.
Yeah, slightly more relaxed shot, I like more gentle there from Maximum Impact, and a great shot there from Red Hot Chili Peppers to get their ball into the area here. And Maximum Impact once again hitting a fantastic shot to recover from a previously sloppy shot here. Teammates thanking each other for cleaning up their messes.
Now in this final shot for Red Hot Chili Peppers, either they can try and get their two balls left in, or they can try and knock out another of the yellow balls. Unfortunately, they've done neither of those things and knocked out yet another ball of their own, giving Maximum Impact perfect opportunity to get all of their balls into the scoring area.
Hey, I'm Kieran, the creator of Rubbish Snooker, which makes art out of litter on an outdoor pool table. And I'm really proud to sponsor the Vanguard Invitational line ball tournament, and check out rubbishsnooker.com.
Once again, a very, very sloppy end to that point. given it away once again by the Red Hot Chili Potters. You know, they're having a fantastic game from the start and in the middle, but when it comes to finishing off that round, they just can't quite get over the finish line, either to the tiebreak or to winning the point themselves.
Yeah, I think you're really seeing the difference between a team that can like keep their quality high for the whole game.
And
Sorry.
we have just seen potentially, I don't like to be horrible here, but the worst shot of the tournament so far to hand over the victory to Maximum Impact after just one shot being played in that third point. You know, they practically just shook the hand of the opposition team and gave them the final point.
Yeah. It's almost like they're being paid to lose the game. Are they playing badly on purpose?
Maybe so. I mean, Maximum Impact, again, winning their game 3 points to nil, giving themselves the perfect points difference thus far. You know, it's quite exciting to see. Maximum Impact, again, not really having to flex their muscles too much because opposition keep giving them points, keep giving their points away right at the very end of rounds.
Yeah, Maximum Impact not really seeming to be challenged or wavered at all throughout this entire tournament, picking up all the points and not relinquishing a single point to another team. Unfortunately, this has pushed the Red Hot Chili Potters to the bottom of the table and pushed Maximum Impact above Daddy's Clackers with 9-point difference.
Real shame to see Red Hot Chili Potters fall down. They were in quite a strong position at one point. They were in fourth. They could have potentially been pushing to the upper side of the table. But again, another sloppy result. A bit of a bad performance there. It could have been better if they took their time a little bit more with their shots towards the end. Maybe get a couple of tie breaks, you know, win a couple of points in the match. But it is a shame to see that they're at the bottom of the table here. But hopefully they can bounce back in their next game.
I mean, when you see a team that's at the top of the table playing a team closer to the bottom of the table, it's not a particularly surprising result. We are obviously always hoping for the underdog to kind of pull through and take down King Max, but unfortunately today was not that day.
As we can see from the table here, we have two perfect scores here of Maximum Impact and Daddy's Clackers, both winning their first 3 games going into the 4th fixtures in the group stages of the tournament.
I'd like to thank our sponsor today, Rubbish Snooker, for providing the prizes for the tournament and supporting us so far. I'd also like to thank Cousins Pool and Snooker Bar for hosting this event.
Yeah, thank you very much for tuning in to the Vanguard Invitational, sponsored by Rubbish Snooker. I've been Matt.
I've been Simran. Please do subscribe and like and comment, and join us every Tuesday and Thursday for future games.
Thank you very much for watching. Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome to the next stage of the Vanguard Invitational. We are now onto our 4th fixtures for each team, starting off with the Wet Bandits and Lineade. I am joined today with my co-host Matt.
Hello, thank you for having me.
Yeah, so as you can see from the table, Wet Bandits are currently placed 3rd and are in the 3rd spot position, whereas Lineade are in the 4th position, so they're both very close together, and this next match could really impact their position on the table. I will let Matt explain the implications of the next few games to come.
Yeah, thank you very much, Simran, for having me. Thank you very much to Cousins Pool and Snooker Bar for allowing us to host this, and once again, thank you for the sponsor of this tournament, Rubbish Snooker. So, after games 1 to 9, Daddy's Clackers, Maximum Impact, and the Wet Bandits have all confirmed their safety for the knockout stage. So if Lineade win this game, they will join them as safe. If not, they will remain at risk of finishing 6th and being eliminated. If the Wet Bandits win, then like Daddy's Clackers and Maximum Impact, they will confirm a top 3 place for the next round and will not be at risk of playing in the 4th and 5th place playoffs. exciting stuff, Simran.
Yeah, it's very exciting. Obviously, Lineade have more have more to risk in this game, although Wet Bandits might want to stay ahead so they don't come at risk of being 4th and 5th. As a reminder, on the team Wet Bandits, we have Hoi Yin and Byron. Both of them have shown strong prowess throughout the tournament. They have currently won 2 games out of the 3 that they've played so far, the only time losing to Daddy Clackers.
It was quite an upsetting outing from them against Dandy's Clackers last time. I felt like we lost really the chemistry we've seen in the previous round between them both.
Yeah, and Lineade has Alex and Ardit, originally starting off in the tournament a bit slowly, making some sloppy mistakes, but really coming into their own in their 3rd fixture against Alice, winning, to taking a winning point. This could really be the next step for them to move up the table. I'm really hoping to see another brilliant game from them.
Ardit describing himself as Monsieur Magnifico. So maybe we'll see some of that magnificence in today's game. The Wet Bandits starting us off. Black Ball leaning a little bit to the left-hand side. The Wet Bandits shooting to the right.
Wet Bandits making a great shot, having their ball against the back cushion, protecting themselves from being knocked out.
Yeah, Lineade starting very similar to what they did in the previous games, hitting it very close to that far pocket, very close to the cushion on the side.
Well, if it was an effective strategy last time, I'm sure it will be this time.
Exactly, don't change what isn't broken is a philosophy in line ball.
That is another one of Max's tattoos.
I was just thinking about Max's tattoos, and I think that is tattooed. I daren't say where it is because it might not be appropriate to some viewers at home. Don't change what isn't broken.
Yes, it is in an unknown location that is not for children to hear, and we like to cater line ball for all ages.
Exactly. So, the Wet Bandits building a nice little wall around one of Lineade's famous red balls in the right-hand side here. Very risky here. We're going to see Lineade attempt to knock their red ball into that corner, but unfortunately, we have seen Lineade pot one of their red balls. 1-0 Wet Bandits.
Yeah, perhaps a bit too risky a move from Lineade in that situation. It was a great move tactically to try and get into that corner, but unfortunately they hit it with too much force.
Yeah, we can appreciate the risk Lineade is taking here, but do remember if Lineade win this, then they are safe in the tournament. So it is very important that they do get the win from this game. But the Wet Bandits will not make it easy for them, taking a 1-0 lead.
Oh. This time the black ball is placed to the left, very close to that pot, perhaps helping both teams to not get it into that pot, leaving it only risk the other side to the right. Both teams just now taking quite aggressive shots and not getting any points. Currently only, as I say it, Lineade gets their 2 balls in, now taking the lead with 2 points. That was a brilliant shot taken, knocking their other ball in.
Yeah, it was a great shot there. I was just about to say that the Wet Bandits really did miss an opportunity there to try and get that red ball out of play. They missed the opportunity, and now it's 2-2 in the zone.
Yeah, definitely. Perhaps Lineade have worked out a tactic to line up their balls closer and then knock them in together.
It is a risky tactic. We're now seeing the Wet Bandits taking a 4-2 lead here, but it does seem to be working, knocking one ball in with another one, one at a time. But it does leave them open to potentially losing the ball.
Both teams steering very clear of that black ball. Maybe we're about to see them move slightly closer.
Yeah, I think that's quite an unusual shot there from the Wet Bandits. We had a bit of a cluster going on the right-hand side, and they just decided to completely avoid that. And now there's a very open ball there, which could be for the taking later on.
I definitely agree. I think one of their shots should possibly be to knock that ball that is sticking out of the Wet Bandits, unless they knock it in further. I think that is definitely one that is a great one to target. Hopefully avoiding that black ball if they do try to do so.
Yeah, fantastic shot there from Lion knocking both their balls in. It's a one-shot shootout at this point, 6-6. They just need to make sure they get their ball in, maybe not take too many risks here, but that is a very, very sloppy shot there from the Wet Bandits. And this is a point 4 to take in. If they just have a bit of composure here, just nice and gently put that in the zone. Fantastic shot. And that is 1-1. Very sloppy from the Wet Bandits there. Giving away a point to Lion.
Hey, I'm Kieran, the creator of Rubbish Snooker, which makes art out of litter on an outdoor pool table. And I'm really proud to sponsor the Vanguard Invitational line ball tournament, and check out rubbishsnooker.com.
The tension must have gotten to them there with that sloppy shot. Really, really afraid of getting it into that zone and messing it up. That really can be your demise. You've got to keep confidence and you've got to keep composure in this game, otherwise you can lose it all.
Just to see there, Anki Dams trying to knock all the Red Bulls back over, but accidentally knocking one of the Red Bulls into the pocket, into the middle pocket there, slowing down the start of the game. Maybe he's doing that for the benefit of the Wet Bandits or Lion. You never know which side he's leaning towards, which side he'd rather face.
Which side he'd rather see the back end of.
Exactly, that's a fantastic shot there. That makes it very, very difficult there for the Wet Bandits to do a lot with, because it's not out of play. They've got a lot to do here.
The Wet Bandits thought, I'll have a ball in the scoring area, and Lion said no.
Lion said no. The Wet Bandits, Lion not opted to hit their red ball in there. The black ball is in a bit of a compromised position. So, we'll see how they approach that going forward.
Lion nicely dodging around the balls currently in the scoring area and tucking it behind the other two balls, making it a bit more difficult to get to it, to knock it out maybe. But that yellow ball that has been placed by the Wet Bandits is brilliantly placed next to the black ball, making it more difficult to approach.
Yeah, a great shot there once again. Great shot once again from Lion.
A great shot knocking both balls in. Lion currently have a 1 point lead, with Wet Bandits just having knocked one in. They seem to be very much favouring knocking in their own balls because they haven't hit them in hard enough earlier. Is it on purpose? Is it because they keep messing up and having to make up for it? I couldn't be the one to tell you that.
So yeah, it's difficult to say. You know, Lion have really started to grow into this tournament, as we have seen in the later stages of the group stages. A slow start, but now every shot seems to be hit with a lot of confidence. You know, grouping them together, you know, blocking other balls, cushioning behind other balls and the black ball. It is quite nice to see from Lion.
Yeah. All they seem to be knowing where they want their balls to be, and their balls are ending up there perfectly. This would be a perfect opportunity to knock a ball out, or just get it into another kind of zone. That probably was a bit too hard knocked by them, pushing it out of the cluster and into the open to be easily knocked out. Let's see if the other team takes advantage of that.
Yeah, the Wet Bandits got a lot to do here. You know, they're a ball down here. They do need to knock a ball out of play, but they also do knock one of their own out. So this is a point for the taking for Lion to go 2-1 up in this game. If they were just composed here, get the ball in. But they've potted one of their own. Oh no.
Hey, my name's Kieran and I am the creator of Rubbish Snooker, which is proudly sponsoring the Vanguard Invitational line ball pool tournament. What is Rubbish Snooker? Well, Rubbish Snooker creates art on an outdoor pool table using upcycled and littered lids. This is just one example. They get printed on canvases and they're available at rubbishsnooker.com and Etsy.
That could have been an easy win for Lion, but unfortunately The ball was just hit too hard.
Heartbreak for Lineade there. That could have been a 2-1 lead. You know, very important point here in their tournament. Very simple point. That was theirs for the taking, and they didn't take that opportunity and potted one of their own. Sloppy play from Lineade.
The Wet Bandits really getting a free point there. Perhaps not a deserved point, but a point nonetheless.
Yeah, snatch and grab there from the Wet Bandits in that round.
Snatch and grab, that's what we say in line ball.
Snatch and grab. You don't ask me where that is on Max's body, but it is one of his tattoos too.
Both teams had initially made shots that were not inside the scoring area, but Lionhead have quickly made up for that by knocking in both balls. I believe Wet Bandits hoping to do the same thing, but unfortunately not having the same skill and practice as Lionhead to be able to do that.
Yeah, this is starting to look like the second round here of this game. You know, that yellow ball cushioning in front of the two yellow balls. Hopefully we'll see a fantastic shot here. A great shot to get their first point into the end zone. Lineade with a 3-1 lead currently.
Yeah.
Oh no.
That's a real shame. Lineade were playing so well, and they've unfortunately knocked in one of the balls into and potted it. I really thought that they were going to have that game. I really saw much more skill coming from Lineade than I did from Black Bandits. I think they definitely were playing a lot better, playing much more tactical shots, playing great shots, but unfortunately it's the luck of the draw and they have lost this game. Matt, what are your thoughts?
It's a real shame there. Lineade were the much stronger team for the majority of that game. They handed them the third point in the tie and then very sloppily potted one of their own balls. Whilst they had a lead as well, a strong lead, they were in a good position. The yellow balls were in fantastic places and they handed them another win by potting another one of their balls. It's a real shame to see there. It could have secured their safety in this game. Now it's up for grabs.
The tension really getting to them, the heat of the game. I'm sure there was many a sweat being shed. So unfortunately, Lineade and the Wet Bandits stay in the same positions they were already in. Lineade is still in a bit of a dangerous position to potentially be in 4th, 5th, or 6th place in the knockout stages.
Yeah, we are seeing now the Red Hot Chili Peppers have an opportunity here to crawl back and claw back some points here. They are currently on 0 points, but now Alice and the Red Hot Chili Peppers might see this as an opportunity to maybe, just maybe, take some points here and see that the tournament isn't done and dusted just yet.
Yes, both Alice and Red Hot Chili Peppers still have 2 games left to play, up to 6 points for grabs, whereas Lineade only have 3 points left to make it further up the table.
Yeah, so later on in these group stages we'll see the other teams play. Hopefully we'll see a little bit more excitement from some of the teams, you know, a bit more spice, a bit more risk. The tensions are going to start to rise now, so in the blistering heat as well.
Tensions are definitely rising as we get closer to the end of the group stage, as the final teams try to claw their way up the table. Unfortunately for all 3 of the bottom teams, they will not be able to make it past 4th place. So let's just hope that they can make it into the knockout stages.
Fantastic tournament so far. A very exciting game there.
All the pundits in line were very shocked by the outcome. Everyone's lost all their money. But do you know who we can rely on in these kind of situations? Our sponsor, Rubbish Snooker.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rubbish Snooker, once again for sponsoring this Vanguard Invitational, and also Cousins Pool and Snooker Bar for allowing the Vanguard Invitational to play their matches on their tables. So thank you very much for watching. Please like, comment, subscribe, Tell us your thoughts on the game. Tell us how you felt Lineade and both the Wet Bandits did there. Please tune into their channel every Tuesday and Thursdays. There's a new upload, so please be sure to check that out. Thank you very much. I've been Matt.
I've been Simran.
Thank you very much for watching once again. See you again next Tuesday or Thursday.
Bye.
Welcome back to the Vanguard Invitational, the 4 fixtures of the group stage. I'm Matt and I'm here with Simran.
Hello.
And welcome back to the tournament sponsored by Rubbish Snooker at Cousins Paul and Snooker Bar in Canterbury. So let's look at the games today. We have the Red Hot Chili Potters versus Alice in a big matchup here in 4th and 6th place in the tournament at this point. Simran, any thoughts so far?
This game's really going to impact who makes it through to the knockouts. It's going to be a high tension game. Neither teams, as you can see, have won games so far. So this is really the place to bring themselves back into the game and pull themselves forward.
Yeah, we are at the coming to the end of the group stages here. Not many games left, so every point to be earned might be vital to get through, and get to the knockout stages. Here are the game conditions. So, this game will have huge implications for the elimination spot. One of Alice or Red Hot Chili Potters will end up in 4th versus 5th place playoffs. The other will go home. The winner of this game will take a big step towards safety. The loser will have to rely on getting a result in their final game to ensure survival. One of Alice, Red Hot Chili Potters, or Lineade will be eliminated in 6th place. Lineade obviously picking up points in their last game, putting them at a strong advantage to go through into the knockout stages.
Just as a reminder for you all, the players on the Red Hot Chili Potters are Brandon and Tim. Both have played some interesting games so far. Hopefully they can begin to shine a bit brighter in this game that is coming ahead of us. Brandon is a self-proclaimed best at line ball. I'm not sure we've seen that so far. Maybe we'll see that today.
Yeah, especially when they need to pick up points here as well. And Tim, again, we mentioned that he is a social pool player, so hopefully the skills will finally kick off, especially in a vital game like today.
On Team Alice, we have Aditya and Shana. They also haven't been able to pick up points so far. You did notice in their previous games they've been playing some maybe faster shots, so maybe they'll slow it down for this one, be a bit more wary about it, take a bit more time to think about it, and it might benefit them.
Yeah, it's a big game for them today as well. You know, neither teams so far have picked up any point, so let's hope that they do pick up their first point of the Vanguard Invitational. So we're off. The black ball onto the left-hand side, Alice taking the first shot over to the right-hand side. Maybe a bit of a nervy start.
I thought that was a great controlled start from Alice, knocking their yellow ball right at the back to the right, far away from that black ball, keeping it far away, as opposed to that red ball that is probably slightly more exposed and a bit more in the way to be able to be knocked out of the scoring zone.
Yeah, we've just seen a great shot there from Alice, placing it a little bit closer to the black ball, making it very difficult for the Red Hot Chili Potters to knock out there. Both of the Red Hot Chili Potters balls are very exposed in the middle here. As we have just seen here, that ball has been knocked out of play, so that is one ball down for the Red Hot Chili Potters. Seems like a nervy start here. Of course, they both need to pick up points here. Very risky shot there as well. Red ball going out of play again, so now it is 2-1 with only one red ball in play so far, whereas Alice had 3.
Yeah, that was a really interesting shot. I wonder what they were trying to do there. Maybe knock out one of the yellow balls with such an aggressive shot. That was quite that was much more powerful than I thought it would come out as. What do you think their intention was there?
Yeah, I think they were trying to maybe get that yellow ball into a stronger position to knock out, but they almost ended up potting it. So Red Hot Chili Potters just need to calm down a little bit. You know, it's only the first point of the game. You know, don't take too many risks. Make sure that you're prolonging the games as much as you can, because it is risky. Hitting them very aggressively early on, all of a sudden you lose 1 or 2 points, and then the game's gone.
in such a dangerous position that they're in. It's really interesting to see that they're still trying to make these really dangerous, risky shots. If it was me
Yeah,
personally, I'd probably be sticking to slow, controlled shots, just making sure I'm in the points zone.
yeah, exactly. I think it's so important that you get in points onto the board, especially before we might reach a tiebreak. But now the Red Hot Chili Peppers are at such a disadvantage in this first point, due to two very heavy shots to start off the round. And now they're 2 balls down. And unfortunately, the Red Hot Chili Peppers have hit the black ball, and that is 1 point to Alice.
Hey, I'm Kieran, the creator of Rubbish Snooker, which makes art out of litter on an outdoor pool table. And I'm really proud to sponsor the Vanguard Invitational line ball tournament, and check out rubbishsnooker.com.
I think Alice are playing really well in this game. I think they're sending controlled balls into the scoring zone. They're doing well to stay clear of that black ball. They're putting their balls in helpful places that can't be knocked out. They seem to be on much better form than in their previous 2 games.
Yeah, exactly. Some of the shots they've been playing here have been really, really well hit, quite strong. We're just seeing here a retake of the shot. I'm not entirely sure why. Maybe it was a miss hit to start the round, so they're just restarting the round properly here. Away from the black ball. The black ball's closer to the right-hand cushion here. Red Hot Chili Peppers slightly moving a little bit closer to that ball, to the black ball. Let's see what Alice can do here.
Alice looking to aim in a similar area to that red ball, perhaps to get closer to the black ball as well. But unfortunately, a bit too much pressure there from Aditya, knocking it into the pot, giving a point to the Red Hot Chili Peppers. There we have Anki Dams being the helpful boy he is.
Yeah, fantastic again. Once from Anki Dams, setting up the table, getting it ready to go straight away. But yeah, a bit of a silly shot there from Alice. They didn't need to take that risk hitting it so close to the black ball there. Too close to the red, and clips it, pots their own ball. Sorry. Silly point to lose there.
I'm not sure. I think it was a valiant effort. I could see what they were doing. I think that was actually an easier mistake to make. I don't think it was really going that fast, but the balls do what the balls want to do. So
Heard that before. The balls do what they got to do.
Do you know what that is? Another one of Max's tattoos.
Another one of Max's tattoos. The balls do what the balls got to do. And you'll never guess where that one's tattooed. I assure you. Fantastic shot here from Alice.
A great shot. Yeah, they're really sticking close to that far pocket, doing well to stay clear and safe and keep their balls safe from being knocked out. I noticed that Red Hot Chili Peppers tend to be keeping their balls more central, perhaps because they're nervous about going to the ends of the table closer to the pots. I'm not sure, but I'm not sure about that kind of tactic. It does leave you quite exposed.
Yeah, it's definitely more of a positive point here from Red Hot Chili Peppers. They are getting their balls into the zone quite comfortably here. Nothing too aggressive from either teams. Both avoiding the black ball as much as they can. You might see a bit more of an aggressive shot here, perhaps. Unfortunately, doesn't knock any of the red balls out and puts his yellow ball at risk. Simran, if you were in this position, what would you be playing? What kind of shots would you want to play?
I feel like I would want to be probably sticking to that kind of corner, not having balls too exposed. Maybe getting a bit closer to the black just for a bit more safety. But in Alice's position, I'd probably be aiming to knock out one of those red balls. And similarly, from the Red Hot Chili Peppers point of view, I'd be looking to knock out one of those exposed balls closer to the front of the scoring zone.
Yeah, I think especially that left-hand red ball there has an opportunity to knock a few balls out there if they hit it correctly, which would also avoid the black. But it is a risk. I'm sure that both teams want to make sure that both their balls are all going into the zone. Red Hot Chili Peppers, they're quite nicely into the area. Red Hot Chili Peppers should take advantage of this exposed yellow ball here. Maybe try and take it out in order to try and win the game. But instead they play for a safety shot here. All the balls are in the zone. All the pressure is on Alice right now to pot the ball.
Either they pot the ball or knock out some red.
Unfortunately, they pot their own ball. So that is now 2-1 to the Red Hot Chili Peppers. The comeback is complete. It is 2-1. Red Hot Chili Peppers serving for the game.
They've bottled it. They've honestly bottled it.
Now, Alice were in such a strong position. Early doors, 1 point up. And then all of a sudden, they take a bit of a risk. And that's 1-1. And now another round goes by. And it's 2-1.
That's two aggressive shots that's caused them to lose this round. Perhaps they'll take a bit more careful shots this.
Yeah, maybe they'll try and dial it back a little bit. But again, we're seeing quite a very central shot. The ball on the line, just about into the scoring zone. But that is a very easy ball to pick off if they wanted to do that.
If it was me, I would instantly be aiming for that red ball immediately off the bat. But I guess that's just me.
Alice should really be trying to focus on maybe trying to knock some of these balls out quickly, like the first round, although that was more self-inflicted from the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Yeah. Max having a look on the right. What shot can be best taken?
Just confirming that the balls are definitely into the zone, making sure it's right on the line, just making sure that is all confirmed. That is, it is in rather than out. So Alice here should really aim for this red ball in the centre, maybe try and hit it out nice and aggressively. Fantastic shot here. That ball is now out of play. That's one ball down for the Red Hot Chili Peppers. And now it's just a case of a great return here.
Red Hot Chili Peppers following suit, doing just what the other team did. Let's see if this kind of trend continues of knocking each other's balls out. I personally probably would, because I'm petty as hell.
Yeah, in this situation, you just want to make sure that these red balls are in a very difficult position, if not knocked out, to hit back in.
A brilliant shot made there by Aditya, knocking out that red ball. Unfortunately, it's not fully discarded, but it's still out of the scoring zone.
So as we can see there on the screen, that Sian has cramps in her hand, so will be out for the next few shots, leaving it down to Aditya to take the shot for their team.
Aditya making another strong shot there, close to the right, making it harder to knock out of the scoring zone.
Yeah, we're seeing quite a tense round here. It's 3-2 to Alice. Red Hot Chili Peppers have a lot of balls lingering around the edges of the table and the middle of the table. Very exposed here. I think Alice should really aim to try and knock these balls out of play, just to kind of settle this round and take it to a 5-point game.
Definitely, I would be going for that central red ball in the scoring area right now, if I was in Aditya's position. But let's see.
Aditya does have a strong lead here for Alice as well. The Red Hot Chili Peppers, Brandon and Tim, do need to do a lot here if they are to take this game 3-1. Is it worth the risk for Alice to try and knock a ball out here, or just make sure all their balls are in the zone?
That's a good question. That's probably the exact thing that's going through their heads right now. Aditya's taken that shot, but probably a bit too lightly, knocking it a bit ahead, but not far enough. But luckily,
that is a point. Red Hot Chili Peppers have given up there. Slightly too aggressive. I knew they had to do something, but that probably wasn't the best solution for their problems.
Hey, my name's Kieran Paul and I am the creator of Rubbish Snooker, which is the proud sponsor of the Vanguard Invitational Line Ball Tournament, of which the winners win a piece of Rubbish Snooker art.
And now it is 2-2. Aditya has made sure that their team will make it a 5-point game. Very intense and a very needed point there in a very decisive game in the Vanguard Invitational.
To be the final round of this game, match point. Let's see what happens. That black ball is very central and very close to the edge of that scoring zone, which could be good or bad for the teams. Let's see how they fare with it.
Red Hot Chili Peppers are known to hit down the middle, so this could be a risk for them going forward here. Any slight error could lead to the game being lost. They have to be very careful. They might even need to take a risk and try and shoot closer to a pocket.
This might be better in their favour, actually. The other team might be less inclined to knock out those red balls, even if they are further away from that edge.
That was a fantastic shot here. Unfortunately, doesn't quite make it out of place, and now that is blocking the red ball as well. That yellow ball also planted a little bit further down. Makes it very difficult here for the team. Ooh, very, very close. Great shot as well. Makes it very, very difficult now for the Red Hot Chili Peppers to play their shots. I'm surprised Alice aren't just going down the line at this point.
Yeah, it would be much simpler to just stick to the left side of the table and knock some straight shots, as the other team probably won't be able to get their balls onto that side safely.
Yeah, we are seeing some very gentle shots here from both sides. Not many points in the scoring zone after almost 8 balls have been played now. And there are still only, now 3 balls into the zone out of 8.
A great shot there played by Red Hot Chili Peppers, rebounding off the left cushion, just tucking behind that black ball.
Yeah, a fantastic shot here.
Alice taking a shot to knock another ball in, pushing another one of the yellow balls scarily close to the black ball. Alice currently only have 1 point in its actual round, so they'll have to do something spectacular to increase their number of points.
Yeah, they definitely need to focus on that far right ball, as they've just done now. A fantastic shot there to get both 3 balls into the zone safely. Those 2 balls on the right-hand side are very, very safe. Even the 2 balls in front of the black, or all 3, are very safe. They just need to make sure that they are scoring here.
Everyone's playing dangerously close to the black ball. I'm getting tense.
Yeah, this is very tense. A lot of pressure here on Alice to make sure that their ball goes into the zone. They might even need to try and knock in one of their other balls here, which would be a risk. Otherwise, the Red Hot Chili Peppers will have an easy pot to win the game.
Yeah, looks like they're going to have to knock out one of the other team's balls.
It's a risky shot. And unfortunately, Alice has potted their own ball, knocking it off the red, giving the Red Hot Chili Peppers their first win of the tournament. 3 points on the board, 0 points for Alice so far. Unfortunately, it's very similar to an earlier shot there. They've done the same thing twice in this game, and unfortunately thrown away the win to the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Condolences to them.
All 3 times we saw that Alice lost the game when they were hitting their shots a bit too hard and getting their balls out by knocking them into the pockets. It was always those last few shots that we were seeing that happen. Do you think they'll learn from this in their next game, Matt?
Well, they certainly need to, Simran. Otherwise, they're waving it goodbye at this point. So hopefully in their final game of the tournament, they will be able to discover some form and get some points on the board desperately.
I think both teams are definitely improving on their playing style, working out what kind of tactics they prefer to use, which side is their favourite. As we saw from the Red Hot Chili Peppers, they really like to play a central kind of game. So maybe we'll see more from them. They'll definitely have to be picking up a bit to play against the other teams.
Yeah, they certainly have a lot to do here. They are relying very heavily on Lineade or the Red Hot Chili Peppers to lose their final game, and them to win quite convincingly as well, in order to secure themselves into the 4th and 5th place playoff.
Yeah, as we can see from the table here, Alice will only have one more game. So will they be able to go up in the table? I'm not actually sure.
Yeah, so they are able to go up, relying on points difference, and both Red Hot Chili Peppers, either one of Red Hot Chili Peppers and Lineade to lose. So they just need to make sure that they win by 2 points or more to secure that place in the 4th and 5th place playoff. Simran, any final thoughts on that game?
That was a really tense game. It's really heating up as we get to the end of the group stages. I'd like to thank Rubbish Snooker for sponsoring this game.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic tournament so far in the Vanguard Invitational. Thank you once again to Cousins Pool and Snooker Bar in Canterbury for allowing the Vanguard Invitational to be hosted there and the games to be played and filmed in their wonderful establishment. So that's all from us today. Join us again on the Lion Ball channel every Tuesday and Thursday at 6 p.m. UK time. I've been Matt.
I've been Simran.
Thank you very much for watching. Goodbye for now.
Bye bye. Hello and welcome to the 12th game of the Vanguard Invitational. Today I am joined by Matt, my fellow commentator.
Thank you for having me.
And we are here to watch Maximum Impact play Daddy's Clackers. As we can see, both of these teams are at the top of the board. Maximum Impact having a slight edge with their point difference of 9 points against 7. Both teams have won all of their games so far, so let's see how they fare. Maybe it's their genetics that contribute to their winning streak. What do you think, Matt?
Well, we know Max is the creator of Lion Ball, unfortunately, so of course they're going to pick up points, as many as they can, and they haven't dropped a point yet, and that is very significant here. What will happen if Daddy's Clackers do pick up a point in this round? How will it affect Maximum Impact in their approach going forward? Let's find out.
Yeah, I think it will be a real blow to their ego.
So let's talk about the game conditions here. So this game between the top two teams potentially decides the winner of the group stage. Given Maximum Impact have a perfect 9-point differential, if they win this game, they are guaranteed to finish first regardless of the final game. If Daddy Clackers win this game, they will go to first place, but are not guaranteed first place due to the lower point differential, and will have to wait until the final round of games to confirm first. Getting first place gives you an easy run to the final, so it's all to play for.
As we can see here, as they have a 9-point differential, they have not relinquished any points to the other team so far. So it'll be really great to see one of Daddy's Clackers take a point away from them.
Yeah, it's very interesting here, the battle of first and second. I'm very excited to see how they face off against each other. You know, not either team really haven't had many problems going forward. Maybe a bit of sloppy play from Daddy's Clackers at times with aggressive shots. But also Maximum Impact hasn't really had to do too much in the tournament thus far. You know, quite a quick game against Lion and then the other two games following that, they didn't really have to flex any of their muscle or ability. So maybe when the pressure comes on, we might see a different side to them.
You never know, anything is possible in this game. We're hoping to see Daddy's Clackers really show what they're made of, show they deserve to be 2 points away from Maximum Impact, and maybe show that perhaps Maximum Impact don't make the biggest impact that they can in this tournament.
Yeah, we are seeing a huge face-off here. Father versus son as well. John Barrett versus Max as well.
Darth Vader
in one of the
versus
biggest
Luke
games.
Skywalker.
You know, this could be one of the greatest moments in Lion Ball history, as we see father and son face off for the first time in the tournament.
First shot taken by Max, creator of Line Ball, and it does not make it into the point zone, unfortunately.
Yeah, very nervy shot. Maybe because his dad's watching. You never know. You know, the pressure's really on now. He's playing against his dad. Maybe he's going to get in his own head in this game. We'll wait and see.
John now taking the second shot, aiming closer to that black ball as well. Let's see if his shot actually scores a point, unlike Max's did. And it does not seem to have been hit hard enough. Both father and son not scoring any points thus far.
The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, Simran. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
Would you say that John's shot was kind of overcompensating for Max's fast shot by making it so slow?
Yeah, maybe he's trying to help and avoid the embarrassment, first shot of the game. Maybe just, settle the nerves a little bit there for Max. Say, don't worry about it. I'll miss my one too. All those years of experience, over 4 decades of experience playing pool, he knows his way around the table quite well. So, although the line ball experience might not be there, he should be very confident here going forward into this game.
Max aimed to knock out a yellow ball and has succeeded, as well as placing his red ball close to that left pocket. Brilliant shot, a great one that we've seen.
An absolutely outrageous shot there from Max. Very aggressive. Took a risk there. Almost potted his own red ball. One of his own red balls there, and he manages to knock out the yellow ball in the meantime, whilst making that red ball very, very safe. Fantastic shot.
Now we have John to follow with another shot.
Again, a fantastic shot there to spread the balls out.
They're sticking to the right side, whereas Max and Sam seem to be sticking to the left side. That ball from Maximum Impact getting scarily close to that black ball, but they seem to be very confident about their placement.
Yeah, that's probably the safest ball on the table right now. Very, very close to the black ball. Impossible to knock out. And we've just seen Anki Dams, the people's hero, give away the first point to Maximum Impact. 1-0.
Hey, I'm Kieran, the creator of Rubbish Snooker, which makes art out of litter on an outdoor pool table. And I'm really proud to sponsor the Vanguard Invitational line ball tournament, and check out rubbishsnooker.com.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate shot. You could see he was trying to knock out one of Maximum Impact's balls, but unfortunately hit it a bit too hard and smashed it into that left bit.
Yeah, what would you do if your daddy's clackers now? A point down against a team who haven't dropped any points. What do you do in this situation? Oh, speak of the devil. Maximum Impact have dropped their first point due to an ever in the Vanguard Invitational. They have let themselves go. Very, very sloppy point to give away.
As you can see, the pressure's really getting to them. Having John there next to them, watching them, really getting to them.
Yeah, a nervy shot there from Maximum Impact. We're just seeing as well a nervy shot from Daddy's Clackers here. They should try and dispose of this ball. They opt not to and just shoot past it for some reason. I'm not sure if that was the best idea then. And we have just seen the second sloppiest shot of the game from Anki Dams again. Anki Dams has given away 2 very free points here to Maximum Impact. Maybe saying to Max, you know what? Don't worry about the last one.
I think that was a really great tactic by Maximum Impact there. They seemed to possibly take into account that Daddy's Clackers would try to knock that ball out in the open into the area, and it would much easily hit that black ball. Kind of a setup, if you will.
Yeah, it's definitely, they took the bait in that shot there. Anki Dams, maybe they know he's quite an aggressive hitter of the balls, so maybe it was quite a smart move there, just to hit past it and go, give it your best shot. But we have seen a bit of nice sportsmanship there. Maximum Impact losing a point, and Anki Dams saying, don't worry about it, he is the people's champion after all. So maybe he just gave him that point back just to a bit of kindness from his own heart.
A lot of balls not in the scoring zone in this game for some reason. The tensions are flying really high in this game. I think they're taking a bit more nervous shots, trying to just keep their balls on the table, not make any mistakes. But in some cases, we're seeing it really negatively impact their game.
Yeah, fantastic shot there once again for Maximum Impact, knocking one of Daddy's Clacker's ball out of play entirely. So now they are 3-1 up on the main table, 2 points in the scoring zone. Daddy's Clackers need to do something desperately, otherwise they will lose this game.
Yeah, Daddy's Clackers really need to start changing up if they want to make it into first place.
There's a lot of table to aim for. The black ball's right in the right-hand pocket. As long as they avoid that, they've got the whole table to aim for, the whole scoring zone, other than that right-hand corner. So I don't know why either team aren't really taking advantage of this. Maybe even play it very close to that right-hand corner with their shot. And that is the game. Anki Dams with a hat-trick of mistakes to give away the win to Maximum Impact. Maximum Impact now going first. They did drop their first point, but that will not make a difference in this game because Maximum Impact have won and they will be first in the groups.
A beautiful ending to a very interesting game. We're seeing Maximum Impact drop point for the first time ever. But unfortunately, it wasn't even due to the intensity of their rivals. Maybe it was the rough talking they were getting on the day. Who knows? But it really wasn't down to the quality of Daddy's Clackers. It was just due to an error.
Yeah, it looks like Maximum Impact have been cruising through the group stages, and maybe they got a little bit sloppy here today, and they give away a point very sloppily without even Daddy's Clackers having to play a ball in that round. So it is a shame to see.
Well, it's a long day. It's everyone's getting tired now. It probably is impacting them. Maybe they need to have a bit of a rest, regroup for the final fixture. As you can see from the table, nothing has moved, but the numbers in the points difference for Maximum Impact now much further ahead of the other teams, taking a clear first place position.
Yeah, Maximum Impact here have cemented themselves as the top of the table here by their points difference. Impossible to catch now from Daddy's Clackers. They all just need to compose themselves and make sure they cement themselves in second place here and not drop any further. But they have both cemented themselves in second and third place due to their points. So it's now just a battle of the bottom of the table to determine who will be in the 4th and 5th place playoffs. Simran, any final thoughts on that game?
I think that was, to be honest, I feel like the other teams really need to pick up in order to give Maximum Impact a run for their money, make them sweat a little, make them work a little harder. Otherwise, they're going to be cruising through the rest of this competition. What about you?
Yeah, I think someone really needs to give Maximum Impact a go here. One of these other teams, they have to try and beat them. Very sloppy mistakes there from Daddy's Clackers, which really gave Maximum Impact another quite an easy win for them. Again, not really having to stress too much. Their only mistake was their own doing, so maybe as the day progresses into this final group stage game, although the pressure is entirely off now, we might see a few more mistakes, a few more weaknesses maybe, which other teams in the knockouts could pick up on. So, that is the end of the fixture 4s of the group stage. The table, as you can see it, we are really looking at the battle of 4th and 5th between Lineade, Red Hot Chili Poppers and Alice here. So, thank you very much once again to Rubbish Snooker for sponsoring the tournament and Cousins Pool and Snooker Bar for allowing the games to be hosted on their tables in Canterbury.
Please join us every Tuesday and Thursday at 6 p.m. for a new video. Join us in the tournament. Like, comment and subscribe. Let us know what you think of the tournament so far. Let us know who has the best trousers in this tournament, and let us know who your favorite players are so far. Thank you
once again
for watching.
Thank you very much. Thank you for watching. I've been Matt.
I've been Simran. Goodbye.
Goodbye for now. Welcome back to the Vanguard Invitational for the 5th and final fixtures of the group stage, sponsored by Rubbish Snooker at Cousins Pool and Snooker Bar in Canterbury. I'm Matt. Welcome Simran to commentating today's games.
Hello, happy to be here. Let's take a look at the group stages, Matt.
So yeah, let's look at the table here. So as we can see, Maximum Impact is finished all up in first place, and this today might arguably be the most hectic and the most important game of the group stages, where we see 4th and 5th place face off in their final game of the Vanguard Invitational group stages.
Yeah, this will be quite an intense game. Both teams have a lot to play for. They're really fighting for their position in the tournament today. And whatever happens in this game will impact whether or not they make it through.
Yeah, so let's look at the game conditions here. So the match will have a pivotal role in deciding who could be eliminated in 6th place. The winner of this match will be safe and finish either 4th or 5th, qualifying for the knockout playoff game. The loser will be at risk of elimination if either Lineade or Red Hot Chili Potter loses and Alice wins their last match. Then the loser of this game will be eliminated. However, if Alice lose their last match to Daddy's Clackers, this will not matter and both teams will finish safely in 4th and 5th place. Very exciting stuff, Simran.
Yeah, I'm sure the tensions are high, sweats are running. But both these teams won their most recent games, so let's see if they can continue that streak. As we can see on this team, on Red Hot Chili Potters, we have Brandon and Tim. Brandon is an archaeologist, so let's see if he can dig his way out from the bottom of the table and up the ladder closer into 4th place.
Yeah, so very important game here. And Tim, once again, he is a social pool player. So let's hope that these skills will come to fruition in this final game of the group stages and they can pull out a trick from their hat and win this game.
Who knows? Maybe that he's too good at potting, you know? And then on Lineade, we have Alex and Ardit. Both players showing some great prowess in their previous game, showing that they do deserve a spot in this tournament and in tomorrow's game. So let's see if they can keep their place in 4th and stay safe from getting knocked out of the tournament.
Yeah, Lineade, unfortunately, in the last game didn't win. But it is important to note that they are on good form. They do have a point. The points they have lost have been very closely contested. So let's see what they are made of today. Very important game for both teams. So let's hope for the best for both.
First shot being taken by Red Hot Chili Potters in the centre, and now followed by Lineade, who aim for the right but have their ball quite exposed in the centre, in closer to the centre of the tables.
Yeah, Red Hot Chili Potters do tend to try and always hit their first shot straight down the middle and try and cushion it very much at the back, whereas other teams tend to opt more to go for a corner, whereas Red Hot Chili Potters then start to move around after that point. Maybe just getting the first shot in might boost a bit of confidence. What do you think, Simran?
Yeah, I think so. I think it definitely helps cement their position. I guess if it's a point they know they can keep, a ball they know will stay on the table, it's a good one for them to make. This game seems very friendly.
Yeah, it's a very friendly game so far. Sorry, Simran, for interrupting you.
That's all right. Both teams, just making sure to get all their balls into the scoring zone, none making particular advances to knock each other's balls out, perhaps playing a bit more of a safe game in this round, knowing all that is at stake, but both all kind of playing quite controlled shots, so good so far.
Yeah, very fast-paced game so far, shots after shot, and no one's really taking their time to really focus on what's going on here. You know, a lot of shots, all the balls are kind of grouped in their corresponding colours here, except for one of Red Hot Chili Potters' balls on the right. You know, it's very fast-paced, so it's what we like to see. And Red Hot Chili Potters lose the first point. Lineade gaining the first point from a Red Hot Chili Potters error towards the end of the round. Red Hot Chili Potters do seem to be the cause of their own demise, like a lot of teams in this tournament as well. Red Hot Chili Potters are being seen to make their own mistakes, which are costing them points again late in rounds.
Yeah, unfortunately, we haven't seen teams be able to kind of make attacking moves against the Red Hot Chili Peppers as much as they seem to be making more of their own mistakes, leading to them dropping points.
Yeah, it's a real shame here. So we can see now in game 2 here, the black ball is right into the right-hand side cushion here. So the whole table is to aim for, and Lineade aimed their shot fantastically towards the left-hand cushion, making that very difficult to knock out as well. Whereas Red Hot Chili Peppers are more central once again, hit slightly harder than they normally hit the ball. So it is in a quite precarious position and a dangerous position to knock out too.
Matt, what would you be doing? Do you think you would be knocking closer to that black ball to make your shot safe, or staying clear as the teams are doing right now?
I think that black ball is in a bit of a position where it's not really going to benefit you if you're close to it, unless you're right up against it. So I think Lineade are taking the appropriate approach here, hitting it very close to the cushion as well. I'm shocked that Lineade really haven't aimed for any of these red balls at all, which are in the open. Just knocking them out of play entirely. But now they have the opportunity to knock some of them in. I think Lineade need to take advantage of this in order to take a 2-point lead.
Definitely. Lineade seem to just be focusing on getting their balls into the scoring area instead of knocking out the other ball.
That was
Perhaps learning from previous.
A fantastic shot there from Lineade, knocking that yellow ball right into the cushion. That ball is untouchable now. Any slight contact, that will probably knock that ball in as well. So the Red Hot Chili Peppers have to be very careful if they are to try and knock out one of the yellow balls of Lineade.
Seems a bit more of a friendly, delicate match. Both teams seem to be tiptoeing around each other's balls, just trying to get it into the zone, hoping for the best. We might now
Why do you
see.
think that is? Why do you think that is, Simran?
I think it's such an important game to stay in the tournament. I think they know that it could be their last game potentially, if they do lose. So everything is to play for here. There's no point making some sloppy mistakes like both teams have done in the past.
Yeah, as we can see here, all the balls are currently in the zone. Lineade just need to make sure their ball gets into the zone to make sure that they can take this to a tie break. Try and make it as safe as possible. Maybe tuck it behind one of the red balls, just like that. A fantastic shot there. All the pressure is now on Red Hot Chili Peppers to try and knock out a ball, unless they want a tie break. And that is a very, very firm shot, which hands a 2-point lead to Lineade. Very, very important here in the grand scheme of things.
Hey, I'm Kieran, the creator of Rubbish Snooker, which makes art out of litter on an outdoor pool table. And I'm really proud to sponsor the Vanguard Invitational line ball tournament, and check out rubbishsnooker.com.
The Lineade now have a 2-point lead going into the third point of the game. Simran, a bit sloppy from them, don't you think?
Lineade in a really strong position, really benefiting from the mistakes of the Red Hot Chili Peppers. I think Lineade in this game are really solid, really taking care in the shots that they make, making sure that they're not at risk of making those sloppy mistakes and placing balls in brilliant places.
Balls in brilliant places. Another one of Max's tattoos as we take the first shot of Lineade in the third point here. A lot of the Red Hot Chili Peppers mistakes are self-inflicted. Once again, we see that they are making mistakes, and we have seen this from a lot of teams in the tournament too. Whereas Lineade, we're seeing them come into their own in the latter stages of the tournament. They're winning games, they're playing fantastic shots here. Another sensational shot there to get that ball very close to the corner of the table too.
One very close to the edge and one very close to the black, both placed brilliantly and further back than those two red balls on the left, which are far more exposed. I think both of those black balls could be easy game to knock out. Let's see if they take advantage of that or not.
Yeah, I was just about to say, if you are Lineade here, do you take a risk and try and knock out one of the balls, which they just did? And it was a fantastic shot, although it's not out of play, but that makes it very difficult for the Red Hot Chili Peppers to even attempt to take that shot. And that's a good shot there, but unfortunately, the yellow ball is very close to the cushion now, making that very difficult to get rid of, whereas the red ball slides behind the black ball very nicely.
I think they're quite lucky there that red ball didn't touch the black ball. I don't think. I think that was very dangerous. That was quite a dangerous move from the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Obviously, they will have to knock out one of the yellow balls in order to win. Although both teams currently have one ball outside of the scoring zone.
It's actually not a bad shot there for the Red Hot Chili Peppers to have that red ball there, because now they can't hit across the table. Makes it very, very difficult, and it does also protect quite a few of the Red Hot Chili Peppers balls. But that is a fantastic shot there from Lineade to knock another ball into a very difficult position for the Red Hot Chili Peppers to hit in.
Yeah, although those balls aren't completely ruled out, I would say they're in a very difficult position to hit again. Unfortunately, Red Hot Chili Peppers making a mistake in hitting their ball a bit too hard, knocking it out. It's still available to play, but I'm not sure how it will make it back onto the table.
Yeah, I think Lineade there, very, very lucky to not give a point away, with that red ball being a shield for the black one there to stop that touching. But they did have the momentum there to touch the black ball, but the red ball has stopped that from going in. Lineade in a very, very strong position.
Maybe it was intentional. Maybe they're just that skilled.
Maybe they are demonstrating a high skill level in this game. I feel like this is Lineade's game to lose here. A lot of work for Red Hot Chili Peppers to bring this back. They need to somehow knock in 3 balls, or maybe even knock out 2, in order to win this game.
Red Hot Chili Peppers lining up for their final shot. They did not make it through. As we can see here, Lineade have won 3-0, showing some great skills, showing they really deserve to be in the knockout stages of the tournament, and showing them who's boss, really. Showing them that they don't need aid lining up their balls.
Exactly, Lineade really demonstrating there that they do deserve to be in the knockout stages here. A clean sweep of Red Hot Chili Peppers there. A lot of the mistakes Red Hot Chili Peppers made were self-inflicted, and Lineade took advantage of that. You know, playing carefully, making sure their shots were safe, getting their balls into the zone, and making sure they came away with 3 points and safety in the tournament.
Yeah. Compared to the beginning of the tournament, we've really seen a difference between the quality of play with the Lineade team. Perhaps there were nerves at the beginning of the tournament. Perhaps they didn't get as much practice as the other teams since they started right at the beginning. Who knows? But as you can see here, Lineade are now safe in this to go through to the knockout stages. Matt, how do you feel about that game?
Yeah, I'm very pleased for Lineade to get through after a rocky start against Maximum Impact. Very quick game which they lost. Maybe the nerves at the start of the tournament were very clear to see, but it's really nice to see that Lineade have picked it up and they are through. Red Hot Chili Peppers now awaiting their fate for Alice versus Daddy's Clackers in the final game of the group stages. They await their fate. If Alice win, of course, then Red Hot Chili Peppers will go out. So, a lot on the line there for Red Hot Chili Peppers. Simran, any final thoughts?
Yeah, I think the game with Alice will definitely be one to watch. They'll be playing against Daddy's Clackers in the final of the group stages. And that will be an interesting one, as we can see Daddy's Clackers are there in second place. In our next game, we will be seeing the Wet Bandits and Maximum Impact play, just to shuffle around what's going on the board potentially. So I'd like to thank Rubbish Snooker for sponsoring the tournament, and to Cousins Pool and Snooker Bar for allowing us to host the tournament there.
Yeah, thank you very much, Simran, for your commentary on today's game.
Thank you very much, Matt, for your commentary on this game.
Thank you very much for watching. Please like and subscribe. New videos every Tuesday and Thursday at 6 p.m. UK time on the Line Ball channel. Thank you very much for watching.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Hello and welcome to the penultimate game as part of the group stages of the Vanguard Invitational. Today we are sponsored by Rubbish Snooker and hosted at Cousins Pool and Snooker Bar. Today I am joined by Matt.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Yeah, and today we're going to see the Wet Bandits versus Maximum Impact. This game perhaps not going to be the most influential. The Wet Bandits cannot move above second place, and Maximum Impact definitely can't move lower than first place. But a fun game before the intense knockouts begin.
Yeah, definitely more of an exhibition match here in the group stages. All not really to be played for because second and third have to play each other anyway in the knockouts. So it doesn't really make too much of a difference whether you finish second or third. Maximum Impact have already secured themselves in first place. So let's look at the game conditions here. There are very few conditions that matter in this game because Maximum Impact has already secured first place. If the Wet Bandits win, they can still get second place in the group stage. Second and third play each other anyway in the knockout, so this match is all but practice for both teams. The most important match will be the next group stage game to decide which team will be eliminated, so enjoy a relaxing, tension-free group stage game for the big group stage finale in the next one. So, exciting stuff here, Simran. Maybe not as exciting as the final group stage match here, but, you know, let's look at the player profiles. Let's see who's playing today.
Yes, let's see if being magnificently moist will help him in this game. Let's see if Byron will be able to be less basic from being a 6'2" white male. Anything is possible. They really have a chance to shine here and play against Maximum Impact in a low pressure game. Whereas other teams have seen playing against Maximum Impact really struggle to play against them. So maybe with a lack of tension, they'll do well to play well.
Yeah, maybe Maximum Impact here will want to definitely try and win this game to keep a perfect record in the group stages. So maybe the pressure is just on them. Not really much pressure here on the Wet Bandits to get a win because they're already cemented in either second or third place. But Maximum Impact might want to try and keep that clean record of 5-0 if they win this game.
Yeah, it could be a great opportunity for both teams to suss out the other team, as obviously they haven't played each other yet, so it'll be helpful for the following stages. The Wet Bandits taking a humongously aggressive shot in their first go, clearly having no care for what is going on in this game.
Yeah, so maybe we'll see a different side to Maximum Impact here, you know, practicing getting the ball as close to the pocket as they can. The black ball is slightly closer to the left-hand side than the right. We've just seen a very, very aggressive shot here, which hasn't quite gone out of play, but there's two really aggressive shots here at the start of this game. It's clear that both teams understand that not much can change in the table proceedings or the outcome of first, second and third here. So we're not going to see much of an intense game here.
Maximum Impact making a stunning shot there, knocking out the yellow ball of Wet Bandits and maintaining a point in the scoring zone. Luckily for the Wet Bandits, they can still knock their ball in as they have done here, but knocked it way too hard, completely into the pocket.
When you said knock that ball in, I don't think you meant that knock it into the pocket like they just did there. So really, really sloppy play from the Wet Bandits. Of course, they're not really taking this game as a practice game for their second and third place semi-final game in the knockout.
Yeah.
So we might not see a positive light from this game from the Wet Bandits, but we have just seen a really poor shot there from Maximum Impact, knocking their own ball out as their first shot of the game. Very similar to what they did against Daddy's Clackers when they gave away a point. Their first shot being very sloppy.
Do you think either teams are perhaps being a bit too hasty and not taking this opportunity to practice against each other, see who they might be facing in the rest of the tournament?
Yeah, well, as we just seen in the previous episode, Lion performance was very strong, and they are definitely in the 4th and 5th place playoff. So, I think Maximum Impact do need to start taking this game very seriously, because I don't think it'll be the same pushover as the first game they played when they faced them, if they are to face them after the 4th and 5th place playoff.
And a hilarious shot there. Hilarious.
Yeah, we can definitely see that this is more of an exhibition game here. Anki Dams, the people's hero, setting up the table once again, placing the black ball, rolling it up and down with those hands which you just can recognise anywhere.
Yeah, both teams definitely trying to take some riskier moves, working out what they are and are not capable of. It's definitely a great time to practice and see what kind of shots they can make. Perhaps Wet Bandits are even setting up Maximum Impact slightly to think that they're not as good, like to not see how good a team they are and how they got to the position they're in.
Yeah, we are seeing shots which are a little bit more risky, maybe getting it out of their system as early doors. And we've just seen the Wet Bandits take a 2-1 lead from a very sloppy shot.
Hey, I'm Kieran, the creator of Rubbish Snooker, which makes art out of litter on an outdoor pool table. And I'm really proud to sponsor the Vanguard Invitational line ball tournament, and check out rubbishsnooker.com.
They're from Maximum Impact. Is this going to be the first loss for Maximum Impact? Let's see.
Possibly. This is the first time that another team has had the advantage on Maximum Impact. So seeing Maximum Impact lose before the knockouts might actually be very humbling for them, and maybe they'll take the rest of the games more seriously.
Yeah, they might do, or they might just completely dismiss this game because they've already cemented first after the first 4 games. So they can just take a bit of more of a relaxing game here. Games are going very quickly here. Maybe they're just trying to get it out of the way so we can get into the final group stage matches. As the day is going on, it's a long day, hot conditions in Canterbury as this game is being played. So maybe they're just trying to get the group stages out of the way.
The exotic tropical location of Canterbury is definitely going to bring the heat today. I'm sure they all want to sit down, have a nice drink, and relax.
The blistering desert-like conditions of Canterbury blazing down on the players today. Blood, sweat and tears going into the tournament. And that is a fantastic shot there. One of the best shots we've seen in today's game against Maximum Impact. Right into the corner, right on the line of the cushion. Impossible to knock out. Maybe the Wet Bandits are showing Maximum Impact that they do have something about them, even if they are playing a few sloppy shots.
Both teams definitely taking some more risks and making some more sloppy shots. But as we can see from that shot, Wet Bandit definitely showing that they can make some quick, decisive, well thought out shots, even though they are quick. As you can see here, the first time ever we have seen Maximum Impact take a loss onto their register. They will not be getting that perfect score that they hoped for. The Wet Bandits proving that they can take down the tyrants of this tournament.
Yeah, massive result there for the Wet Bandits. I think that'll do a wonder for their confidence going into the knockout stages, knowing that they can beat Maximum Impact, who arguably have been the favourites so far in the tournament. 4-0 going into it, and all of a sudden they have just thrown away a win here, ruining that perfect record.
Definitely, and I'm sure it will humble Maximum Impact, who will maybe pay a bit more attention in going into the knockouts. Okay, as we can see here, Wet Bandits have moved up ahead of Daddy's Clackers, picking up 12 points going into the final, going into the end of the tournament for this group stage and into the knockouts.
Yeah, a fantastic performance there from the Wet Bandits, picking up 4 wins out of 5 in the group stages. The same as Maximum Impact. We do have to be careful for Maximum Impact though. Maybe that will rock their confidence going into the knockout stages, and depending on who they face, it will be Lion versus either Alice or Red Hot Chili Potters in the round playoff before the knockout stages, who they will be facing in the knockout stages.
Yeah, definitely. As you can see from the knockout chart on the right, whoever if Alice win their next game, they have a chance to play in the knockout stages, and whoever plays maximum impact will be impacted by that.
Yeah, a massive moment here in the final group stage game. The Red Hot Chili Peppers hanging on by a thread, really hoping that Daddy's Clackers will do the business against Alice in their final game to also finish on 12 points.
Yes, a great score, an equal score to maximum impact there, and I'm sure in the knockouts they will continue to do just as well. The next game will be a much more high pressured game. This was obviously a great fun game, nice relaxing one before we get to the tension that we will see next when we see Daddy's Clackers play Alice, who are battling to stay in the tournament.
Yeah, exciting stuff in the next game. Once again, we should say thank you to the sponsor of the tournament, of the Vanguard Invitational, Rubbish Snooker, for sponsoring not only the tournament but the prizes won by the winning teams, and also Cousins Pool and Snooker Bar in Canterbury for allowing the games to be hosted on their tables.
Thank you very much for listening. Please join us again every Tuesday and Thursday. Please like and subscribe and leave a comment on who you think is going to go through, who your favorite players are, and how you think that the final knockouts are going to go. I would like to thank my fellow commentator, Matt, and I would like to thank you for listening today. See you again soon. Bye.
Bye! Welcome back to the Vanguard Invitational, sponsored by Rubbish Snooker, for the final group stage game. We are here seeing Alice face off Daddy's Clackers. Joined today by Simran as well. Simran, welcome.
Hello.
As we can see from our chart and the group stages, Daddy's Clackers are safe and Alice are currently at the bottom.
Yeah, so regardless of the outcome of this game, Daddy's Clackers will be staying in the position that they're in, as they cannot go any higher, but Alice is fighting to stay in the tournament.
Yeah, Alice are in a difficult spot here. Haven't picked up many wins, very close loss in their last game there, losing 3-2 to Red Hot Chili Peppers. But Daddy's Clackers also lost their last game as well. So let's look at the game conditions then. And it all comes down to this. If Alice win this game, they advance to the knockouts to face Lion8 in the 4th versus 5th place playoff. If this happens, Red Hot Chili Peppers will be eliminated due to their worst point differential. If Alice lose this game, then Red Hot Chili Peppers will go through in their place and Alice will be eliminated in 6th place. Daddy's Clackers have already guaranteed a semi-final match against the Wet Bandits. Winning this game places them in 2nd in the group stage, losing will put them in 3rd in the group stage overall. So not much for Daddy's Clackers to do here today. It doesn't really matter. It seems like a nothing game for Daddy's Clackers.
That's not true. They are very prideful. It's a matter of pride, and their love for the game and for the authenticity of our sportsmen.
Yeah, so let's hope that they put on a strong performance today. So let's look at the player profiles.
Editor calls himself a spicy food fiend. Perhaps he will bring some spice to the table today to bring his team up for their first win. A comeback story, if you will.
And then looking at here at the player profiles of Daddy's Clackers, John being a father. So let's hope that he is the father of Lineball today and they can come away with the victory.
Is he the daddy of Daddy's Clackers? We'll find out.
Is he the daddy? Of course, we will see. Of course, knowing that he is the father, the daddy, if you will, of Maximum Impact's famous Max. So, jumping into the game here, the black ball positioned over to the left-hand side. Daddy's Clackers Alice to serve. in their first shot. Again, aiming down the middle of the table. We've seen that quite a lot in the group stages so far.
Alice also have a bit of a knack of making quite fast, hard shots near the beginning of their games, perhaps from nerves, but it's a mistake that they seem to continually be making. Hopefully they can work on that and pick up on that and not do that. Again, another very fast shot, but he did get one ball in to the scoring area.
We are seeing some quite rush shots from both teams here. You know, Alice certainly needs to calm the nerves here. This is an important game for them in order to go through into the 4th and 5th place playoff. So it is important that they do pick up some points here. But again, a very harsh shot, and I think this one is just about stayed in play. Nope, unfortunately it is gone.
Everyone seems to be not able to control their strength in this game.
Everyone's been going to the gym, practicing for the big game, you know, making sure that their shots are powerful, but maybe they just need a softer touch in this game.
Yeah, maybe everyone just needs to take a breather. There's obviously a lot of tension going on for Alice right now, but they need to calm down and get their head in the game.
Yeah, much better shot there from Alice. Hitting it over to the right-hand side there. A lot of balls cluttered in the middle, so it makes it quite difficult for Daddy's Clackers to knock that ball away.
Daddy's Clackers there also making a great shot. Both teams seem to have suddenly realised that they need to get their balls into the scoring zone as opposed to just all over the table. And we're making some progress. Alice taking a one-shot lead.
Yeah, it's nice to know that they finally realised that line ball is about getting their points into the scoring zone in the final group stage match.
Now Alice taking their next shot, taken by Aditya. It seems like it's quite, they're thinking about it quite a lot. Where do you think you'd be pointing your cue, Matt?
Yeah, I think they just need to maybe spread out those yellow balls or Daddy's Clackers there just to make sure they're not all bunched up. So if this does go to a tiebreak, they've got options to knock balls out of the zone.
For sure. I think they're all doing quite well and making sure that they're getting their balls into the scoring area.
Yeah, fantastic shot there from Daddy's Clackers, knocking 2 balls in with that shot, putting the pressure on Alice to maybe knock another one of their balls in. Otherwise, this might be point Daddy's Clackers.
Yeah, that shot was definitely a game changer, but getting both of their balls in this shot is going to be a hard one. Personally, if it was me, I'd be looking to knock out one of the yellow balls as opposed to getting both of my red balls in. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't think they've realised this with the shot they're looking to take here. They are just focusing on getting their ball into the zone, not realising that Daddy's Clackers just has an easy tap in down the line here if they want to win the point.
Well, maybe there's only so much they can do. Maybe they're just hoping for Daddy's Clackers to mess up here.
Yeah, surely you've got to give it a go. You know, 5-5 the first game. First point must be pretty crucial going forward here, just for the confidence. And we are about to see Daddy's Clackers hit a very soft shot, unexpectedly. They thought the game was going to be over, but it is 5-5. So now we are on to the tiebreak.
Daddy's Clacker saying that was not interesting enough round. Let me make it spicy. Here we thought Aditya was the spice fiend, but perhaps it's John and Ranky.
Yeah, so let's hope now that maybe for Alice's sake they hit a fantastic shot here. Maybe take a bit of a risk to knock one of the yellow balls, hit it hard, not play for safety here, because I think Hanky and John might be out for blood. They're currently playing with their food.
Yeah. I think they're safely far enough away. All of the yellow balls are far enough away from that black ball and nicely placed in the middle, which probably works in Alice's favour. Alice taking a second serve.
Second serve, you know, hasn't quite knocked anything out in this, but the Red Bulls are in a pretty safe spot, apart from maybe the two on the right hand side, but they're not the easiest to knock out here. Maybe at this angle, we are seeing you're being lined up. John giving some advice to Anki there, maybe to make a difference. I suspect this is going to hit the red and bounce into the black. Or maybe not.
Hey, I'm Kieran, the creator of Rubbish Snooker, which makes art out of litter on an outdoor pool table. And I'm really proud to sponsor the Vanguard Invitational line ball tournament, and check out rubbishsnooker.com.
No, they managed to knock out one of the opposition balls from the look of it, because that's who the point's been given to. So maybe a bit confusion there on what exactly happened there, because that was very fast paced, that shot. But from what we can see, Daddy's Clackers have taken the first point in the game. Alice with a lot of work to do.
Alice lining up for their first shot again. Unfortunately, not hitting it quite hard enough to get into the scoring zone. Interestingly, the black ball is again placed on the far left, almost as if it hasn't even moved.
Yeah, we are seeing both teams currently opting to completely stay away from the black ball. John there with a very vicious shot, asserting his dominance as the Daddy and Daddy's Clackers on the table by hitting a firm shot with his first ball.
And Alice getting a ball in by knocking another one, but unfortunately not quite able to get both in. Luckily, we have Anki Dams here, man of the people, knocking in
Man
all
of the
balls.
people.
Man of the people. He's a people's person.
What a hero, sportsman of the group stage thus far. Anki Dams doing the team a solid,
And
doing everyone a favour.
Aditya not even batting an eyelid to not knock out one of Daddy's Clacker's balls, giving them a
Who
point
cares about
advantage.
sportsmanship? Who cares about sportsmanship? That's what Alice are just saying there. Anki Dams hitting a wonderful shot for both teams, but Alice making sure that they are aware that they are here to win this game. This isn't a sportsmanship game for them. This is a must-win.
Very true. Alice making a great shot there. Quite a forceful shot, but luckily barricaded by the other balls. And that was a close one by Anki for Daddy's Clackers. Almost kissing that black ball.
Daddy's Clackers getting close to kissing balls is something I don't like to talk about too much. But Anki Dams showing that he is an expert at close proximity here, giving them a 4-3 lead on the table.
Alice really seems to have come into a bit of a stride here, making some great shots. Maybe that one not so much, but so far in the game we've seen them play a lot stronger than they have in previous games.
Do you think that's just the pressure now of the final game in the group stage?
Daddy's Clacker's determined to get as close to the black ball as possible without touching it. They're playing their own game. They're not even here for Alice.
They're playing a bit of 2-on-1 over there on that left-hand side. Those balls very safe, but we have just seen Daddy's Clackers gain another point due to Alice potting one of their own, and unfortunately now it is 2-0 Daddy's Clackers, and this might be the coming of the end to Alice's tournament.
It's a lot of pressure in this fight, in this next match. This could be Alice's last game in the tournament, unless they pull something out of the bag.
We're just seeing the red balls being arranged here, making sure that there's the correct amount of numbers for both teams on the table, as we were one short there.
Always remember to get your ruler out and measure that the balls are in the exactly perfect position, as you don't want to be cheating.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think their lining up of the balls were a bit rubbish, which brings us on to our sponsor, Rubbish Snooker. Thank you very much for the sponsoring of the tournament, the first Vanguard Invitational.
Yes, as you've seen from previous videos, they'll be getting the winner will get a prize of the artwork made by Rubbish Snooker. As you can see here, Daddy's Clackers have 2 balls in the scoring zone. They've made very calm shots, very very good shots, making sure that they're using the right amount of effort. I think Alistair picks up on that, slowly bringing in a ball into that scoring area.
Yeah, Alice certainly do realise that this game is now or never, so they need to make sure that their shots are going in, being a little bit more aggressive maybe, being more assertive on the table to make sure that one, they're staying away from the black ball if they're not confident to go near it, and 2, they're being a little bit more aggressive with the yellow balls in the scoring zone.
Shana trying to make another shot, second serve there, with her red ball, but unfortunately it has been denied. VAR has claimed that to be a shot in itself.
Yeah, Daddy's Clackers, not forgetting about the unsportsman knockout of one of Daddy's Clackers' balls after Anki Down's sportsmanship, so they are not letting that one slide.
But I'm not sure. I'm not sure Alice's correct tactic would be to be aggressive. I think it's too late for that. I think they should just be trying to get their balls in the zone. There's not much, and cross their fingers and hope that Daddy's Clackers make a mistake. I don't think there's much more that they can do at this point. It's too risky to be making aggressive shots now.
Yeah, Daddy's Clackers is playing this very sensibly as well, making sure they're completely avoiding the black ball entirely. That's a fantastic shot there from Alice to knock out one of Daddy's Clackers' balls, making the game 2-1 currently in the scoring zone. But a nice quick return, we're seeing that yellow ball back in. But that yellow ball in a bit of a difficult position.
Definitely. I would say all balls are quite exposed right now. No one's really planning for the future, making sure that their balls are safely hidden in from being knocked out. But perhaps it's something that they'll focus on as the game gets closer and closer to the end. That was a brilliant shot by Alice just now, knocking 2 more balls in. And then an equally great one made by John for Daddy's Clackers.
Yeah, Daddy's Clackers do have a bit to do in this round in order to steal a 3-0 win. Alice here playing quite strongly. They just need to focus on making sure their red balls are getting into the zone, and they should be okay.
Alice making a bit too slow a shot there, just about missing the scoring zone, but it's all right. It's quite close to the line where they could probably knock it in their next go if they need to.
Yeah, Daddy's Clackers.
Daddy's Clackers
Daddy's
lining
Clackers
up
doing their maths. Apologies for speaking over you there, Simran. Our timing is just impeccable.
Engineer John giving his scientific input. Unfortunately, his usefulness as an engineer did not help in this situation, and Alice make a point, perhaps swaying the game back into their favour.
Hey, my name's Kieran Paul and I'm the creator of Rubbish Snooker, which is the proud sponsor of the Vanguard Invitational Line Ball Tournament, of which the winners win a piece of Rubbish Snooker art.
Yeah, still a long way to go, but we are seeing Alice get their points onto the board, so now the score being 2-1. Is this going to be the greatest comeback in line ball history?
Alice making a shot to the left there, a great shot with perfect amount of control, making sure that the ball stays in the scoring zone and is relatively open for attack. Unfortunately, unlike that yellow ball, which is considerably closer to the black ball, making it a bit safer.
Yeah, the black ball being in the middle here, right at the front of the scoring zone might prove to be a problem for both teams here. Especially they have to be very careful if they're bouncing it off the side cushions and then the back to get their balls in. Just to be sure they're not too aggressive, because a couple of bounces might lead to the end of this point. And maybe the end of this game.
Quite a savage position in my eyes, but it does give them the opportunity to stick closer to the pockets, like Alice is doing now with another great shot taken by Shauna. Really close to the pocket, making it hard to knock out. I see Alice really taking charge of this point, fueled by their last win.
Yeah, sorry. They're really using their momentum here. Some fantastic shots here. Far too aggressive there from Daddy's Clackers. And that is out of play. Daddy's Clackers 3-2 down, but also a ball down in comparison to Alice.
Yeah, they're getting rattled now. They're like, we're second in the table. This should be easy, but Alice are not making it easy for them at all.
That just goes to show when you got something to play for, other than pride, Alice need this win. You're seeing the performances come out.
Yeah, definitely. Some people just work much better under pressure. Some people work worse under pressure.
Oh, close shave there once again from Daddy's Clackers. You know what they say though, pressure does make diamonds. Another one of Max's tattoos.
Alice taking their next shot. Another great controlled shot, really closing in on that right corner, lining up all their balls. I would say that's probably a more exposed one, but if they're aiming, I feel like they're probably aiming to win not by tiebreak. So they're in a really strong position in this round.
Yeah, Daddy's Clackers certainly need to become a little bit more aggressive if they are to win this point here. There's two exposed balls on the left-hand side. Maybe they can start to focus on those, get those out whilst getting their balls in, which we are seeing there from John. Fantastic shot there, knocking the red out, making it very difficult for that ball to go back into the zone. If you're Alice, what do you do in this position?
Alice still have a lead by 1 point, so I think it's best to just keep their balls in the scoring zone. It's too dangerous to be trying to knock out any of those yellow balls. They're way too close to the black. But it depends how risky and spicy they're feeling.
I think they just need to make sure that their balls are getting into the area, you're all clustered together. Very, very risky shot there. Clipping the yellow ball, but also riding between the black and yellow ball in the scoring zone to score a point.
It's gorgeous. Shauna threaded the needle there, threaded it
Fantastic.
successfully.
Threading the needle perfectly past the black ball, especially in such a tight knitted point itself.
And keep taking the next shot for Daddy's Clackers with a really tame shot, just trying to get a ball into the scoring area, not really making an advance to knock out another one of Alice's balls. Maybe there's none that he fancies that are exposed enough.
Yeah, we are seeing Alice hitting their final ball as well here. Making sure they score points is very important here, but Daddy's Clackers also need to be aware that they also need to be scoring points too. So, big point here.
Daddy's Clackers here, in order to win the point, need to knock out one of the red balls as well as getting their ball in, or they need to knock in both of their yellow balls. Let's see what John has in store for us.
A very difficult shot here. Needs a lot of care. Very delicate shot needed. But we have seen the black ball get hit, and that is 2-2. The comeback is well and truly on. We are now tied going into the fifth and final game of the group stage. Alice needing the win. Very, very important.
This is really a great comeback story that we're seeing here. I'm really seeing Alice come into their own and rising to the challenge, taking on what they've learned from the day and growing as a team. Of seeing
the
Daddy's
Chili
Clackers being I'm seeing
Red Hot Chili
Alice.
Potters are holding their breath right now as well. Apologies again for talking over.
No, a brilliant point you've made. Red Hot Chili Peppers must be dying.
Holding their breath at this point, because Alice seemingly out of the game at 2-0 down, and all of a sudden it's 2-2. Daddy's clackers apart from the side. We are in a very tense situation, not just for Alice, but for the Red Hot Chili Potters too.
Alice taking their next shot and nicely knocking in a ball, but unfortunately knocking one out of the scoring zone.
Yeah.
And Daddy's Clacker's making an unnecessarily aggressive shot there. They clearly haven't learned enough about complacency yet.
Yeah, I think they're quite comfortable in this game, especially in this moment. You know, the pressure's kind of off them. All the pressure now is on Alice. But, you know, will that carry over going into their next game in the semi-finals with being 2-0 up and losing 3-2 if it is to happen? So the score being 4-3 at the moment here. Alice holding the lead in the final game. A lot of pressure here on Daddy's Clackers to get their balls into the zone.
Alice just making decisions there, the best shot to take, what's the best strategy? Where do you think you'd be hitting, Matt?
I think they just need to continue hitting it over to that right hand side. Don't take any unnecessary risk with any of their shots here. Just to make sure that they are safe with every shot they hit. And the same for Daddy's Clackers. I think they just need to opt to hit away from the black ball entirely. And Alice have won. What a moment here for Alice. A fantastic comeback. Seriously crazy comeback here from 2 points down to win 3-2 in the final group stage match to go through into the 4th and 5th place playoff. Simran, your thoughts?
A brilliant game, a great story. Unfortunately, not a great day for Red Hot Chili Peppers, who will unfortunately be knocked out of the group stages now, as they are in 6th place.
Yeah, unfortunately, them losing to Lineade in their final game put them in the hands of Alice. But unfortunately, they did not take the opportunity to win their final game, but Alice did against Daddy's Clackers here. A fantastic turnaround to win 3-2 after being 2-0 down. So let's just look at the table here to summarise our group stage. Maximum Impact winning the group stage, with 4 wins out of 5. In second place, the Wet Bandits, after Daddy's Clackers loss in this game here, putting them into 3rd place. And then for our 4th and 5th place player, we are going to see Lineade facing Alice in a match to face Maximum Impact in the semi-finals, with unfortunately Red Hot Chili Peppers exiting in the group stage.
Yeah, so the next game we'll be watching will be Lineade versus Alice, fighting to stay in the game in our knockout stages. The next team will then that team will then progress and play with Maximum Impact. So it should be a really exciting next stage of the tournament. So please do tune in every Tuesday and Thursday for a new video. Matt, how do you feel?
Once again, we are now going into the knockout stages. Very excited here. What a fantastic game to end the group stage on. The drama, the comeback, the greatest comeback we've seen in line ball history, I'd have to argue, with the pressure being on. So it's just fantastic to watch. At Cousins Pool and Snooker Bar in Canterbury, allowing the group stages to be filmed and played there. So massive thank you to them. And a big thank you to Rubbish Snooker. Simran, any final thoughts?
Yeah, I love going out on a bang. That's all I'll say.
Simran likes going out on a bang. You heard it here first. Once again, thank you very much for watching. Please like, subscribe, indulge yourself in the content. Plenty more games to come in the knockout stages, so stay tuned for them every Tuesday and Thursday. I've been Matt.
I've been Simran.
Thank you very much for watching. Goodbye.
Bye. Hello and welcome back to the Vanguard Invitational. We are now at our first stage of the knockouts. Every team is playing to stay in the tournament. I am joined today by my co-presenter Matt.
Thank you for having me.
And now we have the wild card.
So let's talk about this wild card here. So before we get into the next game, for the knockout stages, we are introducing the wild card. Chris Hope is one of the earliest line ball pool players. He will randomly be assigned to one of the teams in the knockouts right now and will represent that team for the rest of the tournament. Let's firstly find out where he will be playing.
So a wild card has been thrown in there, as you can see. They're very surprising and shocking. You can see now Max Barrett, the creator of Line Ball, spinning it on a really well focused phone there. Luckily we have a zoomed in version to have a look to see who we'll be playing with. And Chris will be joining Maximum Impact. Is it a fix? Do you think it's a fix? I'm not sure.
Yeah, two of the earliest players there who have played together before. Once again, enemies turn into friends, and we are seeing that again with another one of Max's opponents who he has beaten in the past. Very exciting.
The three most experienced players on one team. This is very dangerous for the rest of the teams. This may be the beginning of the end, but not to worry for now. For now, we have Lineade versus Alice playing in the first of the knockout stages, as they came in 4th and 5th in the group stages.
Yeah, big game here for both teams here in the 4th and 5th. First to 5 now in the tournament, so let's see how they cope with the games being slightly longer than before.
Yeah, all teams are rested, all teams have had time to regroup. In their previous game, the Alice and Lineade had a very close game, Lineade beating them with 3-2. So anything is up for grabs. We're not sure what's going to happen today, but we're all very excited.
Yeah, just to add to that as well, we have just seen Alice with a massive win over Daddy's Clackers to get into the knockout stages here, as well as Lineade destroying Red Hot Chili Potters in their final game of the group stage, 3-0. So this really is anyone's game.
Yeah, both teams have definitely grown considerably over the group stages. So this should be a really interesting game to see where they've landed after their first game that they played together, which was only both of their second times playing in the tournament. So now that they're much more experienced, let's see what they can bring and how this differs from their previous game.
Yeah, definitely here. First shot of the knockout tournament about to begin. Anki Dams, once again, the people's hero, rolling the ball out for the first time with the knockouts. And we are seeing Alice to serve at the start of the game. Black ball here, over to the left-hand side. We are seeing Alice lean more towards the black ball, probably for the first time in this tournament. We've seen them actually play past the black ball rather than down the middle with one of their first shots, which is really nice to see the confidence they must be feeling after a massive win in their last game.
Yeah, I think that's a really brilliant shot that they've made on the left. Lineade matching, trying to match it on the far right. A bit more exposed, this is a bit more central and a bit further away, which Alice there have taken complete advantage of, as you can see, knocking it out, leaving no yellow balls in the scoring zone.
Yeah, what a fantastic start here for Alice, showing their confidence very early on. But we've just seen Lineade hit a fantastic shot there. Both balls very, very safe in that corner, tucked behind the black ball there. What a fantastic start to this game.
Alice pulling up for their next shot, likely also selecting behind that black ball. Seems like a great place to locate your ball and make sure it's safe. Right now, that other red ball is very exposed on the right, which Lineade could take advantage of now.
Yeah, what a fantastic shot there once again from Alice. We have seen a really confident Alice here at the start of this. Unlucky there from Lineade with that red ball, almost getting it out of the area. I mean, they did get it out, but it's still in quite a nice position to hit back in. Unfortunately, because of the double bounce, it didn't go further down the table. So we are seeing a very aggressive Alice coming into the knockout stages. They are here for business so far, hitting some very aggressive shots, but that one did not quite work out, and we have seen Lineade to take the first point due to an Alice mistake.
Hey, I'm Kieran, the creator of Rubbish Snooker, which makes art out of litter on an outdoor pool table. And I'm really proud to sponsor the Vanguard Invitational line ball tournament, and check out rubbishsnooker.com.
This Vanguard Invitational and this game in general is all about taking the risks. Line ball pool is all about taking the risks, and we have seen an example of that not going well. So maybe it will in the next round.
Yeah, so
Right off.
Alice started very strongly, but unfortunately they did make the mistake. And that has cost them the point here. So maybe we might see a bruising of that confidence from Alice. Let's hope not.
Yeah, that slight loss of concentration really cost them. Hopefully they'll be able to maintain it for this round. That first shot by Lineade taken very well in that right hand corner, close to the pocket, behind the black ball. Alice following suit to make a similar decision to have their balls both safe. Let's see what line ball does.
Yeah, that black ball is perfectly positioned here for Lineade to take full advantage of that, which they are with two fantastic shots to start the round. A lot of space for them to hit it off that side cushion to put it really close into the corner. A lot of manoeuvring space behind that black ball, but it makes it very difficult there for Alice to hit that ball out. So we are seeing Alice opt to go for the other side. Far too aggressive there from Alice. Maybe Lineade might take advantage of this. There might be a little bit more concern on getting their balls into the zone.
Lineade attempting to stick to their tactics. Unfortunately, that shot was not taken with enough force, and they have not made it into the scoring zone. Whereas Alice seemed to be focusing on the left side, trying to give some love to that left pocket.
Yeah, it's definitely good looking here to hit that red ball into the zone here. They just have to be careful with their angles. If they hit it too far hard, we might see another pot. But shot hasn't really done much favour there because that red ball's now a little bit further over. They kind of just swapped, but they did get a ball into the zone, so that is a positive from that shot.
Yeah, it's in the zone. It is perhaps much more exposed than the other balls, but points are points.
Yeah, exactly. Another fantastic shot there from Lineade. 3 balls over to the right-hand side there, very close to the cushion. Very difficult to hit that ball out of play.
Lineade really making very controlled shots, making sure that all of their bases are covered.
Lineade currently leading 3 balls to 2. They have to be very careful here with the bounces of the balls here. Another great shot there. All those balls very much clustered together. That red ball kind of spoiling the party behind the black on the right hand side there. But the yellow ball in front is kind of acting like a guard for it. So very strong position here for Lineade in the second point.
The energy of this game feels so different to the previous games, don't you think, Matt?
Yeah, definitely. I think after the group stages, after a long slugging day trying to make sure their teams go through, especially these two teams who've had to fight for their wins to make sure to guarantee their spots in the knockout stages in this playoff. So this is almost an extra game for them. And coming away after the group stages, having that time to rest and come back, we are seeing a rejuvenated squad. And it's really nice to see the energy coming into this game.
Yeah, they've definitely got their energy back in this one. They've come with purpose. But really it feels like, yes, previously we were just watching people play line ball. Now we're watching professionals.
These are the pros of the game now. Really getting stuck in after a lot of practice now. They've played their 5 group stage games each. They've made it to this point. So, very important shot here as well for Lionade to make sure their ball gets into the zone to put the pressure on for Alice.
Lionade again sticking to that corner, making sure to a really, really well controlled shot, making sure to stay away from the back ball as well. Alice will now have to make a shot to knock out one of the yellow balls and get one of their balls in, or knock out 2 of the yellow balls. Not sure how they're going to do that by taking that kind of angle, but you know.
Yeah, difficult angle there for them to potentially gain a point there. Meaning, Lionade are taking a 2-point lead.
Hey, my name's Kieran and I am the creator of Rubbish Snooker, which is proudly sponsoring the Vanguard Invitational Line Ball Pool Tournament. What is Rubbish Snooker? Well, Rubbish Snooker creates art on an outdoor pool table using upcycled and littered lids. This is just one example. They get printed on canvases and they're available at rubbishsnooker.com and Etsy.
Any thoughts so far on Lionade's performance?
I think both teams are playing really well, but I would say Lionade definitely have a lot more composure in this game, a lot more confidence. You can really see their abilities coming through, all that practice really coming into play here. Both teams are definitely warming into the match, but I would say Lionade are definitely showing a lot more confidence.
Yeah, it's a very, very strong start from Lionade. That point there, we've just seen probably their best point of the tournament thus far. Having that wonderful little cluster on the right-hand side, behind the black ball. And they're going to stick to their same tactic. Over to the right-hand side, they seem to find their range over to that side, right against the cushion. So, don't fix what isn't broken. Keep going.
Yeah, it's really well placed against that cushion on the right, close enough to that to the pot to make sure that the other team won't want to go anywhere near it.
Yeah, we're seeing Alice reverting back to their tactics at the start, making sure that they are just getting their ball into the zone, even if it is down the middle. But a ball in the zone is a point scored, so we got to make sure that they continue that. Maybe we might see the aggressive side of Alice with that yellow ball quite exposed, but is it worth the risk of being 2 points down? It is first to 5, so maybe they do have a bit of room to manoeuvre.
That was famously a tactic used by the Red Hot Chili Potters, which was who have unfortunately been knocked out of the tournament. So I'm not sure that hitting straight shots is the best tactic, but perhaps they're doing it to spin the game in their way, in their own kind of way.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like that. Alice are looking to a variety of tactics from different teams. We saw a bit of Daddy's clackers in them with the aggressive shots in the first point, which didn't quite go their way. We just seen a very, very tame shot there from Alice, knocking the ball only ever so slightly forward, making it a little bit difficult for their next red ball to be hit in any way to cause any damage to Lionade.
Yeah, seemed perhaps a bit of a mistake there by Alice, but I'm sure they can pull it back if they need to. Both teams making very safe shots in this round as opposed to the last round when they were all making themselves very close to the black ball. In this round, staying firmly away on the other side.
Just have to be careful this red ball in front here, making sure that they don't hit it too aggressively because you don't want to be ending up in that far pocket or too close to the black ball, which it might hit it. The angle they're aiming at here does seem a bit suspicious, is the best way to describe it at the moment. But it was a fantastic shot. Yeah,
Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. A brilliant shot, knocking both balls in from such a difficult angle.
Yeah, they took their time with that shot, and it was really nice to see. They got their angles right, and they got both balls in, putting the pressure back on Line A to continue hitting their balls into the zone.
Yeah.
Good
If I
shot
was
there.
Line A, if I was Line A, I'd be a bit rattled now after that power move.
Yeah, but we did just see Lionhead hit a good shot there. Powerful shot behind the two Reds there, making it very difficult to knock those out if we are into a period of a tiebreak,
Yeah.
which is looming at the moment.
Definitely, I agree. It really shows their confidence and their prowess and their ability by being able to knock such aggressive shots and not anything into the pocket, get the ball where they want it to be. Line A really showing that they are not any team to be messed with.
Yeah, definitely there. Lineade have really grown into this tournament. We're really starting to see the skills on display. From the first game, we've just seen what we saw to now is a completely different team. Alice are hitting their second to last ball of this point into the zone, hopefully, of course. Lining up now.
Alice hoping to score another point here, perhaps knock a yellow ball out, who knows. Unfortunately, they have made a good shot and kept it in the scoring zone, but that is very exposed ball. If I was in Line A's position, I would definitely be looking to knock that red ball out.
Yeah, I think they've got a lot of red balls to play with here. So I think they can just take their time. Fantastic shot there, moving that into a position. Unless Alice knock this one in, which it's been very clearly stated that ball needs to be put into a stronger position. Otherwise, they are in danger here of going 3 points down in this game.
Depends on the confidence. They could always try to knock out another one of those yellow balls since they're going to have to do it anyway.
But unfortunately, the shot was too aggressive, and we see Line A taking a 3-point lead in the 4th and 5th place playoff. Massive, massive point there. Maybe in the reflection of the match so far.
Yeah, best of 5. So potentially only 2 more rounds to go, but who knows? Could be 4.
Yeah, very, very difficult spot. Alice are in this current position. But if you want to see more, you're going to have to look at part 2 of this match of the knockout stages.
Ooh, suspense. That was a great match that we saw between Lionhead and Alice, really setting a precedent for the knockout stages as the bottom 2 in the tournament, showing some great skill and that they are forces to be reckoned with. How did you feel about that game, Matt?
Yeah, we have definitely seen 2 of the teams which we didn't think were probably the strongest in the tournament show that they are a force to be reckoned with, and they definitely need to be taken seriously by Maximum Impact. Maximum Impact should be studying this game to kind of see how both teams are playing going forward here, just to make sure that they are seeing any way to capitalize on any of the plays they are seeing today.
Line A keeping a strong lead of 3-0, although both teams seem to be quite equally matched in terms of skill. Line A just having that slight edge, perhaps that will tide them over for the rest of the game. Or will Alice have another comeback of the century? You'll find out next time on our channel. Every Tuesday and Thursday at 6 p.m, you will see what's happening next in the Vanguard Invitational. Of course, I'd like to remind you that we are sponsored by Rubbish Snooker. A huge thank you for their sponsorship, and a huge thank you to Cousins Pool and Snooker Bar in Canterbury. Any final thoughts, Matt?
Bring on part 2 is all I can say here. Hoping for just as strong a second part as we've seen from both teams here. Alice being a bit unfortunate to be 3 points down, I think, with some of the play they've been playing. But Lineade have shown their ability in these first 3 points. So it is very exciting to see how this match is going to go.
Great. See you again soon. Goodbye. Welcome back to part 2 of this knockout stage game, game 16. We are seeing Lineade play Alice. Thank you for joining me, my co-commentator Matt.
Thank you for having me.
Just as a reminder, we are currently in the knockout stages. We are seeing Lineade player Alice to battle to get to play Maximum Impact in their next stage of the games. Matt, do you have any predictions for the rest of the game?
Yeah, so welcome back to the Vanguard Invitational. We are in the 4th and 5th place playoffs here. Lineade taking a 3-0 lead in the first half with an exciting start. So I guess what we'll probably see in the second half is a continuation of Lineade's form. You know, they started very strongly, hitting some great shots, but I think we'll just see a continuation of their form.
Yeah, just as a reminder, it's the first team to get to 5 points in the knockout stages. So Alice do have a bit of leeway to make it there, but you know, they're really going to have to pull something out of the bag to get it all the way there. We'd like to thank Rubbish Snooker for sponsoring the Vanguard Invitational and Cousins Pool and Snooker Bar for hosting the games.
Very exciting second half we should see here. Are we going to see Alice make a strong comeback as we have seen before in some of their previous games? Or will we see Alice crumble under the pressure and let Lineade sweep away this victory and make a clean sweep straight into the semi-finals? We're about to find out now. So the black ball's over to a little bit lean to the right hand side here on the 4th game of this match.
Lineade
to break.
Lineade opting for the far right, quite close to that black ball, quite close to the bench. Really safe spot, really great shot.
Yeah, seeing Alice are opting to stay away, maybe potentially from the black ball here. You know, don't want to take too many risks now. Don't want the game to run away from them here. So, they might have changed their mind here. Maybe try and put a bit of pressure on, maybe.
Yeah, I would say it would be a mistake to stay on the far left side. I would say try creating a bit of a cluster near that black ball. Make sure your balls are safe and not easily knocked out. But maybe they've gone for a safer option this time.
Yeah, last time we really saw Lineade find their range over that right-hand side, the right sort of depth they need to get it right into the corner. So we're really seeing the quality of Lineade's play go up. And that is a fantastic shot. I think rather unexpectedly bouncing off both cushions in the left-hand side and rolling across the back in order to make a fantastic shot once again behind the black ball. Very difficult to hit out.
The cue seemed to slip away from him there. I had a feeling that Lineade were trying to knock that red ball out of play, but luckily for them, it did them another kind of favour.
Yeah, very hard shot there from Alice there, knocking that ball out of position. Lineade not opting to go for either one of those red balls. You know, they could potentially knock either one of those out. Very soft shot there from Lineade. Not what we expected from them from the previous 2 shots, so very unexpected. Lineade have a lot of potential here to knock a lot of these balls out and get this game gone very quickly if they are to play the aggressive approach.
Alice again opting just to get all their balls in the scoring area. Unfortunately, that third ball has not quite made it in. But again, very exposed balls, really easy for Lineade to knock them out. Let's see if that's what they try to do now.
Unlucky there from Lineade, hasn't quite knocked out either one of those red balls on the left-hand side. Slightly more difficult now to hit those out because they're kind of clumped together. So Alice still have a lot of work to do here. Alice could find the potential to knock both those balls in here with the correct shot, which we have seen there. We have seen one of those balls enter. The red ball there at the top, not quite in.
Lineade,
Yeah, we can definitely.
Lineade then seeming to try to go back to their original tactics, get the game back in their favour, stick to what they know.
Yeah, we are seeing quite a confident Lineade here. It's a great shot there. Again, where it has actually managed to just about lean into the zone, that other ball. So they do have all their balls into the zone. Lineade here, needing to knock out one of those red balls there, but they have hit the black ball, and that is now 3-1. Is this the start of the comeback?
An unfortunate turn of events. Lineade really seemed to be struggling in that round to knock out some of those Alice balls and really make the game turn in their favour. It seems their main strengths are sending clean shots into the area, where really controlled shots, really safe shots. But then when it comes to knocking out other balls, it seems to be a bit of an issue for them. Matt, your thoughts?
Lineade here just need to focus on what they're good at. I think if they play their approach, pushing it over to the far side, it won't really benefit them too much this time because they don't have the protection of the black ball due to it being on the left-hand side here. But they could very easily just make sure all their balls are in a corner, away from the black ball if necessary, and just keep scoring points. Because if you're scoring points, it puts the pressure on the other team.
Two really nice soft shots just seen from both teams. Nicely on the right side, far away from that black ball, close to the back cushion, close to the pot. All is well in this round so far.
We have seen a miss hit here. The ball has been moved forward. Unfortunately, that is the shot. We have seen that a few times from Alice before, where they accidentally tapped the ball, and it has cost them. It's one red ball which they outplay.
Bit of harsh refereeing there in my eyes. We move.
How many mistakes can you make the same amount of times? We've seen Alice hit that shot a few times throughout the tournament now, so maybe the referees have had enough of it. Yeah, that red ball from Alistair is really not benefiting this next shot whatsoever here. They are going to have to hit this at a very difficult angle, I'd say. Unless they try and hit this quite hard, maybe to try and get both into the area. Hit it hard enough so it's at least in a better position to hit in next time.
I guess
Lineade here. Lineade here, looking for an opportunity here, not opting to hit towards the red balls there. They're in two very strong positions to knock out a play entirely here, giving Alice a chance almost feeling sorry for the shots they've just seen, giving them a chance to maybe try and hit them back in, maybe take the bait, and maybe potentially... Oh, they have not one of their balls out there. The middle pocket does not count as a loss of the round, so they have just lost that ball, and now they are a ball down.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Lineade have the skill to be able to knock out those black balls that are so far out of the scoring area. So it's best to just stick to that side. Unfortunately, that has also not worked in their favour in this round, as we can see.
Hey, I'm Kieran, the creator of Rubbish Snooker, which makes art out of litter on an outdoor pool table. And I'm really proud to sponsor the Vanguard Invitational line ball tournament, and check out rubbishsnooker.com.
Well, I think that unfortunate ball knocked only that unfortunate red ball knocked only slightly kind of did Alice a favour there in blocking off those yellow balls.
There's a great shot there from Alice in that sense. A lot of Lineade's problems are self-made throughout this tournament. We have seen it in a lot of different games. So they certainly will need to start ironing out those mistakes if they are to go through and to have a chance against Maximum Impact in the semi-final.
Yeah, they really cannot be making these kind of mistakes against Maximum Impact.
So
I think
Sorry, go on.
I think it's just a mental thing. I think I think they were so confident at the beginning. They were playing great shots, but now the game's not really leaning in their favor. It's kind of getting to them. Matt, what do you think?
Yeah, I think a 3-point lead here has made them a little bit too comfortable, I'd say, cruising through this game. Another great shot there from Alice in a very difficult position, with the yellow ball also being very safe from Alice in the far corner as well. The black ball being in the middle doesn't really benefit either side here. It means they have to play more dangerously towards the pocket rather than the centre of the table.
Very centrally placed, making it a bit more dangerous. But as we can see there, Lineade very happily knocking out one of Alice's balls, finally, successfully.
Yeah, we are seeing slightly more aggressive shot there from Lineade. That shot, not the easiest shot for Alice to knock into the zone, but we do see them successfully knocking that ball with that other red ball in a strong position to knock in. Lineade do need to become a little bit more aggressive here if they are to prevent Alice from getting that red ball into the zone.
So far, I don't think I've seen either team stand out or shine, particularly. I've seen some great shots from both teams, but none seem to stand out compared to the other to be able to play maximum impact successfully in their next game.
Yeah, we do know how strong Maximum Impact are. They did cruise through the group stages with only one loss in 5 games, whereas these teams didn't have the greatest group stage. We did see a strong start from Lineade in the previous part, but this game they do seem a bit more shaky towards the latter half of the game here, not as confident with their positioning of the balls. So hopefully we'll see a turn from either team here, turn up the notch a little bit, go into third gear in this game.
Not even fourth quite yet, third. Keep it safe, guys. We're not going to pass 30 miles an hour.
Yeah, nice, slow and steady here. Both teams making sure their balls get into the zone in order to make sure they're scoring points here. Slightly firmer shot there from Alice. However, all balls are into the zone here. They just have to remember, keep knocking their balls into the area, and they will be okay.
Alice made a dangerous shot there, dangerously close to that black ball, but it really paid off for them, and really exposed that yellow ball. Maybe helpful for the future.
Yeah, we're just seeing there the scores update in that yellow ball, which is right on the line, is just about in the zone here. Alice here just needs to keep scoring their points and keep the pressure on here because Lineade need to get that yellow ball in. Not the easiest shot to get in and make sure it's safe. So once again, we are seeing that there's not enough power to get that other yellow ball in. So Alice just needs to get this ball in and then they really put the pressure on Lineade.
Or even better, knock one of the yellow balls out as well.
Would you take the risk at this point? You know, if you knock this ball in, you've got a 2-ball lead, all your balls are in the zone. They have to do something quite special, knocking both balls in order to win the ball.
Depends how confident you are about the tie-breaking situation.
Alice here opting for just making sure their balls are safe. They have a lot of work to do here in order to get both balls into the zone and make sure they are safe. And we have seen the black ball being hit. And I don't know, was there a ball potted as well there?
There was on that far left pocket.
Double trouble there for Lineade. Slightly too much to do there. Left it all too much to the very end. From 3-0 up, it's now 3-all.
Hey, my name's Kieran Paul and I am the creator of Rubbish Snooker, which is the proud sponsor of the Vanguard Invitational Line Ball Tournament, of which the winners win a piece of Rubbish Snooker art.
Game on.
Yeah, a wild turn of events is what I'm seeing here. Something really unexpected. Alice taking advantage of Lineade kind of dropping the ball slightly, becoming a bit more shaky. Alice seemed to be growing more into the games, whereas Lineade seemed to be dropping off slightly.
Yeah, once again, we are seeing Lineade. That is probably the shot of the tournament we have just seen there. Right in the pocket. That is untouchable for both teams there. Sensational shot there from Shana.
Absolutely stunning shot there from Shana. Anyone who will make fun of her for her little light touch shots, they can go sit in the bin now.
Yeah, we have seen probably the worst and best shots of the tournament from Shana in this game here. Lineade, very soft shot there as well. The nerves clearly get into Lineade at this point. They have thrown away a 3-point lead, but there is still time for them to come back in this game as well. A great shot there over to the left-hand side. Are we going to see Lineade make the most of it?
Oh, that was dangerously close to the black ball there.
Yeah,
really, really
fantastic
lucky
shot. Fantastic shot from Lineade. They're very close to the black ball. Again, a little bit soft there from Alice. Very close to, into the center of the table. Not really benefiting them too much. Again, so we are seeing the stark contrast here from Alice, hitting some sensational shots, and then shots which don't seem to benefit them too much at all.
It was a really great shot taken there by Alex from Lineade. Not trying to knock out that red ball. Unfortunately, not hard enough, but really well focused, really well shot. Hopefully, he'll be able to bring some more power into his next shot to really get it out.
Yeah, very, very difficult there. Both those two yellow balls to knock out from Alice here. But that is a very nicely planted behind all those 3 balls there. So that ball, you could argue, is quite safe in this position so far. We are seeing another great shot there. We seem to form a little cluster over to the left-hand side here with 2 balls, one very close to the black and one very close to the far right pocket there. Very, very close game, this one so far.
All teams steering clear of that dangerous red ball on that right pocket. Far away as possible, which is exactly what I would be doing.
I think Alice's next shot here just needs to be hit with a little bit more top spin if we want to get some terms in here, unless Lineade are to knock this one out here with a bit more force. See what the shot they're going to play. Yeah, we have seen very close to the pocket there. Alice not taking advantage of hitting their red ball into the zone there, and it has been punished. Lineade knock a ball out. Very, very good shot there from Lineade.
Alice now have no choice but to knock out one of Lineade's balls in order to stay in the game. Before for one of these next 2 shots, we'll have to do that.
Yeah, we do see a very exposed yellow ball there. They should really opt to knock this one in. But they have also knocked one of their own balls out and not quite knocking Lineade's ball out, putting themselves in a very difficult position going forward here. Lineade and Alex here just need to make sure that they just knock their balls in and they will be fine here and they will take the point because they certainly just have more balls on the table here. So we do need to see a very, very aggressive shot here from Shana and Alice.
I'm stressed.
Yeah. Unusual shot here, they're just focusing on knocking the ball in, but Lineade just need to knock a ball in to win this round. So I'm unsure why they haven't opted to try and, maybe just hit it into that cluster and hope whatever happens, because all Lineade need to do here is put that ball into the zone, and that will be point to them.
Yeah, now they're just completely banking on Lineade bottling this shot, which is an interesting tactic, but anything is possible in the game.
I think it is possible here. We have seen a fantastic shot here, going towards the black ball, but not quite hitting it, and that is point Lineade here, re-establishing their lead after
given away 3 points after being 3-0 up, but they have re-established that lead here. Have they reasserted their control on this game? We shall see.
A really confusing tactic there by Alice at the end, not really trying to knock one of Lineade's ball out, really passive.
Yeah, it's very confusing as to why they didn't opt, maybe just try and knock that ball out entirely there. At least hit it into the clump of balls itself to try and knock him out. Especially maybe they miscounted the balls in the zone. I'm not entirely sure in that sense. So the black ball slightly leaning over to the left-hand side here. Both teams have shot over to the left-hand side, more benefiting Alice than Lineade shooting in that direction here. Two very safe balls for Alice, with Lineade's ball also in quite a strong position here to not be able to knock out as well. Three very safe balls in themselves.
Lineade also there making a great shot, knocking, kind of messing with Alice's plan, knocking all of their balls in, knocking Alice's balls, spreading them out a little bit, saying, I'm also here to play.
A little bit more pressure here on Alice to play a little bit more dangerously with that yellow ball in there. Slightly too aggressive here, and they might knock the black ball or pot theirs, and that is game, set, and match here. A fantastic tournament here from Alice, but unfortunately, I have potted their own ball, and they are now out of the tournament. Simran, your thoughts?
Well, after that first half, I was really thinking Lineade were a shoo-in, an easy win, really. But Alice really did pull through with those next 3 points that they got. But in those final 2 games, I really saw a difference in ability. I think that the best team really made it through. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, Lineade started so strongly in the first part here, in the previous episode. But then we saw a bit of lack of concentration, and we saw them give away 3 points, which they shouldn't really have had to give away. And then the last couple of points there, we did see the reasserting of control from Lineade, taking control of the table, where the balls were going to go. An unusual shot from Alice in the penultimate round, where they maybe should have made more of the situation. But overall, I believe the best team has won, and we look forward to seeing Maximum Impact versus Lineade for the second time this tournament.
Yeah, a valiant effort by Alice, but unfortunately they have now been knocked out of the Vanguard Invitational. Hopefully in future tournaments we'll see them with an improved sense of sportsmanship and ballmanship.
Definitely. Well done to Alice throughout the whole tournament. Alice throughout the whole tournament here have done fantastic. In a position going into one of their final games, they weren't in the best of positions, but we did see them come through. They did make a fantastic comeback to get through in the tournament. But overall, we didn't see the best of them in that final game. We saw aspects of their game which were very promising, but overall we didn't see the best of Alice, and it did cost them.
Well, thank you for joining us today for this first game of the knockout stages. You can join us again every Tuesday and Thursday on this channel at 6 p.m. for a new video. I would like to thank Rubbish Snooker once again for sponsoring the Vanguard Invitational and offering the prizes. And I'd like to thank Cousins Pool and Snooker Bar for hosting the event. Matt, do you have any final thoughts?
But it's been a fantastic game here. Look forward to going into the semi-finals, and hopefully we will see the best of the 4 remaining teams here as they push towards the final.
See you again soon. Goodbye.
Bye for now. Bye. Welcome back to the Vanguard Invitational, sponsored by Rubbish Snooker at Cousins Pool and Snooker Bar in Canterbury, where we are now entering the semi-finals of the tournament. Today we are seeing Maximum Impact face off against Lineade after Lineade were successful in winning their 4th and 5th place playoff. I'm here today with my co-commentator Simran.
Hi. Hello, thank you for having me.
Wonderful voice crack, and we are ready to go for this big game, the first semi-final game of the tournament after our 4th and 5th place playoff. So just to remind you all, Maximum Impact drew the wild card, and now they have gained an extra member to their team. So as we can see now, there is 3v2. Probably not the biggest benefit in total having Chris on their team, because there's less shots for the original team. So let's look at the teams now.
Well, I feel like Chris being on the team was meant to help them, you know. Unfortunately, a Man United fan, that is a very one-sided comment. I would like to apologise, but not as much as I would like to apologise to Man United for, you know, being and yeah, so I feel like Chris being on the team was meant to help, but this is perhaps the one team where they didn't really need kind of help. So, you know, I would say Lineade are well and truly screwed.
Chris being one of the original players in line ball in our Pioneers Championship before the tournament started. So we have seen a bit of Chris before and his play, and he is known for the 10-point games in the past, but now they are facing Alex and Ardit as well, who have just played previously as well, so maybe there might be a bit of fatigue in that sense too.
Yeah, a very long, tense game in our last game that we saw between Lineade and Alice in the first stage of the knockouts. Let's see if they can show a bit more composure in this game.
Yeah, last game we saw Lineade storm into a 3-point lead, but then give away 3 quite sloppy points, which they didn't quite need to. You know, some were self-inflicted, the points given away. So maybe we'll see a stronger Lineade this time. Maximum Impact, we know, 4 wins out of 5 in the group stages, cruised into first place. Just looking at the shot order here, we will see Max followed by Chris, Sam, then Chris in that order there. But we have just seen Lineade once again against Maximum Impact pot the first ball straight into the pocket. So maybe the nerves of their first game, which they faced off against them, which was a very short game, nerves at the start of the tournament without warm-up. But now we have seen a very, very sloppy start from there, and again a sloppy start from Maximum Impact, and that is 1 point each, 1-1. 2 very, very sloppy shots from both sides. A poor start to the semi-final.
Yeah, both teams really struggling with the pressure getting to them. I'm very surprised by Maximum Impact as well, and that really sloppy shot there. Let's hopefully we can restart now. Both teams have 1 point each. We'll just pretend that it's best of 4, and hopefully one team will be able to prove themselves for the final.
Yeah, we did see Maximum Impact's final game of the group stages. They were playing very sloppy, and they didn't really put in the effort against the Wet Bandits. So now we might see this.
They didn't care.
Final game.
They didn't have any skin in that game. I don't think that's a fair point to make. I think they were very confident going into this next stage, and perhaps this has knocked them back to reality.
Yeah, maybe the lack of effort they put into their final group stage game didn't continue their form of consistently winning. So maybe we will see not the best Maximum Impact we could potentially see here as well.
Yeah, a great shot there by Maximum Impact, however, knocking out one of Lineade's balls really aggressively and also getting their ball in there nicely. Really well done there by Maximum Impact. They seem to be back on form.
Yeah, another great shot here Not just from Lion which is right against the cushion, but also right into the corner for maximum impact. 3 very, very safe balls in the far right corner. Not opting to play around the black because it is in a difficult place to play around, slightly too close to the cushions on either side, so it makes it quite difficult. We are seeing that ball hit the zone as well, so it is in the zone. 3-3 in this current game, a much better game than the first two we've just seen.
I think that's a really brilliant shot there by Line A. That maybe one of the safest shots they could make, while also making sure that it's in a brilliant tactical position so that it can't be knocked out.
Another great shot there, knocking that red ball into the far corner. Very difficult to get any of those 6 balls out, including Lion-Aid's balls on the right hand side. One of the red balls is exposed here. Again, another shot into that far right side, but exposing more maximum impact's balls there.
Of course, maximum impact do have a 1 ball advantage, has 1 yellow ball has been knocked out of play. So Lion will really have to do something in order to maintain this point. They will have to knock out one of the balls.
Yeah, fantastic shot there from maximum impact, nestling that ball between the 2 yellows. Very unlucky shot there from Lion-Aid that they did hit the red ball bang on, but unfortunately there was too much power, not on the right angle, and it kind of just bounced off, and really awkward for them to knock that ball into the zone. I think this point, maximum impacts to lose.
I agree. I think it's fair. I think this is definitely one for maximum impact, and as you can see there, a valiant effort there by Lion-Aid. There wasn't really much they could do there in that tough position.
Hey, I'm Kieran, the creator of Rubbish Snooker, which makes art out of litter on an outdoor pool table. And I'm really proud to sponsor the Vanguard Invitational Line Ball Tournament, and check out rubbishsnooker.com.
So, you know, maximum impact did take that point.
Once again, we're seeing the people's hero, Anki Dams, the ball roller to start off the round. Central, the black ball is in this point. Maximum impact to break in the first point of the 4th game of the first game of the semi-final.
The Vanguard Invitational sees no hierarchy in terms of players and non-players. We will have our players being ball boys, as I believe they should do in tennis.
Some very, very powerful shot there from maximum impact. Hasn't really benefited them too much here. Line really should take advantage of this here. Very central here for them to knock out. Put slightly on the side of the red ball here, and it should come flying out.
No, I think they should focus on just getting their balls in the zone for now. That ball is probably going to be knocked in, unfortunately. There's not really too much they can do. It's going to be a really difficult one to knock out if they do try to. And they've done it successfully. I guess I underestimated them.
Fantastic shot there from maximum impact. Hitting the ball perfectly onto the side. Knocking the ball out of play. Was it from Lion-Aid? But we have just seen maximum impact once again knock out hit the black ball there and lose the point. Apologies for that, my commentary on the last shot there. Lion-Aid were a fantastic shot, knocking out maximum impact's ball. But then maximum impact, self-inflicted once again, hitting the black ball after potting with their first shot and the previous point given away. And now it's 2-2. 2 very sloppy points given away from maximum impact.
We're seeing both teams show some real composure and some real good line ball playing, and then all of a sudden it kind of goes down the drain.
Yeah, it's maximum impact clearly demonstrating that they have the ability to play some sensational shots. But once again, we also see, similar to a lot of other teams, that a lot of the pain and the loss of points is very much self-inflicted rather than being put under pressure from other teams, as we've just seen here from Lion-Aid as well. Very much self-inflicted once again from Lion-Aid here, and losing another point. 3-2 maximum impact.
That was an absolutely shocking shot there. not in terms of the shot taken, but in terms of the outcome. I think that was quite unexpected.
Yeah,
The
very,
black
very
ball now,
fast-paced game so far
yeah,
as well.
the black ball is now placed quite far forward. Unfortunately, Maximum Impact have not yet been able to get that shot into the scoring area, giving the other team a slight advantage. But that black ball being so close to the to the front of the scoring area means that both sides of the pockets are easily for the taking in order to cement their balls close.
Yeah, we are seeing Maximum Impact aim to get that ball and successfully knock their ball into the zone. So now they have two, but both very much exposed. But at the current angle and where the black ball lies, I'd argue it's quite safe currently, unless Lionade are to take a risk here. Very central shot there from Lionade.
Yeah, Lineage making a really interesting shot there. Not sure what they were trying to accomplish, but at least they scored a point.
Yeah, very, very difficult shot there. They were trying to knock out one of Maximum Impact's balls there because it's very central. The angle in which they would have to hit it would be very difficult in order to avoid the black ball. So maybe it was a bit of an unnecessary shot there, making Maximum Impact's red ball in the centre quite safe behind that yellow ball.
Yeah, I think they're quite lucky that it was unsuccessful. That could have been the end of this game, to be honest.
See Maximum Impact line up another shot. Very soft shot there, unexpectedly, from Maximum Impact. So, unfortunately, they have not got that ball in, and Lineade can take advantage of this.
Lineage opting to choose the other side, perhaps to knock out that red ball, not being successful and probably making it even harder to knock out. But they have successfully got a ball into the scoring area, giving them a 1 point advantage right now.
A lot of the yellow balls there are shielding the red balls. We do see two of the red balls covering over the yellow ball, but there's two yellow balls very much just shielding.
Yeah. I would
Here,
say,
and we are going to see another one.
I would say those yellow balls are much, much more exposed than the red balls. The red ball slightly protected by that black ball and the angle that the other team can take. Luckily for them, Maximum Impact have made a mistake.
Maximum Impact once again making another mistake, and we are seeing them give away another point again, very much self-inflicted. And now the score is 3-3 at the end of the first part of this game. Simran, your thoughts?
I'm sensing a bit of impatience. Actually, I feel like they're not taking their time. They're not seeing how the game fleshes out. They're just trying to be punchy about it, get their points, and get out of there. And I really think they need to take their time. And not make these kind of sloppy mistakes from both teams. Actually, although perhaps Maximum Impact were always destined to make these kind of mistakes, we just didn't really get the opportunity to see it in the group stages, as they played quite simple games, and the other teams were messing up a lot more. Matt, what do you think?
Yeah, I think the wild card is definitely not playing into the hands of Maximum Impact. In fact, they now have 3 players, so they're not circulating as quick as they were, not as warm when it comes to taking their shots, potentially. So, slightly more difficult there for Maximum Impact to find a rhythm, I think. But, again, it's very much self-inflicted. They're trying to rush this game, as we're seeing. They dispatched Lineade very quickly in the first game of the group stages, 3-0. So maybe they were trying the same tactic again, but Lineade's just playing the game out, nice and slow, and letting Maximum Impact give them the points.
Yeah, I think it's been a great game for Lineade. I think they're really showing that they are up for the challenge of Maximum Impact, and I really don't know which way this game is going to go.
So if you want to find out how this game goes, please join us again next either Tuesday or Thursday on the Line Ball channel. Feel free to subscribe and like as well. Once again, thanking the sponsor of our tournament, Rubbish Snooker, for providing prizes and, of course, just being the sponsor of the tournament too. And also Cousins Pool and Snooker Bar for allowing the tournament to be hosted here.
Please,
Imran, any final thoughts?
please do send through your comments on your predictions for the rest of the game, for the rest of the tournament, and yeah, let us know your thoughts. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's very much appreciated. Once again, thank you very much, Simran, for your commentary.
Thank you, Matt, for your commentary.
I've been Matt.
I've been Simran.
Thank you for watching. Goodbye. Welcome back to Cousins Pool and Snooker Bar in Canterbury for the first semi-final of the Vanguard Invitational and the second part. In the first part, we saw Lineade draw against Maximum Impact 3-3, and we are on the verge of seeing who will be the first team into the final. Today, I am joined with Simran.
Hello. All teams have got much to play for. There's a very even game, a very shocking first half seen from both sides. 2 more points up for grabs. Let's see who gets there first. I honestly have no predictions going forward. What about you?
Yeah, very, very close first half. A lot of the mistakes in the first half are very much self-inflicted from both teams. It's Chris joining as the wild card in Maximum Impact, potting his first shot straight into the pocket, handing away a 3-point to Lineade. And Lineade making a lot of mistakes themselves in that first half of this semi-final.
Chris Hope, the winter wild card, assumed to be a wild card to be helpful, but unfortunately on the other side of wild, bringing down Maximum Impact's average score considerably.
We definitely saw Chris coming in. Maybe the consistency of Maximum Impact has been shaken by a new arrival into the team. Even though Chris does have his experience, we might see a little bit more of a shaky Maximum Impact in the second half as they try and find their rhythm with a third player.
The maximum impact that they were able to make on that day definitely diminished with Chris as an addition. So let's see if they can pick it up in the second half.
Yeah, big second half for both teams here. Which team will be first into the final? We shall find out very, very shortly.
Is this the comeback story of the year, of the line ball century? We'll find out.
So we're seeing the black ball here be pushed from side to side, landing central at the very back. First shot here for Maximum Impact.
Sam taking the first shot for Maximum Impact. The red ball on the far right side, quite close to the cushion. Quite a safe shot for the first shot of this game.
They're really leaning towards where Lineade was hitting their shots last time. Then they found their range with that right hand side, playing it over into that side. Very aggressive shot there to start off this point, knocking both balls out of the scoring zone. Maximum Impact's ball over the far side, maybe a little bit more difficult to hit in than for Lineade.
It's the kind of confidence we like to see from Lineade, really showing what they can bring to the table in this game.
A fantastic shot there from Maximum Impact, knocking out one of Lineade's balls to start off this round as well. 1 point in, Lineade 1 ball down.
Maximilian having none of that, having none of these balls being knocked out. Tit for tat, like said, tit for tat.
Yeah, a very safe shot there from Maximum Impact as well as Lineade. Very difficult for it to knock out. Not a lot of room behind the red and yellow ball, as I should say as well, on the cushion there. Very difficult to knock either one of those balls out.
Tensions are definitely rising now. You can see more rash strokes being taken from both teams, more risky shots taken.
On the yellow ball.
Another brilliant shot there by Lineade, knocking a red ball just in play, but far enough away that perhaps they can't do anything about it now, and getting their own ball in. Also streaking dangerously close to that black ball. Very impressive shots today from Lineade.
Yeah, fantastic shot there from Lion making that red ball practically out of play now for Maximum Impact. There's not really a chance they can do much with that ball whatsoever now. Um, Maximum Impact trying to pull a sneaky one there on Line trying to just like pretend like they didn't see it and just knock that ball in themselves. But very much outplay. Fantastic shot there from Line Also a great shot there from Maximum Impact to knock in both red balls.
Hmm. What would you say about Maximum Impact's game so far in this
Maximum
knockout
Impact.
stage?
Maximum Impact so far. They're playing, they're playing quite confident still. I think Chris is just adjusting to the rhythm of Maximum Impact with their shots, trying to like make sure their shots are all in similar places. Lineade as well, certainly finding their rhythm in this game. It's a great shot there as well, but it's also going to help Maximum Impact with that ball into the pocket too. But Maximum Impact, they have started strong. They just need to make sure that they don't make their own mistakes here. Try and force Line 8 into a mistake as well. That's a great shot.
Great shot there, a very risky shot. A bold move from a team that has so far made too many mistakes at this stage. But luckily it's panned out. Lineade opting for a great controlled shot there by Ardit, knocking it all the way behind the other balls on the far right side, making it really hard to push out. You can really see the skill that they've built since they have started the tournament.
What a fantastic shot there from Maximum Impact. Very much looked like that red ball was going to creep into the pocket, but it's just sitting very, very close to the pocket, making it practically impossible to knock that out of play. Now for Line 8. Line 8 need to focus here on either getting their ball in to secure a stalemate tie break, or they can try and knock one of those red balls out, which are in quite a strong position to go for.
1 in, 1 out. The only danger there is that central black ball really way too close to the open red balls. I feel like they might just be opting to get a ball in and hope for the best in the next round, and hope for the best in the tiebreaker situation.
Unfortunately, Lineade has hit the black ball with their final shot of the round, handing the point to Maximum Impact.
Hey, I'm Kieran, the creator of Rubbish Snooker, which makes art out of litter on an outdoor pool table. And I'm really proud to sponsor the Vanguard Invitational line ball tournament, and check out rubbishsnooker.com.
A risk too far, maybe, Simran.
I don't know. I feel like that was the best shot they could make in that situation. An unfortunate outcome, just grazing that black ball behind. They still did get a red ball out as well. So valiant effort there by line ball. Fortunately, did not pan out. Match point now until the end of the game.
Yeah, Lineade there had to try and make a shot. I think one of their yellow balls at the very front was very exposed, so there wasn't really much room for error for Lineade there. But unfortunately, we did see the mistake. Not much they could have done about it, and now it's 4-3 Maximum Impact. Black ball this game, leaning slightly to the left-hand side, right at the front of the scoring zone as well. So there's plenty of room to play behind it for both teams here as well.
Both teams opting for the left side, the left pocket in this round. Perhaps because it's slightly more shielded by that black ball.
Great shot there from both Maximum Impact and Lineade. Their Lineades will right into the pocket there. Very, very safe. As well as Maximum Impact shot there. One very close to the back cushion, one very close to the left cushion. Very difficult to play around that. And we have seen Lineade help them out a little bit there, putting it right against the back cushion, whilst also scoring themselves. Close game so far.
Bit too much of an aggressive shot there from Maximum Impact. Unfortunately, not quite getting it into the point scoring area, but in a all right position if they want to knock it back in after. Lineade could capitalise on this situation now.
Instead, Lion opt for a safer shot there. Maybe slightly difficult here for Maximum Impact to knock this in with the yellow ball behind it, but they've done it successfully, knocking both balls into a scoring zone. However, both balls very, very easily can be attacked by Lion.
Honestly, I think there's not much Maximum Impact could have done there, but it is going to be very easy now for Lion to take advantage. Unfortunately, they have not been successful in doing that.
Maximum Impact here can definitely take advantage of this one. But instead, they have hit the double bounce and knocked one of their own balls out of the scoring zone. Maybe too aggressive here for Maximum Impact on match point.
Definitely backfired there, unfortunately. A really
Not
bold
quite what
shot there
Impact was
by
aiming for.
Sam. A really bold shot there by Sam. Not just about getting that red ball in. Again, I agree, Matt. Not sure what they were aiming for there, but they did get a point. So maybe it was on purpose.
Yeah, they are playing a risky game here with those red balls over to the left-hand side there. Prime aiming for Lion to maybe take advantage of this, to take this to the final point of the game. We shall see if they try to. We are seeing now they are trying to knock both those red balls into the scoring zone to make sure they are safe. Otherwise, Lion have an easy point here, which they do successfully here. A fantastic shot here from Maximum Impact. Lion need to score here to stay in the game. Which they do successfully.
Lion have knocked a ball in, so we will now be seeing the tiebreaker situation with the white ball. Maximum Impact to go first. Would you be aiming where they're pointing, Matt?
Yeah, most definitely. I think you have to take a risk here if you are Lion.
Lion now to make a shot to try and knock out a red ball. I would say the red ball on the far right would be my ball of choice, personally speaking. The one on the left, bit more dangerous with that yellow ball very close to that left pocket. Matt, your thoughts? Matt has no thoughts, guys. No thought. Nothing
Apologies.
to be seen.
Apologies for that.
Were you feeling the tension?
Yeah, I was really zoned in there onto the game. Very, very intense tiebreak so far.
An interesting choice there made by Lion opting for that red ball on the left. Very unsuccessful. Leaving their yellow ball open to be knocked out, as you can see being pointed out there by Max from Maximum Impact.
Yeah, and that shot did not have the desired effect for Maximum Impact. They didn't quite find the range for that shot, making the balls very, very safe for both teams. Really not much to aim for.
Interesting. It seems that Lion are now lining up to take an angled approach to knock out a ball. They're going to have to hit it quite hard and cross their fingers and hope for the best.
Very unlucky shot there from Lion. They had the right angle there, but just not enough power to make much of a move on Maximum Impact's balls. Where would you aim right now, Simran, if you were in this position here? Maximum Impact.
Maximum Impact, I'd be choosing that central yellow ball close to the back pocket. I don't have the same skills there as Maximilian, so I
Yeah,
would not have been
fantastic
able
shot
to make
there.
that shot.
Yeah, fantastic shot, knocking not just one but two of Lionade's balls out of the scoring zone here. Will we see Lionade knock a red ball out to continue this tiebreak, or do they have to knock two balls out? I believe. Otherwise, they are out of the tournament here. A fantastic shot here, putting all the pressure on Lionade. Can they succeed?
Really difficult spot Lineade have been put in. An unfair position, some could say, but there is no fair and unfair in line ball. Another tattoo from Max Barrett.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Lionade has not succeeded in knocking out two of Maximum Impact's balls, meaning Maximum Impact are the first team to reach the final of the Vanguard Invitational.
Really unfortunate end there for Lineade. A valiant end though. We saw some really strong line ball from both Audit and Alex, especially closer to the end of their game. Maximum Impact showing their skills, showing that once they have to put their hats on and be serious about it, they are definitely a force to be reckoned with when it comes to that final game of the tournament.
Yeah, Lionade, commiserations to them. They've had a very up and down tournament, a very shaky start, but then we saw the best of Lionade coming into the semi-final as well, and we've seen some fantastic shots from both players, so they definitely should be proud to make it this far. And Maximum Impact, they are showing a bit of chemistry now between all three players. They shook off the shaky start, giving away some easy points, and now they've started very strong going into the final, so we look forward to seeing them in the final against either Daddy's Clackers or the Wet Bandits. We shall see. Fantastic game coming up.
Yeah, we really saw Maximum Impact in this semi-final game take some risks that weren't always successful. So again, they might need to have a bit of a team chat and discuss whether or not they can be making these mistakes against stronger teams such as Daddy's Clackers and Wet Bandit.
Yeah, very exciting to see what either team who are going to be playing next can bring to the table, because we have seen the best of both these teams. So, second and third in the group stages. So let's see what we have next.
In the next game of our knockout stages, we will be seeing Daddy's Clackers and the Wet Bandits play it out to see who will win. Wet Bandits not having made a loss in the knockout stages, in the group stages, Daddy's Clackers having made one loss in total. Please join us again every Tuesday and Thursday on the Line Ball channel for a new video and follow along on the tournament.
Yeah, very exciting game coming up here. We hopefully will see the best of both these teams as they fight for their place into the final. So thank you very much once again to Cousins Pool and Snooker Bar in Canterbury for allowing the tournament to host the Vanguard Invitational, and also to Rubbish Snooker for providing the prizes and being the main sponsor of this tournament. So a massive thank you to them as well. And once again, I've been Matt.
I've been Simran.
Thank you very much for watching. See you in the next semi-final. Goodbye.
Bye. Hello and welcome back to the knockout stages of the Vanguard Invitational. I am joined today by my co-commentator Matt.
Thank you for having me.
And today we are going to see Daddy's Clackers play the Wet Bandits in the semi-final. They are fighting today to play against Maximum Impact. In previous games, we have seen Daddy's Clackers lose twice, once to Maximum Impact. On the other hand, Wet Bandits are in a bit of a stronger position and have only lost once in the group stages, and that was to Daddy's Clackers. So maybe they've learnt their lesson, maybe they haven't. But they were also the only team to beat Maximum Impact in the group stages. Matt, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, we did see the last time we saw Wet Bandits face off with Daddy's Clackers. The Daddy's Clackers did thrash them 3 points to 0. But the Wet Bandits did beat Maximum Impact in their final game. So maybe if they do get through this game, they will have the advantage over Maximum Impact because they did finish second in their group. Two, they did beat Maximum Impact. So who knows what we could see in this game? Will we see an improved Wet Bandits, or will we see a consistency of Daddy's Clackers carry them to the final?
Both teams have a lot to play for in this game. In this knockout stage, we will be seeing the teams play to 5 points as opposed to 3, which is what we saw in the group stages. So perhaps that will change the outcome of the game.
Yeah, it's a slightly longer game now. Maybe there's more time for the Wet Bandits to get into the game with Daddy's Clackers. If they can keep their composure, not make any silly mistakes early doors in the game, maybe they can carry this game out, make it longer, make it harder for Daddy's Clackers, and maybe take the win.
Wet Bandits definitely grew in throughout the group stages in confidence and in game playing style. So perhaps they're in a better shape now to play against Daddy's Clackers.
Yeah, definitely here. I think we will see a very close-knitted game. So we can see the black ball central of the table, leaning slightly to the right-hand side, in the middle of the scoring area as well.
Unfortunately, the first shot taken by Daddy's Clackers was outside of the scoring area. Tried to be vindicated there by Anki by knocking out a red ball as well. Unfortunately, it has not gone in his favour, knocking a ball into the pocket, giving the first point of this game to the Wet Bandits.
Absolutely dreadful start here for Daddy's Clackers. Giving away the first point very, very easily here. Giving confidence to the Wet Bandits early doors. Basically saying, we'll give you the points anyway. We'll make the mistakes for you. Very aggressive early doors, trying to knock a ball out on the second shot for Daddy's Clackers in this semi-final, and it hasn't paid off.
Daddy's Clackers taking a really light touch shot there, leaving it very exposed to be destroyed, as we have seen there from Hoy and Lai of the Wet Bandits. Unfortunately,
Fantastic shot.
Unfortunately, it has blocked off one of their balls. So let's see if that impacts their ability to play their shots later on in this game.
Yeah, saying that is a fantastic shot. Not for the Wet Bandits, of course, but for Daddy's Clackers, because that is sitting right in front of one of the Wet Bandits' balls there, completely blocking it off from the scoring area. So I'm not sure what they're going to do in this position here to get their red ball in there without knocking in Daddy's Clackers' ball.
Daddy's Clackers have also moved that red ball to be a bit more exposed. Wet Bandits seem slightly rattled now, not being that last shot being taken a bit too strongly, and not being able to score a point in that last shot.
I think we're definitely seeing Daddy's Clackers start to grow into this game a little bit more now. Their shots not perfect, but they are still in the scoring zone here. Not quite out there, but very difficult for that ball to be hit into play safely. So very aggressive by both teams to start off this point.
Wet Bandits currently have 3 points in the scoring area, and Daddy's Clackers have 1.
Very rush shot there from Daddy's Clackers. Very, very rushed there, not scoring any points with that shot. Really not helping themselves out here at the start of this point. Down 4 points to 1 early doors. 2 of those yellow balls are completely out of the scoring zone.
Yeah, Wet Bandits in a really strong position right now. Daddy's Clackers is going to have to do something make some really strong moves in their next 3 shots in order to get back into the game.
Yeah, really, again, not doing themselves any favours, but now we see the shot from earlier on from the Wet Bandits really start to pay dividends against them. But that's a sensational shot here. The perfect angle to knock that ball into safety. A lot of pressure now is on for Daddy's Clackers to score some points here. A great shot there from Anki, knocking both those balls in. It's 5 points to 4. 1 ball left for each team.
Some absolutely sensational shots we have just seen in that last round. Really impressed there by Wet Bandits and their ability to avoid that black ball, as well as Daddy's Clackers knocking in 2 of their yellow balls. Great stuff from both teams.
Yeah, very strong start. 6 points to 4 in favour of Wet Bandits here. Daddy's Clackers need a miracle here to either knock out one of the Wet Bandits' balls or to score and knock both of their yellow balls in. But they are at a very tight angle. Very unlikely that will be the case. A lot of pondering on this shot here.
They're going to have to do something monumental to get red ball out. It is very dangerous to smash it right onto that right side, and not knock in a ball into the pocket.
Yeah,
Honestly.
I really don't think they have much choice from where they're positioned at this point. No safe ball to knock out here. I think John is just going to have to hit and hope here and try and get as many of those red balls out without potting any of his own or any of the other teams.
Hit and hope. Another one of Max Barrett's tattoos.
Yeah. You don't want to talk about where that one is. Unfortunately there, Daddy's Clackers was not successful in knocking the balls out whilst potting their own. It was a good effort there from John, but not quite enough to take it to a tie break. Therefore, we are now seeing Daddy's Clackers be down by 2 points.
Hey, I'm Kieran, the creator of Rubbish Snooker, which makes art out of litter on an outdoor pool table. And I'm really proud to sponsor the Vanguard Invitational line ball tournament, and check out rubbishsnooker.com.
We were not expecting this, were we, Simran?
An interesting turn of events. You can really see how the Wet Bandits have grown. Perhaps Daddy's Clackers not quite able to match up to the new skills that the Wet Bandits are showing in this game. The Wet Bandits, of course, being the only team to beat Maximum Impact in the group stages. So perhaps the only team worthy of joining them in the finals.
Yeah, it's difficult to say here. Daddy's Clackers did not win their final group stage game, so maybe they're not going in with the confidence that maybe they should have, whereas Wet Bandits did beat the top of the table Maximum Impact in their previous game. So maybe we're seeing a much more confident Wet Bandits, maybe taking a win from Maximum Impact, which they weren't expecting. So maybe they're playing with a lot more unknown confidence, which they did not expect to see in this game as well. And Daddy's Clackers handing them a point early on is only going to do them good. A very poor shot there from John. Unexpected after the tournament we've seen him play so far. Very, very soft. Nowhere near the scoring zone there.
Daddy's Clackers perhaps trying to take a bit more conservative shots. Traumatized by their last 2 points lost. A great shot there by Anki, however, for Daddy's Clackers. That yellow ball safely staying on the table due to the fine pressure that he applied with his cue.
Yeah, a bit of a poor shot there from the Wet Bandits. Slightly too aggressive, too central. Not really doing them any good here. Very exposed as well. For maybe Daddy's Clackers to take advantage of if they see fit. We're seeing here as well, Daddy's Clackers are not opting to hit into the group, and another very aggressive shot here isn't doing him any good. John, 2 poor shots in a row, unexpected again from him. Just seeing quite a sequence of poor shots from both teams here. Bit sloppy from both sides, wouldn't you say?
Most definitely. I'm not sure what's going on in the room right now. Both teams really struggling to get their balls into the point scoring zone somehow. He able to do it, or Daddy's Clackers. Let's see if Byron can do the same for the Wet Bandits.
Yeah, I'm really unsure on the angle he's hitting the balls at here. Not really trying to hit into the cluster on the right hand side. It's very exposed once again. Also not opting to try and hit one of his own balls into the zone here as well. So we shall see if that goes in. It does. Daddy's Clackers now taking the lead after a very strong Wet Bandit start to this point. A lot of work to do here for both teams, and that is a great shot there, knocking the ball out, turning the tide of this point. Again, a lot of work here for Daddy's Clackers to do.
If there was a daddy of this table, unfortunately, it would not be the Daddy's Clackers in this round. It would be whoever made that brilliant shot in that last round, knocking one of Daddy's Clackers' balls out, as well as getting their own ball in.
He has a lot of work to do here with this shot. He needs to take it to a tie break. But if he knocks 2 in here, then Daddy's Clackers will take the point.
It's going to be a difficult shot with that black ball placed in the worst position for them. Luckily, Anki Dams able to do God's work.
What a fantastic shot there from Anki Dams to secure the point after a very, very shaky round for Daddy's Clackers here. Will this be the turning point in this game? We shall see.
Absolutely sensational shots there seen by both teams at the end of that last point. Really great things are building in this game. The tensions are rising.
Yeah, very roller coaster-esque round. Up and down with the shots we were seeing. Some poor shots from both sides. But then also some fantastic shots there, especially at the end there from Anki to knock a ball out there on the final shot while scoring at the same time to win the point.
Very inconsistent games. Very inconsistent shots from both teams so far. The black ball is now very centrally placed firmly against the back cushion, perhaps leaving the whole table a bit more open for whatever tactics the teams would like to play. As we can see, they're taken advantage of by John for Daddy's Clackers, knocking a red ball out.
Oh, a very aggressive shot there from the Wet Bandits. For both balls to be knocked out of the scoring zone after John hit a fantastic shot to knock in one of the other balls. Quite a rush shot there from Anki from the position of where he's hit that, but he has scored, so there's no pressure. The pressure's off with that shot.
Wet Bandits now hoping to claw their way back into the point scoring area. Now, with only 1 ball currently in there, they really got to start picking up on the aggression and on their ability to even get their balls into the point scoring zone in order to stay in the game at this point.
Yeah, it's difficult to say here what we're going to see in the rest of this point here. The Wet Bandits really not showing a lot of confidence with some of the shots they're taking. A fantastic shot there from Anki Dams. Once again, definitely being the man of the match so far in this game. Some sensational shots to claw Daddy's Clackers back into the game with a point. And we've just seen the Wet Bandits very sloppily knock the black ball, not doing themselves any favours there in the point which they were struggling to get a point from. And now it's 2-2.
Daddy's Clackers known to kind of stick to the pocket, always block them off with their balls, easy bait for the other team, which unfortunately Wet Bandits did take in this round.
Yeah, very poor there from Wet Bandits going into that point there. You know, they had a 2-point lead. They have capitulated a little bit there. Now it's 2-2. All to play for in the second part of this semi-final game to see which side will face maximum impact in the final.
The theme that we're seeing now in the semi-finals is that we're even straws at the halfway point. 2-2. Both teams need to get 3 points in order to make it to the final. Matt, what are your thoughts on this game?
Yeah, very, very poor start from Daddy's Clackers, but they have definitely grown into the game here. The Wet Bandits could do a lot more, I think, they could have won some of those points with a little bit more positive shots, but you know, the game's now 2-2, it's all to play for both sides. The second part we could see a very different side from either team going forward.
Game could go either way, so please join us again every Tuesday and Thursday at 6 p.m. for a new video and the continuation of the Vanguard Invitational as it grows tenser and tenser towards the end of the tournament.
Yeah, very exciting stuff. Looking forward to the second part of this game. No clue how this game is going to go.
I'd also like to thank Cousins Pool and Snookerbot in Canterbury for allowing us to host the Vanguard Invitational at their venue. I would also like to thank Rubbish Snooker for sponsoring this tournament. Please do like, comment and subscribe on your thoughts so far on the tournament. And with that, I would like to thank my co-commentator Matt.
Thank you very much, Simran.
And we'll see you again soon. Goodbye. And welcome back to the final game of the semi-finals. That's a bit confusing. The final game of the semi-finals of the Vanguard Invitational. I am joined today by my co-commentator Matt.
Thank you very much. It's an honour to be in the semi-final.
As if he's playing there himself. Today we will be seeing Daddy's Clackers and the Wet Bandits battle it out. First team to 5 points in order to get to the final and play against Maximum Impact, the giants of the tournament the whole time. Matt, how do you feel so far about the games? We're currently at 2-2.
Yeah, I think last time we saw Wet Bandits really capitulate towards the end of the half there. The last part we just saw, after taking a 2-point lead, gifted by Daddy's Clackers to them, they have gone and lost their 2-point lead. So a shame to watch, but as all to play for in the second part here. Both teams have the potential to go on and win this game.
One of the teams is really going to have to step it up in order to make it through to the final. We've seen some really inconsistent play from both teams, so perhaps one will shine brighter in this final round, in these final few games that we are going to see of the semi-final.
Yeah, we definitely saw Daddy's Clackers start to grow into the game as we approach the end of the first part. So maybe we'll see a continuation of this going forward, or we could see a change of pace from Hoy and Byron, changing up the game, you know, being more aggressive with their shots and, you know, scoring points and winning the game.
We have seen some really gorgeous shots from both teams, in particular from the Wet Bandits in the last game. So if they can really pull those out of the bag a bit more frequently, make a bit less sloppy shots, it could really be their game today.
So now we're seeing, going into the 5th point of this game, the black ball over to, slightly leaning to the left-hand side in the middle of the scoring zone. Daddy's Clackers shooting first down the middle of the table.
Wet Bandits immediately capitalising on that soft shot taken by Daddy's Clackers and knocking it completely out of play. A brilliant shot there by the Wet Bandits.
Yeah, fantastic start there for the round for this point for the Wet Bandits. Really pushing and taking the initiative after losing 2 points after being 2-0 up. So it is nice to see that the Wet Bandits are on the front, on pushing forward. One
Yeah,
ball in,
a bit of
zero.
a bit of a petty shot there taken by Daddy's Clackers, trying to knock out that red ball, but not being successful in getting their own in as the Wet Bandits did. John now hoping to vindicate that. Unfortunately, only able to get in one of the yellow balls for Daddy's Clackers.
Yeah, if I was Wet Bandits here, I definitely would have taken the offensive once again there. That yellow ball is in prime position, or was, I should say, for it to be knocked out of play. Now Daddy's Clackers have rectified their mistake and got their ball into the scoring zone.
Wet Bandits perhaps playing a bit more of a controlled game this time, making sure to take safe shots and aggressive shots when they believe it is safe to do so. That one yellow ball, perhaps the most exposed of all on the table, the one closest to the black ball. So let's see if John is able to push it more into safety or just get another ball into the scoring area.
Yeah, I'm just seeing John here trying to see the angles of what he can do with each shot here. Maybe bringing his pool experience into play in this semi-final here, trying to find the right angle, the right power to maybe knock one of these red balls out of the scoring zone.
Mm.
Pressure's on, John.
Interesting shot there after much deliberation taken by John to just tap in the yellow ball. Perhaps that was his intention, I'm not sure. But still leaving a yellow ball quite exposed.
Yeah, I really think John there was trying to hit that with a lot more aggression to try and bounce it off the back cushion and maybe knock the red ball out of play there. But he didn't hit it quite hard enough. We are seeing here a strong display from Wet Bandits here. 6 points up to 5 here. All the work to do here for the Wet Bandits. They have to score. Sorry, Daddy's Clackers here. All the work to do. If not, this will be a point to the Wet Bandits.
Daddy's Clackers are gonna have to knock out a ball here. Looks like they're aiming for the far right 2 balls. Maybe try to get 2 out. Who knows?
Yeah, once again, a lot of deliberation here for Daddy's Clackers here. We saw this last time with John's previous shot not quite working out as he hoped. He just needs to hit this hard and hope that he knocks at least one of those red balls out whilst securing his one in the scoring zone.
Hmm.
And that is a fantastic shot here from Daddy's Clackers here. A lot of work here to do for the Wet Bandits. Not taking their time with this shot, but they have hit the black ball, and that is a point Daddy's Clackers. The comeback is complete. It is 3-2 to Daddy's Clackers.
Hey, I'm Kieran, the creator of Rubbish Snooker, which makes art out of litter on an outdoor pool table. And I'm really proud to sponsor the Vanguard Invitational line ball tournament, and check out rubbishsnooker.com.
All to play for, once again, for Daddy's Clackers. All the work to do for the Wet Bandits.
Yeah. Seems the Wet Bandits perhaps should have taken a bit more time there to think about their shot, like Daddy's Clackers did. A valiant attempt, but unfortunately not quite good enough. Daddy's Clackers in the lead.
Yeah, massive turnaround here. A great start as well for the Wet Bandits in that previous point, but they have thrown it away. We just saw this in the third point where Daddy's Clackers took the point on the final shot, and we've basically seen the same thing again at this point here. Just the penultimate shot here, putting the work onto the Wet Bandits. They didn't quite come out on top. So we see the black ball over to the left-hand side here. Both teams shooting to the right, avoiding the black ball at all costs. You know, this point is very significant in this game now because it could either bridge the gap to 3-3 or put a nice cushion between both teams for Daddy's Clackers. Both shots there over to the right hand side. And we have seen the Wet Bandits pot a ball. The score is now 4-2. Awful point to give away there for the Wet Bandits. Now 4-2 to Daddy's Clackers.
The Wet Bandits perhaps trying to knock out one of Daddy's Clackers' balls. They're unfortunately not really working in their favour. So match point potentially.
Yeah, match point from now on for Daddy's Clackers. 3 chances to get themselves into the final. Will we see them succeed and be the team to face maximum impact in the final? Let's find out now.
In this final, potentially final point, the black ball is just millimeters away from that right pocket, leaving the whole of the scoring zone open. Unfortunately, neither team so far has been able to keep a ball in there. Hopefully, John for Daddy's Clackers will be able to change that now.
Again, a very firm shot there from John. He's got his angles wrong. Another ball not into the scoring zone. I'm shocked that we are not seeing the Wet Bandits take advantage of that yellow ball right in front to knock that one out of play.
Well, I guess it's, do you take advantage or do you try to get one ball in, you know?
I think it was very central. I think they definitely had an opportunity there to take advantage of that exposed ball right in the line of fire, but they chose to ignore it. And once again, we are seeing them choose to ignore the yellow ball once again. Getting their red ball over to the left-hand side, over to the cushion. Quite safe over there. 2 points to 1 in favour of Wet Bandits so far.
I'm not sure. I agree with their current strategy that the Wet Bandits are going with. Knocking out that yellow ball could also mean losing one of their own balls and making it really exposed in a similar position to where that yellow ball is. Best case right now, they're still a point up currently in this round, so no need. Honestly, no need.
We will see if it will pay off for the Wet Bandits here. Not taking advantage. That is a fantastic shot there from Daddy's Clackers to get 2 of their balls in and the other one very close to the scoring zone. Another great shot there from the Wet Bandits. Not quite getting both balls into the zone, but again, another ball over to that left-hand side.
Yeah, we are kind of seeing both teams try to do similar things right now, trying to knock 2 balls in at once. So far, Daddy's Clackers have shown a bit more resilience and ability to do that. Byron, of course, ruining everything I'm saying immediately, and knocking a ball in. We're seeing 2 balls there, both very exposed, very up for the taking to be knocked out of the scoring zone.
Yeah, I think Daddy's Clackers, I don't think they're going to, but I think they should maybe take advantage of that red ball, which is very exposed. They are 2 points up in the game itself, 2 games up. So maybe they have room to take a risk, but I think they're just going to opt to knock their yellow ball in and hopefully get both balls into the scoring zone.
Honestly, I think they're going to be able to do it. We have John here taking the shot.
We have seen John be quite inconsistent with some of his shots, taking his time to angle them. And will we see success there? Not quite what he was hoping for, I don't think, trying to knock both balls in, but he has potted one of his balls into the scoring zone. It is now 5-5, 5 balls in each.
See if the Wet Bandits will look to knock out a yellow ball, and they have done successfully. A really brilliant, gorgeous shot there. Unfortunately, not too far out in order for Daddy's Clackers to not be able to knock it in. But it has put them in a bit of a tough position to claw their way back up to the 6 points that the Wet Bandits currently have.
Yeah, Daddy Strikers either need to knock a ball in and knock one of those out, or knock two in and knock one out to even have a chance of winning this game without a tie break. A lot of work for them to do here. They have been successful in knocking two balls in, but it just means the Wet Bandits have to just knock their ball into the zone to take the score to 4-3. Nice and simple shot here for the Wet Bandits, hopefully. Nothing too aggressive, and that is point Wet Bandits 4-3 the score.
Hey, my name's Kieran Paul and I am the creator of Rubbish Snooker, which is the proud sponsor of the Vanguard Invitational Line Ball Tournament, of which the winners win a piece of Rubbish Snooker art.
Are we going to see another comeback in this game?
Tensions are rising. The game is getting more and more slowing down, more and more players taking a bit more time to take their shots. Tensions high in the room, sweat abound.
Yeah, second match point here for Daddy's Clackers here. The black ball over to the right hand side of the table, middle of the scoring zone. That yellow ball very, very central, not near the cushion. Will we see the Wet Bandits take advantage of this? Very risky in the way they've hit that shot, but it is in a very difficult position now for Daddy's Clackers to get that in.
Yeah. A really soft shot there taken by John. We have seen that his first shots do tend to be quite soft. Not sure why that is, but the other team's really able to take advantage of that. Again, Daddy's Clackers trying to take a bit of a petty shot there to do the same and failing, unfortunately, not getting any of their balls into the scoring zone and not able to knock out one of the Wet Bandits. Matt, what are your thoughts so far?
Yeah, I feel Wet Bandits could really take the offensive in this game here. A lot of that ball there between the red and the black out of the scoring zone is very, very exposed. So maybe they could try and knock that one out of play, like Daddy's Clackers is going to do here for this red ball over the left-hand side here. We're going to see a very aggressive shot, hopefully here from John to knock this out of play. Instead, he has done them a favour and he has knocked both those red balls into a slightly better position, much more safe, with their yellow ball in front of a red ball, making it very difficult to knock that one in.
Yeah, that red ball on the right is really protected by that yellow ball as well as the black ball from the angle that they would have to shoot at. Daddy's Clackers taking it anyway and losing the point. We are now at our final match point. Daddy's Clackers have hit that black ball. And you know what? I am tense.
Yeah, very, very silly shot there from Daddy's Clackers. Unnecessary risk there. Poor angle there from Anki to try and shoot that ball towards it. We are now seeing a very soft shot once again from John. Very central there. Wet Bandits not taking advantage of it, as we are seeing with their next shot here. The Wet Bandits, Daddy's Clackers, taking 4 points in a row, have now given away 2 points. And now it is 4-4, the final point of the semi-finals. It is tense.
Yeah. Soft shot, soft boy John taking his soft shot. Anki Dam's trying to rectify that slightly by knocking it further in. Unfortunately, Wet Bandits still able to take advantage of the exposed balls, knocking out one of Daddy's Clackers balls, as well as safely cushioning both of their red balls against the back cushion.
Yeah, we have seen Wet Bandits play with a lot of confidence in this game so far. Getting 2 points in a comeback here, the momentum is certainly with them going forward into this final point. We're seeing some fantastic shots, and once again, another great shot there from the Wet Bandits here. Daddy's Clackers have capitulated here, but that is a great shot as well. Very, very close game for the final point of the semi-final.
Wet Bandits trying to knock out one of Daddy's Clackers balls. Unfortunately, not the best angle to do so, and have not been able to do that, leaving one of their balls very, very exposed on that right side.
We are seeing a very rushed game in the last point here. Shots taken very, very quickly without much thought, I think, behind them. Playing a very dangerous game here. I think the Wet Bandits have a huge opportunity here to maybe knock one of these yellow balls out, and they have hit it very, very softly here. That's a massive, massive mistake, which could cost them in this game.
Yeah, that could be the shot that costs them the whole tournament, really.
Oh, very, very close there on the right-hand side. It is 6-6. All balls are in the scoring zone. Could we see this game go to a tiebreak on the final point of the semi-final?
Yeah, a really risky shot there, but it had really paid off. Both of those balls. Oh my goodness.
What a
John,
mistake.
soft boy John has hit the softest shot one has ever seen. Really, really could have been possibly the worst shot at the worst time.
Daddy's Clackers have thrown this game away with their final shot of the tournament. It's just Wet Bandits to knock their ball into the scoring zone, which they have done, and the Wet Bandits from 4-2 down have won the game 5-4.
What
Wow.
an intense game that was. That was I'm lost for words.
What a fantastic end to the semi-final. We will see the Wet Bandits, who have previously beaten Maximum Impact in the group stage, face off once again in the final of the Vanguard Invitational.
I think we really saw which team was able to deal with the pressure of the Invitational. You can tell that the Wet Bandits were playing perhaps a more consistent game. Daddy's Clackers really letting the tension get to them near the end. A valiant attempt from both Anki and John to stay in the tournament, but unfortunately not enough against the Wet Bandits. Matt.
Congratulations to Daddy's Clackers at the end there. Their final shot, aren't being so consistent on their final shots, picking up points, has let them down at the very end, and it is a shame to see them leave the tournament so soon in the semi-finals. One of the favourites in this tournament are now out, and now we see Wet Bandits face Maximum Impact. I am excited for this final.
Yeah, after that brilliant performance that we've seen by Wet Bandits, it really could go either way. The only team to beat Maximum Impact is the Wet Bandits, so let's see if they can maintain that, or if Maximum Impact will be back for revenge in the next game. Please join us every Tuesday and Thursday for the final of the Vanguard Invitational at 6 p.m. I would also like to thank Rubbish Snooker for sponsoring this tournament, as well as Cousins Pool and Snooker Bar for letting us host the tournament at their fine establishment. Matt, your final thoughts?
All I can say is bring on the final.
Thank you very much for joining us today. Please do comment, like, and subscribe. I have been Simran.
I've been Matt.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Welcome back to Cousins Pool and Snooker Bar in Canterbury. I hope you're excited, because I am. We are at the Vanguard Invitational and it is the final. Today we will see Maximum Impact face off against the Wet Bandits. Today I am joined with Simran.
Hello, and yes, I am very excited as well.
Yeah, you sound it. So welcome back to our tournament, sponsored by Rubbish Snooker. We are here finally at the final after a long grudging tournament, teams fighting for their place in the knockout stages and also to the final too, and we have finally come out with the two best teams to face off in the final. So Maximum Impact versus the Wet Bandits. Very, very excited. These teams have fought long and hard. Bit of history between the two. In the group stages, we saw Wet Bandits beat Maximum Impact 3-1 right at the end, the final game of the group stage. So now it's all to play for. Do Wet Bandits have an edge over Maximum Impact? Simran, your thoughts?
Well, there is a difference here. Obviously, they have the wild card on their team, Maximum Impact. They have Chris Hope, Let's see what if they can bring things to the team that will help them beat Wet Bandits. I'm sure that they are coming in with an air of vengeance. Wet Bandits being the only team to be able to make maximum impact, drop some points, and win the game.
Yeah, Chris's first game for Maximum Impact wasn't the strongest. We always recall that his first shot potted the ball straight into the pocket. So maybe, hopefully this game, Chris will have a stronger game, especially when his team needs it. You know, Chris is very experienced in the 10-point game. Of course, the final now up in the stakes from 5 points to win to 10 points to win. So we should see a lot of time for teams to warm into the game and get underway and maybe show their best line ball ability. So the ball being rolled, black ball into the middle of the scoring zone, leaning to the right hand side. Maximum Impact to break, I think. Oh no, sorry, it is the Wet Bandits to break.
Yeah, let's see if Chris can bring in some experience from the 10-point game, a bit more endurance required for that kind of game. So maybe that will be the winning edge Maximum Impact need. Or maybe 3 as a crowd, and it will be too much, and Wet Bandits will take it, as they did last time from Maximum Impact.
Yeah, I really felt in the group stages when Maximum Impact faced off against the Wet Bandits, their group stage was kind of already over. They were already topped the group. They were on 12 points at that point. No one could overtake them due to points difference. So maybe it was a bit of a nothing game for them towards the end of the group stage after a long day of the group stages on a hot day too. Maybe just trying to get it over with. So maybe it didn't quite show the reflection of both sides properly in the group stage. What we've seen so far, though, is Maximum Impact hit 2 very, very poor shots. Both points, only 1 point in the scoring zone, the other side of the black ball, whereas we've seen the Wet Bandits hit 4 balls into the scoring zone, being 4-1 up already. Very, very slow start for Maximum Impact. And probably the most important game of their line ball careers.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here, if the pressure's getting to them. The only player able to get a ball into the scoring zone is Max himself. Chris and Sam not really being very helpful in the team right now.
But we did see a very, very useful shot there for Maximum Impact. Quite aggressive to spread out the red balls of the Wet Bandits, placing the yellow ball behind them too. So, you know, it's a nice strong start here. We've just seen a fantastic shot there once again from the Wet Bandits. 5-2 up now with 2 balls left for them to play. We need to see a very, very aggressive Maximum Impact if they want to take the first point.
Yeah, the Wet Bandits seem really, really on form, really focused today with a clear objective in mind.
We have just seen Maximum Impact give away the first point. Wet Bandits strike first. It is 1-0 in the final. Is this going to be a repeat of the group stage? Is Maximum Impact going to crumble? We shall see. But right now, it is the Wet Bandits 1, Maximum Impact 0. Maximum Impact certainly had to play a very aggressive shot there to try and come back. So they had to play aggressive, and it didn't quite work out for Maximum Impact at all. But now we have just seen 2 great shots over to the left-hand side, a black ball over to the right near the top of the scoring zone. Both teams playing away from the black on the second round here, second point to play for. Again, we are seeing the Wet Bandits play to the exact same side, playing the exact same shots as they played last time. Maximum Impact playing very close to the left cushion, making it very difficult for any of those balls to be played out of the area.
Maximum Impact's balls in perhaps a more strong position, bit more to the left, a bit less central. Wet Bandits balls a bit more exposed to be taken advantage of.
Yeah, Wet Bandits balls certainly look in a dangerous place and could be taken advantage of. Take that as you will. So the points being 3-3 very early on in the second point of the tournament. Maximum Impact's ball's very sheltered here by the Wet Bandits.
Wet Bandits making a bit of an unfortunate shot there and knocking out one of their own balls.
Yeah, it's very, very close here. Very close game here. So far, 4-4. Sorry, 5-4 now after the Wet Bandits have just knocked in another ball. Very, very massive cluster on the left-hand side here. Very tightly knitted game here, in which Maximum Impact will take advantage of that. An exposed ball. It is out of play. They are going to ball up. 2 balls left. The pressure now on the Wet Bandits to try and knock a ball out. Otherwise, Maximum Impact will take this point and equalise.
What would you be opting for here? I would say that central yellow ball would be my target.
Very, very difficult shot, especially the side which both teams have opted to play on, making it very, very beneficial for Maximum Impact here. Very difficult because they now had to shoot all the way across the table and try and hit it at an angle where they could try and knock out one of Maximum Impact's balls. Makes it very, very difficult. Very, very difficult for them indeed. Not much room for error here. Mainly
No
hit and
room for
hope,
error.
really. Hit and hope. In which, unfortunately, they have managed only knocked out one of Maximum Impact's balls very, very well without knocking anything in, but they unfortunately have knocked out one of their own. And they have hit that very, very softly. Maximum Impact has thrown away their point, taken it to a tiebreak.
Embarrassing.
It is an embarrassing shot there from Maximum Impact. I don't want to point names at who that might have been,
It
but
was Sam.
it was Sam who missed that shot and has led him into a very, very difficult place now. Those 2 yellow balls in front cannot be knocked in to score points. They can only knock out balls to win the map point now. And now it is a proper cluster in which they have to break into.
Not sure what's going on with Sam in this game. I think at Maximum Impact are lucky that Chris is here to pick up the pieces. Could this be the end of Sam's line ball career? Let's hope he can put it back.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult thing here, and that ball is out. Therefore, giving the point to Maximum Impact.
Hey, I'm Kieran, the creator of Rubbish Snooker, which makes art out of litter on an outdoor pool table. And I'm really proud to sponsor the Vanguard Invitational line ball tournament, and check out rubbishsnooker.com.
They had to knock that ball out because the Wet Bandits line up a yellow ball very nicely to knock out. So Maximum Impact doing very well there to take the point at the end of the mistake they made as a team. Win as a team, fail as a team. So luckily that the teammates could pick up their others in order to take the point in the tiebreak.
Yeah. A really tight game we're seeing so far.
Yeah. If you want to learn more about the teams, of course, and you've missed the other rounds, please go back onto the Line Ball channel. Post every Tuesday and Thursday. Go watch the group stage games, get to know the teams a little bit better, the way they play, even the knockouts, which you'll see Chris Hope join, Maximum Impact, and how well they play too.
As a reminder, the teams today are of course playing for pride, but they are also playing for the prize provided by Rubbish Snooker, the sponsor of our tournament.
Yeah. So a fantastic start here for both teams, both balls into the area. Not slightly worse shot there from Maximum Impact, a little bit more exposed than the other 2. Both Wet Bandits balls are against the cushion on the left-hand side. The black ball being in the middle of the scoring zone and the depth. It sits in there too, with one of Maximum Impact's balls over to the right-hand side.
3 really gorgeous shots there from Wet Bandits. Maximum Impact maybe a bit more dispersed, but in a bit more dangerous positions, one very close to a pocket and one very close to that black ball, meaning that players like Max can really take advantage of that cluster there, being able to knock out a red ball like he just did.
Yeah, maximum impact there, and Max hitting a fantastic shot there to break up the cluster, knocking the red ball out. Unfortunately, not far enough that it takes it out of play, but puts a little bit more pressure on that. Maybe the shot they wanted to hit, with that shot, maybe attacking the yellow one close to the black, they can't do anymore because they had to focus on bringing their balls back into the zone. So the score being 3-3 at the moment. Very, very close game so far. Both teams scoring well. Maximum impact now just edging the lead with 3 balls left to play for both teams. But the red ball is in a good position to knock in as well. So we should see all the balls hopefully in the scoring zone after this point. Not quite, but Wet Bandits have hit the black ball. It is now 2-1 maximum impact. Sloppy mistake there from Hoy, giving away a point to maximum impact, and the turnaround is complete. Maximum impact, maybe back to smooth sailing. Who knows?
An unfortunate turn of events there for Hoyce, a player we don't regularly see making those kind of sloppy mistakes. The tension of the final perhaps getting to him.
Yeah, we are now seeing maximum impact start. The black ball in the centre of the scoring zone, leaning slightly to the left-hand side. Very exposed ball here from maximum impact, quite far away, and they have taken advantage of that, knocking that completely out of play. However, the red ball is over to the far side, to where they're shooting from, so maybe not the easiest shot to get back into the scoring zone, but we will see Max shoot past it into the corner, again making it quite difficult for Wet Bandits to take advantage of that. Again, Hoy showing a bit of nerves here after his mistake in the previous point. Slight mistake, not quite getting the ball into the zone. Maximum impact taking full advantage of that, knocking both those balls slightly further up the table. Very awkward for them now to try and hit into the scoring zone. But they are not out of play, unlike Maximum Impact's ball here, in which they now have 2 balls completely out of play. Maximum Impact might need to play this a little bit more aggressively.
That was a real shot of vengeance we saw there. A really brilliant shot from the Wet Bandits to knock out one of Maximum Impact's balls, and it's clearly shaken them slightly as their next ball they were unable to get into the scoring zone. Both teams have taken quite a few shots now, but only a point each in the actual scoring zone. A really interesting round we're seeing here. Much more much more brutal, much more attacking. A much higher caliber of line ball that we're seeing here, I would say, compared to the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, we're not seeing very defensive line ball in this round so far. Very risky shot there, giving it a tap on the side as it goes past, but we do have the experience, not quite in the scoring zone, the other ball there, but again, very exposed ball, which the Wet Bandits could take advantage of if they're feeling brave. The angle might not be in their favour there at all, but they are now 2 balls up on the table, so maybe they should just focus on scoring, and they'll win this point.
Yeah, but what fun is that?
Well, we just seen Hoy there just talk to his team and say, we are a ball up. We don't need to be aggressive here. It's a very risky shot, but that was very sloppy from the Wet Bandits there.
Well, I think he had charged up all of his power to take a solid shot and knock out a yellow ball. And then maybe his teammate turned around and said, maybe we should just get balls in. And he changed the angle, but forgot to change the pressure.
Exactly. Again, a very risky shot there from Maximum Impact, and it's a very sloppy point given away.
Hey, my name's Kieran Paul and I am the creator of Rubbish Snooker, which is the proud sponsor of the Vanguard Invitational Line Ball Tournament, of which the winners win a piece of Rubbish Snooker art.
Unnecessarily, we knew they had to do something, but that was not the answer to their problems, and now they have given away a point. Twice now we've seen, well, once from both teams, I should say, that we've seen them give away a very, very sloppy point. Simple as.
Yeah, ball boy, Anki Dams, distributing the black ball to the far right. Maximum
Distributing the
impact
ball
selecting.
for the final time.
Maximum impact have chosen the far left, whereas Wet Bandits have gone for a more central position. And it was bait, and Maximum Impact took it.
Yeah, again, it feels like I'm repeating myself over and over. Self-made, self-inflicted mistakes are costing teams in this tournament. We saw it last game with Daddy's Clackers. We're seeing it again now with Maximum Impact. Two very, very sloppy points to give away. And all of a sudden, from being 2-1 up, it's now 3-2.
That was fun. Not sure what the point was, but it was fun.
Yeah, it was a very unusual shot there for Maximum Impact. They seem to be capitulating in their corner.
That's
A lot of pressure here. A lot of pressure here, maybe on Maximum Impact. You know, a lot of people might see them as the favourites coming into this game, only losing once, but this is the team they lost to. So maybe even though they might not have taken their final group stage game seriously, it might have that psychological edge now that the Wet Bandits did beat them, and maybe even if they tried, maybe they wouldn't have beaten them anyway.
Now, do we think that the Wet Bandits accidentally made a really soft shot there, or do we think that it was intentional to block the yellow balls?
Well, if we know Wet Bandits, that could very much be bait and make it very, very difficult. You know, maybe trying to tease them and say, you know what, go for it, try and knock it out, and maybe on that angle it could hit the black ball. So, although if the Wet Bandits played as well, they can just keep scoring, protect their balls over to the other side as well. You take it easy, and then it means Maximum Impact have to do something. Otherwise, they will lose this game.
Yeah, Wet Bandits seem to be flying through this round. Balls everywhere, dispersed on the right, dispersed on the left, dispersed on the non-scoring area. Whereas Maximum Impact opting for the far left, which might actually be a more difficult place for Wet Bandits to knock some balls out, purely because of their other red ball that's in the way.
Now, the problem we have here now for the Wet Bandits is now they have two balls out the scoring zone and they have to do something now. Otherwise, they lose this round. So they have to pop at least one of these red balls as well as one of these balls out of the scoring area. Otherwise, it's a very simple tap in for Maximum Impact. But we have seen previously that maybe a simple tap in isn't as easy as it seems because they did miss it last time.
Yeah. Byron showing us that he has the skills to be able to do it, of course. And Maximum Impact also knocking in two balls, bringing us to a tiebreak.
Yeah, the tiebreak here certainly does favour Maximum Impact. Very, very open balls on the right-hand side. But, you know, it could be nice and easy here for Wet Bandits here just to attack those four balls on the left-hand side. Hit and hope as well. You know, see what happens. If they knock out two, then it puts all the pressure on Maximum Impact. If they pot a ball, well, then the game's tied again. Unfortunately, that did not knock out a ball. Maximum Impact's now to attack
They have to be very, very careful here. Those 2 red balls don't bounce off and hit the black ball like so.
It's happened again. Maximum Impact again losing a point to the black ball. That black ball really being their demise.
Yeah, Wet Bandits here showing very, very well, showcasing their ability here to take games to the back end, take them to the tie break. They can bait the other team into hitting into the black ball, teasing them with a ball in front, making it seem like it's an easy target. And Maximum Impact have fallen for the bait a couple of times. But not only that, a lot of the mistakes they're making are self-inflicted. It's not like some of them, they have a choice of where they can shoot. It's not late on into each point, and they just don't capitalize early on like the Wet Bandits are. We've seen Wet Bandits play aggressive.
Yeah, Wet Bandits really able to capitalize on Maximum Impact's mistakes, and show a consistent game. Show that they are not being rattled by the game. Making sure that they're playing the correct shots when they need to, making sure they're defending when necessary and attacking when necessary. Maximum Impact not really showing that they are able to be as flexible as a team. Perhaps a little team huddle is necessary to rally the troops when we go into the next step of this part, as we go into part 2 of this game.
Yeah, we've really lost the fluidity of Maximum Impact as Chris has joined. It's not saying Chris is any issue whatsoever. However, it's more so that the players aren't taking as many shots as they were in previous games. As the game goes on, Wet Bandits are certainly more warm because they're taking every other shot, whereas players in Maximum Impact have to wait an extra turn in order to take a shot. And by that point, the point may be over. So they might only take 1 or 2 shots in a round and then they lose the point. So, it's very difficult there to make an impact.
As a reminder, this will be a 10-point game, so perhaps as we go further into it, having 3 players might be more beneficial. Wet Bandits might get more tired in comparison to Maximum Impact, who will have more spread out shots.
Exactly. So Maximum Impact really do need to pull themselves together here. Find the form that we've seen and we've been excited to see throughout the tournament. Seen some fantastic shots here, and they've got plenty of time to pull it back. So hopefully that we won't just see a consistent Wet Bandit masterclass. Hopefully we'll see Maximum Impact demonstrate their ability. So I hope you've enjoyed. Please go like, subscribe, comment who you think might win. This should be a 3-part final, so please enjoy yourselves watching these games. Tell us who you think's playing the best, who's your man of the match in each game. Like and subscribe, of course. Once again, saying thank you to Cousins Pool and Snooker Bar in Canterbury for allowing the whole tournament to host on their tables, and once again to Rubbish Snooker being the prime sponsor of the tournament, providing the prizes to our winners. Timran, any final thoughts?
I'm certainly looking forward to the next 2 rounds. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. Remember, the Lion Ball channel does need subscribers and needs you and your support to keep things going too. So please tune in every Tuesday and Thursday at 6 p.m. for the next part of the final. Thank you very much. I've been Matt.
I've been Simran.
See you in part 2. Bye for now.
Hello and welcome to part 2 of the final of the Vanguard Invitational at Cousins Pool and Snooker Bar. I am joined today by my co-commentator Matt.
Pleasure to be here for the final.
Yeah, as we can, sounds like it. As we can see, we are currently a 2-4 with Wet Bandits taking the lead in this final game of the tournament. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, what we saw in the first part, if you haven't watched, make sure you go back and watch before this part. Maximum Impact making plenty of mistakes. A lot of self-inflicted shots,
which have caused them to give away points, hitting the black ball on almost every occasion. They've given away a point, winning a point only by a tie break earlier on, and only one mistake really from Wet Bandits.
Yeah, all 4 of Wet Bandits' points that they have won have been due to Maximum Impact knocking that black ball. They're really struggling to keep their distance from it. As we discussed in the last game, there are 3 players on Maximum Impact now, with Chris Hope joining as the wild card. That might be slightly why they are struggling with the synergy in their team. Maybe there's a bit less fluidity between them, but hopefully that will that they'll get used to playing as a trio as the game goes on, and they'll play some stronger shots.
Yeah, Wet Bandits have started fantastically in this final. We've seen them beat Maximum Impact before in the group stages, and again we are seeing such a strong start from the Wet Bandits, playing very skillful shots, teasing Maximum Impact to try and knock their balls out when it's very close to the black ball, making them take risks. They're just playing a fantastic game, especially in the first part as well.
Much more consistent compared to Maximum Impact.
So we're seeing now, as we're looking at the table, the black ball over to the right-hand side, central right-hand side, in the middle of the scoring zone. Maximum Impact with a lot of work to do here. The Wet Bandits to break. Samantha, you're the Wet Bandits here. What would you do? Would you continue playing this way? Do you kind of force Maximum Impact to be a little bit more aggressive with their shots?
Well, I think that Wet Bandits are quite good at being more flexible towards what is required of the game, whether that be attacking or defense. I think taking the far left post is a great option. Steering clear of that black ball, learning from Maximum Impact's mistakes, perhaps. But yeah, I think that Red Bull is unfortunately in quite a dangerous position. They should be probably aiming to make shots that are less exposed. Maximum Impact do have more of a tendency to be very attacking and knock out other players' balls, as opposed to playing it safe. So I'd definitely be aiming for closer to the cushion, closer to the pockets, closer to that black ball.
Yeah, I think Max in Maximum Impact is definitely one of the stronger players when it comes to attacking other teams' balls. But in general, I think the other 2 players in Maximum Impact like to play the slower, more defensive game, whereas the Wet Bandits are very flexible with the way they can attack and defend. I don't think they really stick to just one game plan. I think they're very open to change when necessary, whereas Maximum Impact, they kind of rely on Max to play that aggressive shot because they know that he normally knows the angles to knock out the balls without any risk to one of their own or the black ball itself. So a very unusual shot there from the Wet Bandits. Trying to obviously split the 2 balls as they go past the black, but hit very, very aggressively. Losing one of their balls, putting them at a serious disadvantage going forward here. Making that Wet Bandits have to be very, very aggressive with their shots. However, that has knocked out one of Maximum Impact's balls, but they do have 2 very, very close to the top of the table, nowhere near the scoring area. Putting a lot of work for them to deal with that.
Yeah, still a 2-point difference currently in the scoring zone. Would you be trying to knock in more than one of those red balls, or would you be knocking out a ball as they've done there?
I think
Unfortunately, on their own, and putting a
the Wet
ball in the
Bandits had
process. Yeah, they really didn't
no
have an
choice.
option there.
Yeah, the Wet Bandits certainly had no choice there in what they had to do. They had a lot of work to do there. They had to try and punt to, whilst also knocking out the yellow in order to just bring it to a tie break. Because Maximum Impact still had a shot to play afterwards too. So very, very difficult there for the Wet Bandits. Score now being 4-3 in the final
in favour of the Wet Bandits. The black ball now over to the left-hand side, slightly further forward than the previous black ball, meaning that the Maximum Impact have a lot of room to play behind it too.
It's been quite a tight game so far, in all the points. Normally leading to one team making a small mistake. We normally
Yeah,
don't
exactly.
see that kind of game.
Yeah, I totally agree. When the black ball's really over to one side, teams tend to make the mistake of trying to play near it and costing the team a point. But this black ball certainly does favour Maximum Impact if they were to play very carefully down the left-hand side, with a bit of risk, of course. You know, they've got a lot of shelter there from the black ball. So in the event of a tiebreak, they would be pretty confident, I'd say, if it was to go that far and they were to play behind the black ball.
Yeah, all of Maximum Impact's balls are currently protected by one ball or another. Luckily for the Wet Bandits, Max of Maximum Impact has just done them a massive favour by knocking out one of their own balls.
Yeah, that is practically impossible for them to knock into the scoring zone. It is right next to the cushion. It is. I'd just say it is impossible in that sense. To even more so now, shielded by two red balls. To very, very sloppy there for Maximum Impact. But then we also have seen the Wet Bandits there hit a very, very poor shot themselves. So, you know, equally as poor from both sides in this round.
Maximum Impact are taking a 2-point lead currently, with Wet Bandits balls unfortunately not making it into the scoring area as efficiently as Maximum Impact.
And that is a fantastic shot there from Max in order to put so much pressure here on the Wet Bandits to do something pretty spectacular. They have to just hit that cluster and hope that lots of balls go out. And unfortunately, they have hit the corner of the middle pocket and it is pinged in the complete wrong way for them. And Maximum Impact have now equalised.
Hey, I'm Kieran, the creator of Rubbish Snooker, which makes art out of litter on an outdoor pool table. And I'm really proud to sponsor the Vanguard Invitational line ball tournament, and check out rubbishsnooker.com.
Oh
So after being
no.
4-2 down, it is now 4-4. The game is once again tied for the third time.
The game is afoot. That was a brilliant shot there by Max, making the score 6-3, and putting the Wet Bandits in a horrible position. That is the kind of winning shots that we were expecting to see from the beginning from Maximum Impact.
Yeah, right there. That is an example of how to play line ball aggressively on the front foot, putting pressure on the opposition too. And right there as well, we've just seen Maximum Impact start very well with that yellow ball perfectly into that far cushion. Very difficult to knock that out. And we have seen a very aggressive shot here from the Wet Bandits. From Maximum Impact there to knock out one of the Wet Bandits' balls.
Yeah, they're not Wet Bandits are opting for the more open side or the far left, unfortunately making themselves much more exposed.
Yeah, that
However,
is the danger.
There is that yellow ball in the way now, out in the open, blocking them from putting a ball back to the right, as Maximum Impact have done themselves.
Yeah, Maximum Impact once again showing that offensive side of the game, knocking another one of the Wet Bandits balls out of play now, meaning they only have one ball in the area. And to be honest, they can continue to attack because every ball they've hit so far has been very poor from the Wet Bandits. So they can just keep attacking these balls, making the challenge almost impossible to win. And the Wet Bandits not doing themselves any favours once again. They have 0 balls into the scoring zone. The Wet Bandits have so much work to do here. Every shot that Maximum Impact score
they have to knock a ball out of play and pop one of their own just to win this point. I think this point is well and truly gone for the Wet Bandits, and we will see the turnaround. And once again, we've seen Byron there very aggressively knock in
Ending the
one
suffering.
of the
Ending
other.
the suffering,
And
we'll say.
yeah, that's the polite way of putting that. That was almost a perfect round for Maximum Impact there. You know, starting very aggressively, also
Yeah.
being helped out by Hoy as well with a very sloppy shot. That is a very, very poor shot to start off the round from Maximum Impact.
That could have
Quite a
been it.
contrast from their previous.
The adrenaline, you know, from the last round really got to the max there.
Yeah, he almost just knocked the black ball right at the start. We have seen Maximum Impact. They are known after a really good round just to like knock a ball in or, you know, tap the black ball on one of their first shots. So it wouldn't be the first time we've seen that happen to Maximum Impact either. So a fantastic turnaround for Maximum Impact from being 4-2 down after the first part to being 5-4 up. So far, making the game a little bit more competitive. We are seeing the better side of Maximum Impact in this half, in this third, I should say, of the final.
Both teams opting to stick to the right side. Unfortunately, there is a very exposed red ball there that will definitely be taken advantage of by Max. But in an
Maximum
okay
Impact is
position.
definitely playing their best game. They are 100% playing that aggressive game. Max has realised that he might need to step up here, being one of the best players in line ball, to claw his team back into it. You know, give his other teammates a chance to grow into the game a little bit more and actually develop, and maybe they could be the deciding factor further down in the game.
Bit of a weak shot there. Well, I mean, a too strong a shot, making it a weak shot at line ball.
Very, very close there from the Wet Bandits. Hoy with a very aggressive shot, but it has knocked one of the Maximum Impact's balls out of play as well. Also doing them a favour, making that very exposed. I think Byron really does need to take advantage of one of these yellow balls, which are very exposed. Instead, just making sure both his balls get into the scoring area as well. But they have a lot of room to play with here, the Wet Bandits, and knocking out maybe a Maximum Impact ball here and putting the pressure on.
Oh,
And that is a very, very
bad.
sloppy shot from Max, of all people.
Yeah.
It's very, very unusual.
Lovely shot there taken by the Wet Bandits to close it off, just knocking in their ball. Slow and simple, really confidently next to the pocket as well, but not at all rattled by that. That point was definitely in the Wet Bandits' favour. Both teams seem to be making a few more mistakes now as we go further into the game. But what are your thoughts?
We are coming to the back end now of the knockout stage day, so players might be getting tired halfway through this game now, especially it's a long, grueling game of first to 10 as well. And we have played every point so far, and we are even. So 10 points out of 20, of possible 20 to be played, and we are very much even. So, you know, it's a long way to go still as well for both teams. So it's not only the physical stamina, but the mental one too.
Would you say any team is playing a bit of a stronger game so far?
I do think Maximum Impact, especially in this latter half of the first half of this final, have definitely grown, but you know they still haven't ironed out all their mistakes. So we
bit more
again
of an
see Maximum
inconsistent
Impact.
game.
Yeah, exactly. I think Maximum Impact have made quite a few very silly mistakes to hand the Wet Bandits the points they have won, and that last point should have made it 6-4, but you know, they've basically just given the Wet Bandits a point, you know, almost like they're doing it intentionally to keep the game interesting. Obviously, not saying that, of course, but you know.
Yeah. Are you saying that Wet Bandits didn't deserve that point?
I think Maximum Impact were in a much stronger position there, and Max, of all people, making a sloppy shot. You know, we've seen quite consistently high performance from him throughout the tournament, and very much unlike him going forward.
Gorgeous shot there from Chris, knocking out two of the Wet Bandits balls with one of his balls and keeping his ball in the scoring zone, more importantly, making the score 4-1.
Yeah, I think Hoy was quite perplexed by that shot. I don't think he was expecting the quality of that shot from Chris whatsoever, because it's really throwing him off there with that shot too. And he has also just missed his shot, not even getting the ball into the scoring area. So again, quite a short shot there from Maximum Impact. Not the best work there from them, but they are still 4-1 up. Pressure is very much on for the Wet Bandits to keep scoring their points. But the shot from Chris there, the shot of this point.
Definitely. I think Chris is really coming into the game now that he's a bit more warmed up, has a better understanding of the opposition and the dynamics within the team.
Yeah, a nice calm shot there from Max, getting the ball behind that black ball. Very, very difficult there for Hoy to attack any of those three balls behind the black
He's gonna
there.
smash it. He's gonna smash
He
it.
knows that he's got a lot of work to do with this shot, which he does do successfully. Unfortunately, not knocking in the second ball. I did think that ball was in, but the line does show that it's not in. So Maximum Impact just need to get that ball into the area. And once again, the pressure is on the Wet Bandits to do their work. 6-3 again on the final ball for the Wet Bandits.
3-point difference. Either they have to get all three of those balls in from the outside, or they have to get in two balls and also knock out an, which I'm not sure is possible. So
I think we need a lot of top spin here. It's a very good attempt. They did knock in two balls, but unfortunately, not quite enough.
Hey, my name's Kieran and I am the creator of Rubbish Snooker, which is proudly sponsoring the Vanguard Invitational Line Ball Pool Tournament. What is Rubbish Snooker? Well, Rubbish Snooker creates art on an outdoor pool table using upcycled and littered lids. This is just one example. They get printed on canvases and they're available at rubbishsnooker.com and Etsy.
Yeah,
in order
it was very close to that yellow ball, which is perhaps what they were aiming to get out as well, but maybe not. It wasn't in their favor. One ball went too fast, the other ball didn't go fast enough.
Yeah, so although Maximum Impact giving away a very sloppy point that last time out, again, we are seeing both sides of the coin for Maximum Impact. One side, self-inflicted pain, the other side, high-quality line ball. And at that point, we definitely saw the latter.
But you can really see Maximum Impact clawing their way back into the game. We're seeing a much stronger performance from them as we go further in. Wet Bandits are definitely taking notice and are perhaps trying to, come onto the same level as Maximum Impact.
Yeah, I think, as we've just seen here, this is definitely the shot I would have gone for. Unfortunately, I don't think it's gone quite far enough. Hasn't quite benefited them in that sense, with that yellow ball being where it is. But there was the right intention there, starting on the aggressive side. Maybe they should just focus, maybe even just potting that yellow ball into one of those side cushions there, getting it completely out of play. But a very sloppy shot there from Hoy. Once again, we have seen him hit the black ball with a shot which maybe should have been taken more carefully. And now Maximum Impact have taken a 7-5 lead in the final. A 2-point lead at this point is a dangerous one.
Well, I mean, Chris's main shot seems to be knocking out two balls at once really, really well, and also keeping his own ball in the scoring zone. Creating a 3-point difference each time, which is really rattling the Wet Bandits.
Yeah, it's the Wet Bandits certainly are rattled now. They were 4-2 up, now they're 7-5 down. So they do need to rediscover that early form
they found in the tournament and also in this final. Otherwise, this game will slip away from them very, very quickly.
Yeah, Matt's not doing enough there, unfortunately, to knock out the Red Bull, which has been taken advantage of by Hoy.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of work here for the Wet Bandits to do, and Maximum Impact are not making it easy for them whatsoever. Yeah, we're certainly seeing a danger here with the shots that the Wet Bandits are taking. Very central in the table, very exposed to Maximum Impact, which they could very easily take advantage of.
Yeah, not sure why they have chosen to keep their shots more central. Bit of an interesting move, a power move perhaps. Hoy trying to avoid the central area, but I don't know, maybe those Red Bulls are attracting each other.
It's almost a gift for Maximum Impact. We're approaching that Christmas period when this is going to be released. So, maybe a nice early gift for Maximum Impact. Shooting down the middle saying, take the balls as you will.
The Wet Bandits trying to get more into that clustered area on the left, unfortunately having a very exposed ball.
Not quite what Maximum Impact were hoping to do there, knocking both their balls into the play. Hoy needs to hit this with a lot of topspin. Unfortunately, hasn't done that, and he has knocked his own ball out of play. Potentially just giving this point over. Potentially giving this point over to Maximum Impact once again, which is a real shame. A lot of work here for Hoy to do. Oh, sorry, the Wet Bandits to do. Unfortunate for them. Byron
Time to get
has to perform
both of those balls in. It's time to get both of those balls in. Or pot
yeah,
one.
I think Byron had the right idea, yeah. Trying to knock out the big old cluster of balls, pot one in, get one out. Unfortunately, didn't quite achieve what he wanted to do there. And now we see Maximum Impact. After the first half being 4-2 down, are now 8-5 up. A very, very strong turnaround here for Maximum Impact when all hope might have seemed lost.
Yeah, Maximum Impact really coming back with a bang. And the Wet Bandits not prepared for it at all. We're really seeing a difference in skill levels now as we get closer to the end of the game. I really do hope the Wet Bandits are able to step up to the challenge.
I do hope that this final part of the final will be very entertaining. It won't just be a quick 2 points for Maximum Impact and the final's done. So I do hope that the Wet Bandits bring their best, their A game for this final bit. Maybe perform on the turnarounds of the line ball century and win this final and win the tournament. So hoping for the best for the Wet Bandits. Not to discredit Maximum Impact as well.
Yeah, our next video will be the final game of this final of the entire Vanguard Invitational. If you have made it all the way through, I'm sure you are just as excited as myself and my co-commentator, Matt. Matt, how are you feeling going into the next? Yeah.
This final has been fantastic. We've seen the ups and downs. We've seen the best and worst of line ball throughout this game as well. The best and worst from players who have been consistent throughout as well. So I'm hoping that they all bring their A game, make it the most intense final part we will ever see in line ball, and we will crown a winner. So I'm hoping for the best for both teams. They have both played fantastic so far, made it an entertaining game, so I hope that the final part will just be as exciting.
We are definitely seeing both teams. We are definitely seeing our two strongest teams play in this final. They have really both brought their A game, and they are not going to go down without a fight. I'd like to thank Cousins Pool and Snooker Bar for hosting this tournament, as well as Rubbish Snooker for sponsoring the tournament, and will be awarding the prizes to the winner of this whole tournament, which will be announced in the next video. So do stay tuned in the next video every Tuesday and Thursday to find out who will be crowned champion, who will get the glory, and who will be pointed at and laughed at for losing. Matt, your final thoughts.
Well, good luck to both teams going into this final part. Hoping for the best for either side. I can't call if Maximum Impact will just be a clean sweep, or if we'll see a fantastic comeback from Hoy and Byron here. They are very much capable of it, so fingers crossed for them as well. Hoping that they put on a good performance that they can be proud of, and hopefully they will not be the ones being pointed and laughed at, as Simran said.
Please do leave a comment and let us know your thoughts, who you think will win, who are your favourites, who made the worst shots, who made the best shots. We do like to hear your thoughts. I have been Simran.
Matt.
And thank you for joining us today. Goodbye.
Welcome back to Cousins Pool and Snooker Bar in Canterbury for the Vanguard Invitational, the final part of the final. I hope you are excited as me, because I am very excited. I am joined today with my co-commentator Simran.
Hello. I wish I could be as excited as you, but I don't physically think it's possible. But I am very
not possible.
close. I'm very, very close to that same level of excitement. It's the final day, the final. It's all very exciting. We're going to see who is the winner of the Vanguard Invitational. We've seen a really back and forth game so far between Maximum Impact and the Wet Bandits. In the first third, Wet Bandits took it with 4 points to 2. And in the second half, we saw a shocking game. Wet Bandits only able to make 1 more point, whereas Maximum Impact picking up 6 points, making it a score of 8-5 to Maximum Impact. This is a game to the score of 10. So let's see. Could it be 2 games and it's done? Who knows?
Yeah, players have to leave it all out there on the table today. Otherwise, they will live with regret for the rest of their lives if they don't try their hardest in this final third of the game. As we can see the wildcard Chris, who joined Maximum Impact after the group stages. Very experienced in the 10-point game. We are starting to see that now. Some sensational shots in the first 2 parts of this final as well. But that's not to discount and discredit Hoy and Byron of the Wet Bandits. They have put in a fantastic performance, especially in the first half. They have started to slip a little bit, make a few more mistakes, but that is only due to the pressure of players such as Chris hitting some sensational shots, changing the tide of certain points. Hopefully we'll see the best of the Wet Bandits, able to bring this into a lot closer as a competition, as we have seen in the second part. Good luck to both teams.
The 3 players of Maximum Impact are really showing an even higher caliber of the game, really putting the pressure on Wet Bandits. So let's see if they can deal with the tension, the drama, the shots, the pots.
We're seeing a bit of discussion here from both teams. They're all circling around the table here.
I think that's Matt telling them to get out of the way so his arse can, have as much room to knock in a ball.
Yeah, I'm not one to question anyone's physiques, but if we were to look at Max's behind for a little bit too long, you might find yourself getting a little bit excited. So, Lineade kicking off the round. Lineade, the black ball being on the left-hand side, a little bit further forward. Both balls of each team scoring into the end zone. A crowd starting to form as we approach the latter stages of the final here. Our Lord and Saviour, Anki Dams, back in his position as the black ball placer and roller. Order is restored now that he is back too.
Yeah, we saw Sam get a bit excited there, ready to take a shot right even before Hoy could. all teams are all very excited. All players from the tournament are now crowding around to see what is going on, who is going to be the winner. We can see Lion there on the right, and it might be getting to them because there is currently only one ball in the scoring zone, and now two, one from each team. A really interesting turn of events that we're seeing. Could really see the adrenaline and the tension rising.
Maximum Impact hitting one of the greatest shots we've seen of the tournament so far, potting one of their own balls, making it 8-6. Now, the comeback is well and truly on for the Wet Bandits. Only a 2-point deficit now. We have seen them turn around a lead for Maximum Impact before. You know, it's very back and forth throughout this game, so hopefully we will see a couple more points for Wet Bandits to make this a very, very thrilling final.
I actually think that's the worst shot I've ever seen Max of Maximum Impact make.
You know, he lined that up for a very long time, just to pot the
Yeah.
yellow ball right in the corner. Really,
I
maybe it's the
was
pressure
I
of everyone watching.
I was like, are we watching pool or line ball pool?
You know, Max becoming very well versed in pool, like his dad John. We are seeing a bit of experience there in the pool side, but not going to be very useful in line ball going forward too. So I was just about to say in that last point that the Wet Bandits could really take advantage of the exposed yellow balls, but you know, Max saw that as well and took advantage of that too, and decided to pot one of his own balls instead. You know, doing the favour for the Wet Bandits. Again, an early Christmas present, if you will, for the Wet Bandits from Max.
Sam making a great shot there to get two balls in. Unfortunately, one of them brilliantly knocked out by Hoy. Really close to the black ball, but really confidently able to do so.
Yeah, I don't want to point out the crowd's allegiance too much, but we did see Anki Dams applaud Hoy's shot there, knocking out one of Maximum Impact's balls. So maybe we do have a slight sway in what the crowd might think and who they want to win here. Who's the favourites of the fans, as well as who might be the favourites on the table.
Well, I mean, I think Wet Bandits could be the favoured underdogs. All three of Maximum Impact members have been featured previously prior to the show, prior to the tournament. But also, as you can see there, Wet Bandits making some brilliant shots, really deserving those applause. So
yeah, the crowd really getting behind the Wet Bandits here. We've seen some fantastic shots from both teams here. Very, very positive crowd. A lot of support for both players and both teams playing here. Maximum Impact, you know, getting a bit aggressive maybe. You know, seeing a bit of push in there. Maybe the tension's getting to him. Only messing. Well, you never know. It is Max after all.
Byron
So, 3
showing
balls
them
in the
that
scoring zone.
Byron showing them that aggression is not the way forward with this game. You know, really putting Maximum Impact in their place. Sorry, Matt. Yes, as you were saying, 3 balls in the scoring zone.
Yeah, 3 balls to 3. Maximum Impact hitting a great shot there, knocking one of the Wet Bandits balls out of play. Sorry, out of the scoring zone, I should say. A bit more pressure now on the Wet Bandits to do something quite special here. Otherwise, it will be another point to Maximum Impact, and it will be game point. So, match point, I should actually say. So, there's a lot of pressure here to do something very special. Knock 2 in, maybe knock one out at the same time as well. But unfortunately, he's knocked 1 out of each, making it a very, should be very simple shot here for Maximum Impact to knock this in, to be on match point. Not sure what he's thinking. And they have messed it up again. Maximum Impact have given a lifeline.
That is the second time that's happened.
Balls, and it is a shocking display here. Although Maximum Impact position of their ball are in a much stronger position, there is a lot of work still here to do for the Wet Bandits, but there shouldn't even be an opportunity for the Wet Bandits to be able to do anything. I think the only option they have here is to maybe hit the yellow ball behind the black. You know, they're hitting at a very, very strange angle there. I think they need to aim for the one behind the black ball at the angle and try and hit it out that way. But very, very, very difficult shot here.
Yeah, I think if it was Maximum Impact who had to knock that central yellow ball out, it would be a much a simple shot, not one they would think about. However, Wet Bandits, not as experienced as Maximum Impact, are opting for that far right ball.
Byron
The
here
issue
has a
is,
lot of pressure on. A lot of pressure on here. Unlucky there. It was a good attempt. It has cleared the way here a little bit for them, but it might be too little, too late here. Because Maximum Impact are now here to shoot. They've got the two balls on the left-hand side to aim for. Very risky. Or they have one red ball on the right-hand side. But it does have a bit of cover here from different balls here too. So, but if Maximum Impact are to knock this out, they will take a 9-6 lead, making it match point for the rest of the game.
Sam to take the shot for Maximum Impact. Perhaps one of the most important shots of the game, and unfortunately, he has also missed. Both teams unable to touch a ball in the scoring zone. Perhaps all of their balls are too well placed to be able to be knocked out.
I think Hoy really does need to begin to focus here on. Oh well, I think sorry, because they missed the ball entirely. Maybe
Maximum
they
had
take the
the
shot
first
next.
shot. Yeah.
They have to make contact with a ball. Yep, that's so. If they don't make contact with a ball, then they're allowed to hit again, which they did do. But it now gives a big opportunity here, maybe for the Wet Bandits to take this point.
There's not really any balls that are available. One of the players from Lineade offering some advice. Well, both players from
You
Lineade
know,
are
maybe
offering some advice of the potential
maybe
shots.
they shoot down the line here. Shoot down the line, maybe hit the right hand cushion, maybe like with enough force, maybe hoping the white ball doesn't ping out. But now we have three very, very safe yellow balls. And that yellow ball now kind of protected by the red. Very, very difficult here for both teams to potentially knock this out. Difficult,
Perhaps.
very, very difficult for either side here. I think we might see a yellow ball being potted here. Ooh,
Ooh.
and they have hit the black ball. It is 8-7.
Hey, I'm Kieran, the creator of Rubbish Snooker, which makes art out of litter on an outdoor pool table. And I'm really proud to sponsor the Vanguard Invitational line ball tournament, and check out rubbishsnooker.com.
To Maximum
Yeah.
Impact. Very, very difficult tie break for both teams.
I think perhaps the Wet Bandits were opting to take a safe shot and hoping that Maximum Impact make a mistake as they did there. Matt, what are your thoughts
Yeah,
on
I
that
really
last
think
game?
Sam didn't. I really think Sam didn't do any favors there on that tie break. The way he hit that red ball a lot closer to the yellow behind the black basically made it practically impossible to attempt to hit any ball out of play, which goes to show that the placement of the balls in the build-up, if there is a tie break, is very, very important. It's not just about getting the balls into the scoring area, but their position on the table too. As we just saw there, a very, very close tie break, which only led to the black ball being hit by the white ball, once again by Maximum Impact.
Great. 8-7 now. Tensions are rising. We are seeing a very central black ball being placed in this round, but they are not rattled by that. Chris knocking out the first Wet Bandits ball with ease.
For a second there, I thought you said it was a sensual black ball, but not a central one. So I was quite confused for a second. But now that I understand you said central, a lot more sense has been made for me.
Great. That's nice.
So So the Wet Bandits taking a 2-1 lead after the first two balls being hit. The black ball very central, not sensual, into the middle of the scoring zone, both in central and width-wise, but also in the scoring zone and in there as well.
Three very well placed, or now I'll say two very well placed balls for Wet Bandits. Unfortunately, Max, the creator, laughs at them, points his finger at them, and says, "You're not as good as me," and knocks out one of their balls.
With Hoy with another fantastic shot there for the Wet Bandits. Right, nice and cozy in that cushion, right in the pocket. Very, very hard to knock that out. With the response from Chris, a very, very soft shot. So, two sides of the coin there. Poor shot from Maximum Impact. Wet Bandits with a great shot there. Those two yellow balls in front of that black ball. Pretty safe, very risky to even attempt to go for those as well. So, Wet Bandits leading this point 4-2.
Yeah. Wet Bandits might have more points in the scoring zone, but their balls are very exposed. However, I would say that shot there by Sam also very, very open. Easily could be knocked out. Hoy hoping to get both of his balls in. Unfortunately, it has just replaced the first one.
You saw the pain in
one.
Hoy's face. That could have been a very, very decisive shot there if he managed to get a sixth ball into the scoring zone.
Oh my god.
But Maximum
No.
Impact, Max again with the mistake. Max under the pressure of the crowd watching him. It's not just a one-on-one experience like we saw in the Pioneers Championship
Yeah. And
beforehand.
keeps legs shaking
We are now
in
seeing
anticipation.
Maximum Impact and Max more specifically. Yeah, it's a very close game here. Now the comeback has well and truly been made from 8-5 down. It is now 8 or 4 points left to play. 3 technically, if we want to be specific. 3 points to decide a winner.
Yeah, another point lost to Maximum Impact to that black ball, playing way too close, perhaps getting a bit too confident. You know, not playing the same kind of shots that Bandits have been able to play, perhaps with the same level of restraint, a bit less. Never mind.
Is
I was
Hoy
about to
doing?
say,
What is Hoy doing? The score now 9-8, match point for Maximum Impact after a very, very, very sloppy shot there from Hoy for the Wet Bandits. An unprovoked, self-inflicted attack has really cost them, bringing it to match point here. 9-8, very, very, very close. Could that be costly for both teams? Mainly the Wet Bandits, of course. What a lifeline for Maximum Impact. Giving away 3 points in a row to now be a point up due to the Wet Bandits. Once again, showing their Christmas spirit and giving a point.
so many gifts going
Maximum
towards the
Impact.
festive season, towards a gift for the winter solstice. Kieran, the sponsor, Kieran, the creator of Rubbish Snooker, the sponsor of the show, joining into the tension, creating an atmosphere for the crowd.
Yeah, fantastic. Thing that Rubbish Snooker are doing as well. If you want to find out more about what Rubbish Snooker do, there is a video in which Kieran from Rubbish Snooker talks about the work he does as well. So you should check that out on the Lineball channel, as well as any of the games you might have missed from the group stages and the knockouts. If you got to this point, maybe go back and watch the final, or even the knockouts, or even further the group stage. Don't want to miss any action here. Always on Tuesday and Thursdays at 6 p.m. on the channel.
Two really gorgeous shots there. One from Kieran, sorry, not one from Kieran. One from Sam and one from Byron, knocking in all their balls. We're seeing a much more standard game of line ball here than what we saw in the last few rounds. Perhaps both teams have settled and realised that this is match point. This could be it. This is the one.
You have to be very careful. And Byron taking quite a risky shot there. You got the dominant effect of each ball banging into each other, and that red ball is getting closer and closer to that pocket.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard to knock out a ball from that kind of area. I don't know why they're playing into that area still. But luckily, Chris has unfortunately made a bit too soft a shot, giving the Wet Bandits a point.
Yeah, so Maximum Impact now have
lead.
all their balls into the scoring zone. We might need to see a more aggressive shot here, maybe from the Wet Bandits. And they have hit a very, very, very tame shot. And
What is going on? What is that?
that is game.
What is
That is
that?
tournament. I cannot
No!
believe the Wet Bandits have thrown away the tournament so silly. Stupidly, wallets being thrown, things being thrown around. Maximum Impact are the winners of the Vanguard Invitational after a strong 10-8 victory
I'm so
over the Wet Bandits.
disappointed. I'm so
It is such a
disappointed.
shame here. As we can see, Simran might have been a bigger fan of the Wet Bandits than Maximum Impact. Loyalties are all coming out now.
No, it's just there's no way to end a tournament. What is this, Byron? What are you doing?
It's such a shame to see at the final hurdle, like we saw with Daddy's Clackers, maybe a bit of foreshadowing. Right at the end, when things are going so well, you've just made a comeback as well after being 8-5 down to 8-8. And then you just throw it away very, very sloppily.
Yeah.
As well.
What a surprise.
So now
Maximum
we're seeing
Impact
Kieran
won.
here from Rubbish Snooker.
Yeah, Kieran here from Rubbish Snooker presenting the prizes to Maximum Impact, the winners of the tournament.
Massive thank you to Kieran for sponsoring the tournament too. So congratulations there to Maximum Impact, passing over the awards to them, the accolades. Maximum Impact have played a fantastic game, fantastic tournament throughout, only losing one game, which was to Wet Bandits in the group stage, but they have overcome that hurdle in the final, and they should be proud to take home the awards from Rubbish Snooker, the sponsor of the Vanguard Invitational.
The wildcard Chris really coming into play, really helping out Maximum Impact get over the line. Perhaps without him, they would not have been able to beat Wet Bandits. Both teams gave a really valiant fight towards the end of that game, but the rightful winners, Maximum Impact, took the tournament.
Yeah, massive win there for Maximum Impact. You know, they've really demonstrated some high and also at times some low-level line ball play. There are a lot of sloppy mistakes, but you cannot make mistakes like Wet Bandits did at the end of the final. You know, it's all about nerves, all about the mental strength, and right at the end there, they crumbled under the pressure there of the tournament, and it is a shame. And they will be kicking themselves tonight. They'll be dreaming about line ball, dreaming about a different ending, maybe even dreaming about the art, which Rubbish Snooker passed on to Maximum Impact and the winners of the tournament.
Or will
So
they be
huge
dreaming about?
congratulations.
Or will they be dreaming about the next tournament that they can play in on this channel? Who knows when that would be, if it will be, what it will be.
Yeah, it's a fantastic tournament from all teams who participated. They all put in fantastic work. A long day of group stages before, and even the knockout stages, playing some very tactically fantastic line ball from both sides, offense and defense from both teams, showcasing the skill and the potential line ball has to grow as a sport as well. So all teams should be proud of themselves as well. And once again, massive thank you to the sponsor of Rubbish Snooker for sponsoring the tournament, providing the prizes for our winners to make it all worth it for them and their hard work. And to Cousins Paul and Snooker Bar, of course, in Canterbury, for allowing the whole tournament, the Vanguard Invitational, to be hosted there too. Simran, any final thoughts?
Special thanks to all of the players who played very valiantly, who really grew
created drama in this tournament. Let us know your thoughts on the winners. Do you think it was a fix? Do you not think it was a fix? Do you think they deserve to win? I certainly do. And you know, best of luck to everyone else in the tournament going forward. Perhaps we'll see them again on the Lineball channel.
Yeah,
I was also
thank you to the full team.
Yeah, I would also like to thank you, each and every one of you, for watching and supporting the channel, the videos, the outcomes, and for joining us throughout the tournament.
Yeah, 100%. Without the viewers, it's not possible. So a huge thank you to you. Please subscribe. You know, the content can only grow if you subscribe and keep watching. Comment your favourites, comment your man of the match, player of the tournament, all different things you can talk about. The page is obviously very responsive. They love to, you know, interact with you too. So please interact as well. And a massive thank you as well to my co-commentator throughout the whole tournament, Simran. Without her, it's not possible either to bring this entertainment to you. So a big thank you to her too.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Matt, always bringing a bit of grand class to the tournament with his excellent commentary. So, for the final time, I have been Simran. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Bye. Bye for now.